Go live. Going live. There you go. We are live.
Cool. Not too many people here.
No.
Can you prove it straight line?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Buster.
I figured the straight line gets them triggered, so.
You already going live, or are you gonna wait a little while?
No, we're going live, but I mean, we're going to wait a while for people to
Yeah.
come before we get into
Gotcha.
anything. I don't know what we're getting into, but it's just a chat, I guess.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to.
It's a normal day.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to have a word with you, Buster, about the them connectors.
Yeah.
That we were using, that you were using.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of a way to set it up to get it so the are they in the live chat here? I think. Have a look at that in the live chat.
Live chat.
They're all like little connectors.
Huh.
That I was thinking of. You see, you could put one of those on each of the ends and then get those little T sections. I was thinking.
Yeah.
And then
that's what I was telling you yesterday, bro. Your best option, brass. Yeah.
When we come to the bits with the risers, we could just like unscrew them and put a blank in, or maybe we could screw in a pressure gauge or something. Because
you can even put an auto snap. You don't have to do no screwing at all.
Yeah. Just so that we could hopefully not seal the system, but seal it to whatever pressure we'd end up with those little. It's only going to be like 5 or 6 foot, isn't it, of pressure?
With those the threaded ends, you could cap it or be able to screw anything really. Yeah. Gauge.
But I
have a couple of those. I connect 2 hoses from my backyard to the front, and it's just an auto release. And when you, it stops the water from flowing.
Yeah.
Hey. Man, he was around back.
Yeah, I was thinking if I could. I don't know whether to do. I guess I'm gonna have to. I'll put into it myself and get another set of this stuff. But I think I'll cost it with all of this equipment, or all of the little bits and the pressure seals, and to keep it all as one, and then work out how long it takes to prime the system.
Just put the plumber's white tape before you screw it in, and you're good to go.
Yeah. It's the three middle risers really, because I'm thinking what it needs is to take like the major concerns are when you reel it back up again, you don't want to be dealing with too much problem for the unreal again, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing if we're going to be doing it to show people, then it's going to need the vials setting up, and possibly 2 systems. Then you can actually see both of those shared straight line segments in the middle.
The only issue I see with that is if you have it in the middle and you try to reel it in, it'll get caught up in the brush, but you could just have some guy holding it up, and that'll solve that problem.
Well, I'm thinking if I do that with those little caps, we could move the head and have a siphoning tube on each. Not a siphoning, but like a feed tube, and we could add that in wherever we wanted to.
Yeah, and take it off as well if you like. When you reel it in, yeah, sure. It's not permanent. The end that fits into the tube can be removed and put back in.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at places that where I need to go and get this, but they seem to be like specialist places, and there doesn't seem to be one that close.
Well, I
like
get my
not
stuff.
one that I can go to.
I get
locally.
my stuff from Home Depot, but I don't know if they have that small of a, what you're looking for.
Yeah, we're talking like 3 mil. We're talking hydraulic air line, air pressure line, or whatever. I don't know.
Maybe go to a car dealer or not a dealer, a car parts.
Yeah. I don't think they'll have those brass things, though, will they?
No.
So, yeah, I don't know where to get those from. I like the idea of not trying to restrict the flow of the inside stuff. Have you seen the pressure fittings for that pressure line? Is that what you were talking about, Buster? The one that's got like it's like a push to fit pressure.
Yeah, I just grabbed those because they had the right size for mine. But yeah, it's got a gasket on the inside of it, so when you push it in, that gasket seals it, and you kind of tug on it. It's like a Chinese.
Yeah, there's a
handcuff
couple of
deal.
barbs in there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then when you want to release it, you can just push the collar in and pull it out.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. They
Yeah.
sell them for hoses. I mean, you can get plastic ones.
Yeah.
But that's got to be like proper for the size of the tube, and I think your tube's slightly different, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a different size.
Yeah, mine's metric. It's like a 5/16 OD, and they had the exact one. Matter of fact, I bought
That's imperial.
What'd I say?
Metric.
Oh yeah, that's I'm in imperial. Not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ours is metric,
Yeah. I had it backwards.
and I don't know whether that fits. I mean, I get this ruler here.
But I saw them. They had the same push. They call them push to connect here. They had them 4 millimeter size hoses. I saw them online, which I don't know if they were, but they looked a little nicer than mine actually.
Yeah, I mean this one here looks like 5 mil.
Will a different size affect the water level? Is that what you're saying? If there's
No,
a different size in between?
Don't think the size matters for the thing. What it does is that I think the equalization of the water takes a little bit longer, I think. But I mean, I don't even know whether that's true or not. It's all stuff that we're going to have to start looking at. Doing the testing of all of these little things. But yeah, I'll have a look at some of those 5 mil pressure fittings. I just need to go there with some of the pipe and see how it'd work. Because I mean, it's only like, I don't know, 10 quid if that. All of these little connectors and stuff. But it'd definitely be a lot better to know that I'm not working on like plastic T pieces. Although it'll do for the one that I've got at the minute. But if we were going to go and do this and advise other people to do it, it would be much better if there was you know, sealable stuff that you could keep hold of to purge the system a lot easier.
I could easily see you taking one of these things apart in the middle there and just putting a shop vac and drawing the water out very easily.
Yeah. Once we get these, once I get all of these screw pieces and everything fitted together, then I would think it'd be pretty easy to just put all sorts of different pieces on wherever you wanted to. You could suck all of the water through if you wanted to. You could put pressure gauges on each of them, and you know, raise certain bits, check out what pressure happened, and the changing all of the stuff. You could add add your pots to the end.
Yeah. Oh, I just thought of something. You know the automatic sprinklers?
Yeah.
They might have some stuff for that.
Yeah, well, I bet they have to be pressured line, don't they? Depends how
Yep.
long the line goes. Yeah, we could do with having a word with Brian. I bet Brian would know, or somebody that does. Oh, what about Rob Keane? Rob, have you ever worked with pressure pneumatic hose line and that sort of stuff, connectors? Connecting like 3mm pipe. 5. What's yours? What did you say yours was, Buster? 3/16 American. I don't think we get that over here.
Yeah, mine was it came with that kit, and it was the 3/16 ID, 5/16 OD. So that's just what I ordered when I got the 100 meter to match up to it.
Yeah, I was thinking of putting these next to each other rather than having and moving it. I was thinking of it'd be a lot easier for people to see if there were two systems together. Might have to get it on the board in a bit and let you have a look and see what we think.
Yeah, I had to see it. I wanted to try to do. I get a free day on the weekend. I wanted to try to do just mine. I mean, it won't show. I mean, like prove anything because all I got's 100 meters. But I wanted to show, taking one long one, and running the short one, and keep, So I don't think people understand. Like you move that. If you have, like your short one. Take one side of that tube and move it up or down, and it affects the other side. I don't think people realize that happens. Like you can adjust that level, higher or lower. Keep making that mark all the way down through there with that smaller one.
Yeah, I think the weather's are all right tomorrow, so I've got to go out and do a bit of gardening. But then Saturday, I think Big Lad comes back down and we'll get out in the back garden and we'll get all of these set up. And we'll get the system purged and we'll get it all ready. So it's showable with all of these lines together. With all of them, hopefully, showing an A level. On the one board. I'll get all of the risers up. We'll get all of the things sealed. We'll get the pressure up and we'll get the flow going through them. with all of the purge of all of the air bubbles, and we'll keep it on water for this first run. But I think if we can get it sorted that the system is filled and sealed and everything, I think we may work to break fluid in it, because I don't think that will I don't say degrade, but I think the water, to me, the water either shrinks or it naturally turns into air, because there is it's like the water disappears from the tube, but it can't be going anywhere unless it is actually going through the thing. Right, so what's that then, Essie? Is that what you've got?
Yeah, that's the connector I'm talking about. The bit on the left fits on the bit on the right, and you just push that white sleeve there. Just push it back and it clamps on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pressure fitting, that though, isn't it?
Yes.
The water does actually need to be under pressure for that.
No. It opens up and you can have free flow.
Right.
Yeah. It's really cool, this thing. And once you take it out, it stops the water.
Yeah. Well, how would I fit the tube to the end of it? Because I would have to fit the tube to either end of that, wouldn't I?
Yeah. You have to jerry rig something, or if you can find something like this, because as you can see, it's made to fit into a hose.
Yeah.
The one on the left there. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want to be doing no Slice Arcane leak jobs either.
Yeah. That's why we're trying to figure this out. Yeah.
Yeah. You've worked with pneumatic hose.
But you said jerry rig, and I just see Slice Arcane written all over that.
No, Slice Barcane couldn't find the leaks. He had duct tape to try and seal his up.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that.
I just happen to be working with a bunch of air fittings and stuff that you're talking about right now. Like, here, I'll show you some of the same idea. See these fittings here. This is all for high pressure air. So they're the same style of push-in locks. This is the hose. You guys can see that. But this is quite a large hose. Press fittings, you just push the line on, and then you push this little ring, and you can quick release. You can use these for water.
Yeah. So
I have some T-plugs in too.
Nice. So would they would they fit the what I say? I've got 5 mil OD.
Yeah, I've
pipe.
got. Here, I can show you.
It's like a PVC. It's not that hard a pipe. It's just
like this stuff, bendable.
Yeah.
There's a lot smaller, but I have that too. You can even get this in clear tube.
Yeah.
I got lots of.
Well, I've already got the tube. The tube's.
I'm thinking about making my own test, similar to what you got.
Yeah. Everyone should have a go at this.
Yeah, everybody should just have a go and see how far you can make a water level make a straight line.
Yeah. For 100 meters at £18.71 now. That is definitely an effective water level at 100 meters. As Buster had well, Buster's a little shorter, but I mean it's still the same thing. It wouldn't matter, would it, Buster, how much longer your tube was? So 100 meters is the maximum length on the actual tube, I think. I don't know. There might be somewhere where you can have longer distances than that. I mean, that would be ideal if you could get 400 meters of it on one reel with no connectors, but it does give us the chance to have these connectors in at each point, which gives us a chance to show the shared straight line segment. So the 100 meters works good, but that it should be quite easy, shouldn't it, Rob? Just to seal those ends up and make it so that either there's a push connector fitting. I mean, Essie, you know, when you were saying there, see that fitting that you've got? So if that comes out, that fitting, does that seal that bit? You know, and stop all of the water from going through that?
Yeah, automatically. Yeah, that's why I recommended it to you. Yeah. So
I could have, you see that picture right above it? Right? So
yeah,
that picture right above it, if that is, one end is the water level of 100 meters and the other end is the other, you know, like the straight through path is the actual water level. And then that riser bit would be one of those fittings that you've got there. You know, and then we could just take those individual 3 center verticals off. Detach them from the system. Then it is just literally it's a 400 meter water level with all of those 3 fittings put off. I'll have a look at that. I'll only need 3 connectors, won't I? I'll need 3 of those T connectors and some way to get one of those center ones in.
Exactly. Yeah, and you can switch them around at will. Yep.
Yeah, with that screw threaded bit. Yeah, I like the idea of that.
And it's snap on, snap off.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to do as a pressure test as well. To see whether you could plug a pressure gauge on and then just snap them in and see where the pressure's added through the system instantly or...
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I wish I could interact more, guys, but I got a ton of wiring on to do.
No problem, Rob. You keep going. Only butt in if you really have to.
Okay, got you.
So yeah, I might go. I'll go over the test again for anybody that doesn't want to understand it.
Bev, I was going to tell you, they mentioned sprinkler systems.
Yeah.
You can go by there, bring a piece of your tube. They have all types of T's and 90s and stuff that have barbed ends that you would just push into your diameter of hose and clamp it. And the barb goes from small to bigger, so it fits a variety of sizes of hoses, you know. And they're just plastic, you know, joiners and T's and 90s.
Yeah.
But the quick releases that SC's showing are more expensive, and you know you have to reduce it down from that big size down. You know.
But I was telling you, we were at that farm the other year before last, and they had those irrigation tubes, like they make them super small, like you got. Man, they had all kinds of different T's and shutoffs.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were just
That's
talking about that before.
Hydroponics, right?
The sprinkler
Oh,
systems.
We've
We were
hooked
doing
into our
flower
sprinkler
beds.
system and reduced it with a valve and like fed like fern plants with little bitty small diameter hoses up, up like on our balconies and stuff.
Yeah, we were doing indoor
So,
pots, and we had to run all those little small diameter hoses for irrigation. They had T's, Y's, shut-offs.
oh yeah,
Yeah, all that stuff.
all their landscape stuff works on low voltage release valves. It's just 1 inch pipe pressurized, and then they come off of there with a 1/4 inch or whatever into a sprinkler head, and then they have like a low voltage, low voltage thing that will tell you, okay, turn this section on. It releases that valve, and pressure goes to that section of your yard and sprinkles until it shuts it off and turns on another section. It's just low
Manifold
voltage.
controller.
You don't need any of that, But they have manual valves. You can get anything you want.
Yeah, that's a fact. My friend next door to me, he installed the system himself. You should see the machine that digs the hole. It's freaked out.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think we really have sprinkler systems here in the UK, or not in the bit where I am. Maybe in the posher areas, but I think they probably definitely do some sort of irrigation, like a drip feed. That's all it is, really, isn't it?
Doesn't it rain so often there you don't need sprinkler systems?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We get water from
What
the sky, lots of it.
What do you have as a home supply? Like we have Home Depot and Lowe's and things like that. You got to have something like that. Hardware store,
Yeah,
like a
Yeah.
home center hardware store. I don't know what you call it.
but this
Plumber supply.
this is 3 mil. Like it's not really plumbing equipment or anything like that. It's more specialized, little
I think
tiny.
you bring some in there, they'd be able to. You bring it to a hardware store. I know if I brought that here, I could tee it, connect it, do all whatever I wanted to.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I was
guaranteed. Home
Also
Depot.
think
Well, no,
Yeah.
'cause that's why
Those
I
sprinkler
switched. We got
places
the
and stuff.
5/16. They didn't have anything much smaller. That's why I went and bought that 100 meter Nick, because when you get down to those smaller sizes, it's hard to find it.
wouldn't you also be able to get a reel, like a wholesale reel of like 400 meters of that same piping?
well, I don't know. Like 100 meters is the biggest I could find in the UK. But I mean, if
Yeah, but
if you were
go
to
like
go
a
to the main
wholesale-
place,
Yeah, you might be able to get it like a wholesale reel, like a industrial size reel, like that the sprinkler guys would use, and they would probably get a larger roll,
yeah.
just to save money getting it by a larger roll. So companies would buy a big bulk of it.
Well, yeah. The idea was to get it down to the 400 meters because we've been given the RUHIF numbers.
Right.
And then after once we've got the RUHIF numbers, then we can do the 400 meters. But in order to get the shared straight line segment, we need these little up rises at every 100 meter. So the sort of 100 meters does help us. Like I say, the RUHIF numbers are a calculated drop from the horizontal at each 100 meter section. And like the ballers keep saying,
But there's no drop, right?
well, there's definitely no drop. But they say you
Okay.
cannot tell the difference. But what they're not realizing is there is a quadratic function within their mathematics. The quoted 8 inches per mile squared. That squared function's the problem, because it exponentially, quadratically gets bigger, as shown by the numbers. So because of that change, then it's definitely measurable if you just move your position, because you can dial back that quadratic equation just by moving. Hence, that's why they have a problem with sighting, because they can actually measure these numbers, and they're scared of us measuring these, because they know they're not there to measure. They're not even there to look at, but they like to imagine that they do.
Yeah, we're having a problem with people admitting the RUHIF numbers. Like, start talking about it, and then they divert the subject away.
Yep.
Get off the RUHIF.
Yep. I said quite a bit ago, there were no globe geometers. It took us quite a while to get Jesse to go ahead with the globe model prediction of saying that the water level drops from horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. George backed him up, and George has forever been backing him up. Larry backed him up the other week as well. That drop of the water level from the horizontal is fantastic. I don't know how they managed to do it, but yeah, these numbers are the ones that they're after, trying to find. And this is the one, 3.1 millimeters, is the measured hump. If we have a 400 meter water level, obviously the 12.6 millimeters isn't measurable at all. So this is the hump measurement, and then that's obviously not there. Water can't hump. And it doesn't rise as a function of the total distance, as a half function. It's ridiculous. If you imagine the total distance as being the total drop that they imagine, then the hump at the half distance is a quarter, near enough, of the entire distance. Although that maths doesn't seem to work out. It's near enough a quarter. So, none of the is there any bowlers in the chat that I bet there isn't. I bet we're going to stop seeing the bowlers coming around, because this is a bit too painful for them, seeing these numbers and the numbers that RUHIF has give us. RUHIF, Brad, whatever, Puppy Lover actually had a go. He's not been around much. The what do they call them? The data crunching nerds over it. Well, actually, these weren't even Gems nerds. And not even the trolls at Gems. They didn't even want to go anywhere near this. This is RUHIF and whatever. In fact, this is entirely our work, isn't it? This is when we found out about Sly Sparkane and all the money he took for all of the equipment that he's got for doing this test. We devised to find out the numbers that Sly Sparkane would be measuring. So that's why the ballers have give us all of these numbers. And these are the drop numbers. And they seriously gave us them. A drop, measured drop. But as Blue said on let me find that, I'll put that in the chat there, and I'll put that on, listen to it. Blue was explaining about the elevation and how elevation's measured, because elevation is a measured change in the vertical, which are the numbers from the Ruhif numbers. Is that my sound coming through okay there, guys? Hey, Voynich,
Yeah.
is what still a thing, Voynich? Yeah, the measured drop of the horizontal from the Globe Believers. Yeah, they seriously think this is real. Yeah, there's some delusional people out there. They have this model where they have a drop from the horizontal. I'm gonna play this, and you guys. I'm gonna click the one in the live chat so that for the blue for everybody listening. Like I said, if you wanted to, like maybe somebody might have already done this, right? But it in between the 100 meter lengths of water level, you could put an auto level, right? And if you can establish that the auto level checks the water level, I don't know why you'd be doing that, but I mean you could use it as a calibration tool. You could calibrate your auto level with a water level, because you'd know that the water level establishes a horizontal. So you could put an auto level in the middle and check that one level is the same as the other level of the water level. Of course you could do that. Somebody's probably done that before to make sure that a level is level. But which one of these tools do you guys reckon is the level? The auto level or the water level? Which one is most level to you guys?
Can I ask a new question, please?
Can I ask? Can I get somebody to answer a question? Which level?
The water level.
Go on.
Water level, Bill.
The water level is the most level.
The water level will show you level.
Okay.
If you'll take your auto level then to the center of this array of level points that you've established, set it at the center, and then shoot both ends.
Yep.
You'll find out that they're dropping.
What? Both ends of the water level lower than the middle.
We got a hump.
You've got a hump.
Absolutely.
It's a hump.
We got a humpus.
Yeah.
You got a home face.
Nice. What about if you stood at one end? What happens then?
You'll shoot
go
above
down
the far. You'll shoot above the far one every time.
So that's a drop.
Yep.
Would you not get
it's a
stuck
drop
at the
either
middle
way.
bit that was higher?
It's a drop any. It would be a drop any direction you go. The Earth is always dropping away from you.
So the water,
Oh,
you
you said
think
it was a
the
hump.
water level drops away from you,
Yeah, I know it does.
like like a measurable from the horizontal, like you say, right?
If you'll do what you said, set
Yeah.
your auto level up at the center,
Yeah.
and shoot both ends, or set it up at either end,
Yeah.
and shoot to the far end.
Yeah.
You're going to find out that it won't match the water level.
Right. So it's a drop. Now, can I ask you, because you sound like you're a bit knowledgeable, what do you call a change in vertical in surveying? Like if there's a vertical distance change, what's that called?
It's elevation, and
Okay,
it's
so that's
measured
it. So
from
you've
sea
just
level.
said, you've just said that the
And all of
water
them-
level changes in elevation from the point
The
you're
water
at.
level does. Yes, the water level will absolutely.
So
No,
it's,
no, no,
it's
wait,
not
wait, wait.
establishing a level.
Wait,
then.
wait,
wait a
hold
minute.
on a
I think you
second.
might have
Hold
got. Whoa, yeah.
Hold on.
Go on.
Hold on.
Take a mulligan on that
Don't-
one. Let's try again.
Don't overtalk.
Yeah.
Don't overtalk me.
Don't Penrose
The-
yourself.
The water level is going to establish the same elevation at every point.
Okay, so it's not a measurable drop from the horizontal then, like you just said.
It certainly will be. It certainly will be. The water
Oh, so
level
a
is not measuring a
measurable-
horizontal.
A measurable
Water
change
level
from
is
the
measuring
horizontal
elevation.
is
It's
a
measuring
change in
equal
elevation, isn't
geometric
it?
potential. It's measuring equal geometric gravitational potential.
So it is a drop, and it's a measurable drop from the horizontal, which means a vertical distance change. But it's not a vertical distance change because the elevation stays the same. This seems a little bit tricky for you here, Blue.
I think you're double speaking, Bill.
No, I think that was you.
Did.
I think you're double speaking.
No, I think
It was your words.
you're conflating elevation with curvature, surely.
He was a humpist a minute ago, and now
Elevation
you
is
turned to a
always-
droppist.
It is not. Wait a minute. The elevation from the water level is always going to be the same.
Oh, that's beautiful, that. I hope you guys listen to that. Blue getting absolutely stuck with elevation and drop from elevation and a measured change from the horizontal. But that isn't elevation change. It's shocking. This is what the... if you have a model, the water level, the tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, it just can't work. It's the cog dis is just too much. So what we're doing is we are using the water level to show people how to do practical geometry. Real life practical geometry. We're going to be using book 11, going over right line geometry and showing people that this stuff of the water level being horizontal and sharing a same plane is provable through geometric reasoning. We can show this. This will go more cringe than concave Earth. Horizontal. It's just horizontal water. We're not really mentioning anything about the Earth. I mean, we know, or I know personally, as having done some surveying training, the elevation of the land is a measurable change. So the Earth, the actual land bit, it goes up and down, it goes all over the place. But it's a measurable change from, a measurable change in the vertical that you use to measure it. That's reference to the perpendicular to the horizontal. The blue hump science. I like it. But yeah, there was another clip that was taken from when I went to Jose's after I showed them the test for a straight line, geometric straight line. I went back to ask them had they any problems with it and had they looked over it and checked it out, and obviously none of them know anything about geometry and they don't have the practical experience to know how to check the practical use of the geometry in reality. So it went as expected. They automatically go to the model. Their model dictates everything they say. It's shocking, but I mean it's a good job I've got people around us like we have, because the people that we have around us can actually deal with reality, can come at things from a reality point of view. It's just now exposing the cognitive dissonance and the mindset that's been put into people. It's an acquired thought or an acquired learning process that people have been taught, and what they've actually been taught is just to repeat things that they've been told, that they don't tend to have much practical use in reality. It's nice for telling stories in Discord servers, but you come unstuck when you have to deal with real talk. Yeah, the mindset that people have been and taught to believe. I mean, initially, hearing, first off, you don't understand scale. I mean, that's silly, but I think that when normal people, because we did this, we obviously, in order to do this, we have to go to the side of a canal, because that's the most level place that we can go. I'll find some pictures. And as you're doing these sort of things at the side of the canal, there are people keep walking past. I see that's one picture. It was a nice sunny day at the side of the canal. Lovely calm water. People stop by and ask questions about what we're doing. Not one of them got triggered and started screaming that we were child abusers or anything like that. I mean, you'd struggle to say that stood at the side of a canal. It's easy to say it in a Discord, a chat room, because you're a troll and you get triggered by reality. But I mean, when you're out there in reality at the side of a canal with water levels and all the equipment, people ask you what you're doing, and you say to them, we're doing a straight line geometric straight line test using a water level. And most people that we were talking to thought that it had some relation to the canal. It wasn't. It's just because that's the levelest piece of land we could find at the side of the canal, and we were using water levels. But the actual straight line test is using water levels. Oh, shout out 33 people, 34 in chat. New record. Yeah, so we did. We went up there and mousies. There we go. There's another one. Yeah, DP came up at the weekend. There's one of them there. The little one's me, obviously. DP's the other one. So yeah, we get out, we go out, we do the water level test. It was all live on the level in the UK. I'll see if I can get it up and test it up and get it set out in the back garden. Show people this weekend, this Saturday. Do it again.
So you mean you actually went out, did some stuff instead of just talking about it like some other people do?
Oh, yeah, we've done loads of it. Like I say, when I was talking to Blue in the thing, saying that, somebody might have actually already set up a 100-meter water level and put an auto level in the middle of it and sighted both ends of the water level to find its level, horizontal. Bang on. Yeah, we did that. We've done all of these sort of things. I was saying in that thing, you can use a water level to check the auto level to calibrate, or to make sure it's calibrated. And we were using the bridge as the head of pressure to get all of the stuff together. Yeah, it was a good weekend. It was good to get together with DP. I mean, he'll be coming down again. That's that one. So that's the water level getting filled up at the top of the thing. So yeah, the water level's already been checked as being horizontal, because I mean, like, would you have to really think of doing it? But Blue did actually say in that clip that he thought the water level would drop at each end. If you put the auto level in the middle, the water level would drop at each end. It's fantastic how he could think that.
Yeah, Blue needs to retire. He keeps doing that over and over. What was the one today he did? God, I can't remember. He's talking to SE.
Yeah.
Heck, I don't know.
What was that, Essie? What did Blue agree with you today with?
Oh, yeah. It was about that targeting system. He said you have to see the target.
Yeah.
Oh,
right?
yeah, the Sea Sparrow. Yeah,
yeah.
Exactly.
27 miles, you had to see it from a boat before you could paint the target.
Exactly. And I told him, but Blue, you do realize that that's the whole argument, right? That's QE's whole argument. You do realize that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good, yeah.
Yeah, then he said, welcome to reality.
Yeah, welcome to the globe, and something like that. Yeah. They're delusional. They don't realize what they're saying. It's unbelievable.
They do follow the globe narrative though very well, don't they? You know, like the reality creeps in every now and again, and when that does happen, like you got Blue, the
yeah, the double triple speak, I call it.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's a Scooby Doo there. That's a Scooby Doo. Like they don't know what to say there. You know what they did admit though?
Making them glitch out.
What's that?
Yeah. You know what? I finally, after a year and a half, I got them to admit something. The Sea Sparrow, Block 1, it's not a fire and forget missile. Finally. They finally admitted it.
Yep. Good job, man.
Yeah.
It takes about a year for them to understand something they could understand in 5 minutes.
Yeah, a year and a half. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they'll be backtracking now, though. They'll pretend they didn't say it and you misinterpreted what they said. They actually meant to say something different.
Yeah, they might pull one of those, yeah.
Actually, did he shut the stream down straight after that? That might have been why they lost the stream.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
Obviously.
You mean somebody was making too much sense and stuff like that?
Yeah. To shut it down. Shut it down. We need to work the plan again.
Pull the plug.
Yeah, pull the plug. It's not working.
Would that lose the live stream then? You wouldn't be able to go back because the live stream wouldn't be there if it had been live streaming for over 12 hours. Would it?
I think it may have just been a disconnection on the Discord side. Like if you have to be logged into Discord to display it in your OBS, so that would be the only thing missing was that time period when that happened.
Oh, yeah. Data says he's in the server, but he doesn't see anyone. Yeah.
He probably didn't have a role.
Yeah.
He said, all this time, I still don't have a wrench.
Can you not type anything anywhere, Data? If you just try typing something, we need to get a Discord nerd on the set of the server.
Over at Emma's.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
We're in a new place here.
Yeah, we're on
the
3
old
spaces
with a new name.
I've just dropped the Discord link in the chat.
Yeah, I'll put it over there too, but
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I'm not sure.
I'll give him a roll.
You should put it in the description box as well.
Should be in there now, Data. Should be able to jump in. We do need to clear reset the server up. Oh, we need to go. We need to clean up.
I had it open for everybody, but they locked it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I see him in there.
Yeah,
he's got a horizontal roll.
Yeah, I've just rolled him up, so he should be able to come in here in the voice. I can't see why there would be a problem. Right, I've got another video as well that we did. I can't remember what was it though. What was the other video that I did?
I see. I am also horizontal, but I'm vertical.
The other video. Talking about the one that Trash requested, or?
Oh, well, I can talk about that in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's out there, ready to do. Oh, Data's muted. Is that the new role that we've got? Mute people on the way in. I hope so. There you go.
Oh heck, I don't know.
I've unmuted him. Server muted.
Good day, boys. Good day. How are you?
All right.
Hey, what's up?
Got some
Hey, Data.
We got. Hey, let's see what's going on. We got some sun here for a change, man. I tell you, that puts a little skip in your step. So I live up in a rainforest area, so it's gray. All of a sudden, the sun comes out, man. It's like you're Speedy Gonzalez.
Oh.
Yeah, Data. I got it here too. Look at that shit. Beautiful.
What's going on, Rob? How are you, buddy?
All right. Beautiful BC weather.
Yeah, you're right. You're in Surrey, right? Well, thereabouts, roughly.
Oh no, we have Canadian overload in here.
Yeah, too many.
You know what, man? I might be moving to Florida here, dude. I might be applying for some asylum shit in Florida.
That's all. What all the old people do, right? Move down to Florida.
Yeah, they got the snowbirds, as they call it, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at my buddy is applying for permanent residency in Mexico, and I got family that live in the States, so I'm going to be reaching out to them soon. I'm not going to be sticking around in Canada, dude. Nope. I told my family and all that stuff I'm not sticking around. I'm going to go where I'm wanted. I'm going to go where my people are, which seems to either be Florida or Texas.
Yeah, if I go anywhere, it's up north. Even though I hate the cold, we got a place to go up north that's beautiful.
Well, you know, Kelowna is doing pretty good, eh? They're standing up against everything. I don't know if you know about that, but yeah, there's pretty big marches there, and they're all, everything that's being pushed down on them, they're refusing. So Kelowna is doing pretty good. Don't know if you know that, but. But I just got to get away from the CCP, right? That's what's coming here, so.
In other words, translation, Data finds it too cold up here.
You know what? I was in Alberta for a long time, man, and that's -40. And you know what that's like. If you're in Montreal, you get pretty cold there too, right? You get in that temperature sometimes.
Oh yeah.
But have you guys ever been to Clearwater in Florida?
I've been to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Clearwater, same thing.
Man. The funny thing is, it's flat everywhere you go, and it's all contained water.
Yeah, and it's hot as hell. I used to live in Lakeland.
Oh yeah, right on. Yeah. Last I went there, man, I went on the beaches. I could hardly see because it was so bright and sunny. I didn't bring my shades, man. literally was like painful to walk around. I was like, I need glasses. I need glasses. But yeah, that's what I want. If I'm gonna go out, I'd rather see. Do you want to freeze to death, or do you want to, heat up to death? You know what I mean? So I don't know what's more painful way to go, hot or cold. I don't know.
Yeah, make sure you get some 100 SPF sunblock if you haven't been out in that kind of sun much.
Oh no, I know that, man. I got some skin damage actually. I've got to go get it looked at because this is what happened to me, man. I had no idea I'm out there working, and I had no idea just what was happening to my body. Because when you work and you're hydrated, you just go, right? And I got some sun damage from that. Actual broken capillaries in my skin.
You could go drop by and see Right the Hand. He's in Florida too.
I think Jose's in Florida, Right the Hand's in Florida. But yeah, the people there, man, what's going on? Yeah, they're head of the ball here, or head of the curve, I should say.
I got a video as well. We put Rob Keane on the sod digger as well, Rob, and we got a really cool video of it. I don't know where it's gone though.
Yeah, it's probably about the right size for the sod digger, isn't it?
Is that the picture that I saw with the kid hanging off of something?
Yeah, that's DP though, the DP mask.
Oh, is it?
He was doing a neck crank on the on DP.
It's like that was you.
That video you guys put up yesterday of Babs and Crit there, that was hilarious, man. I enjoyed that video thoroughly. In fact, reading some of the comments, Sean Hawkins, after all this time, still makes the comment, if the earth was flat, wouldn't I be able to see England from California? He's still doing that. And in the same breath, he's got a Polaris challenge, right? And I was going to do little videos like, Sean, the reason why I don't participate in your Polaris videos because you think you should be able to see England from California after all these years. Just weak, man. Just weak.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that, Sean, and I want to have a chat with him, but he won't come and chat. He's Stephen Ray, here we go. Everyone's getting a horizontal roll. It will be fixed when we get the data nerds in on it. The Discord nerds. At the minute, all we know is that the horizontal roll. So if it's please don't be offended if you don't like having a horizontal roll.
You could just say horizontal limbo.
Yeah.
Horizontal at a point.
Yeah. The sub-solar point, or just any point really. It doesn't really matter, does it?
That's Kosho's favorite go-to position. The sub-solar point. Just measure it from the sub-solar point.
It's a new one, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, when did that actually come around? When did somebody hear about that?
So what I was doing is I was telling everybody how to measure, well, not telling everybody, but I was suggesting to measure the velocity of the sun between 2 points. And so I was suggesting that you measure the sunrise at one position and the sunrise at another position, and how to indicate the sunrise. Just have a piece of paper up, and as soon as the sun hit it, you'd start the timer, right? You're not using your eye, you're actually using the first beam of light to hit an object, and you're using that as a reference. And then between those 2 points, it's like, you can't do that. You have to use the sub-solar point. That's the only time I ever hear him coming back at me was when I started talking about measuring the velocity of the sun between 2 locations. And
wow, so he came up with the sub-solar point to counteract you being able to measure because you said the velocity of the sun, whereas I've heard Jeremy say he wants to measure the speed of the angle at the sub-solar point.
Yeah.
The angle speed.
all I'm doing is, like I said, all I'm doing is, and I've done, obviously I'm using time and date. I haven't gone and applied it. I'm still waiting to gather the data fully, and it's just, it's endless if I keep going at it. But what I want to do is look at the time and date, and then I have a couple of people that I've reached out to that we're going to time about 1,000 miles apart, right? Or 1,050 miles apart. I'm going to time we're going to do the same thing, and I'm going to compare the data. But so far, it's you've got inconsistent velocity changes between locations, even if it's along the same, latitude line. You still have difference in changes in velocity. So their point is that each latitude line you'll have the velocity change, right? But it's inconsistent as you move down and as you move up. I'll have like speeds of 950 to 840. And anyway, so I'm just putting that together, and it takes time. So I think when I was starting to talk about that, Kosho talked, because you're not going to get the right results. You need to measure the subsolar point. And I said, okay, well, from zenith to zenith then. He's like, no, subsolar point. Well, okay, 90 degrees is the subsolar point, but truly two observers on a latitude are only going to see an apparent 90 zenith, or not even a zenith. It's just going to appear to be at that position. So it's just that roundabout circular conversation. But yeah, he started talking about subsolar point to get it. So too funny.
Well, yeah, I don't really get the idea because it's perpendicular, isn't it? A subsolar point. I mean, it is right line geometry, and you could only have a subsolar point at the equator, couldn't you? That's assuming that the sun, is above you, and in order to measure a speed, you have to have a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Go on. I'm going to make it.
It could be within the tropics, depending on which time of year it is. Whether it's the equinox or the solstice or whatever, anywhere in between there.
So I guess it's only a specific time you can actually do it, according to Kosho, right? And I'm like, okay, if you say so. But yet, in reality, none of the speeds are consistent. They vary, even if it's along the same latitude. But again, I'm comparing from what time and date says so far, and time and date's inconsistent. Well, consistent in their inconsistency.
Yeah, I wonder why they use that crap Mercator map, time and date. It's so ridiculous. Why not use a azimuthal equidistant globe projection? That would work better.
Well, they have the I guess the Mercator is what they use because it's easier explanation. But they have there's one other map. It's a polar position map. They claim it's the most accurate one. I'll get the name for it again, and I'll tell you. Just give me a second.
Did you guys hear them saying the sun has different velocities?
Well, that's the whole point of me bringing up equation of time. And I just got Kosho. I just got banned from Science this morning, Science and Pseudo, because I was asked, not Kosho, but Puppy or whatever, Egg Person, him. I was debating him with that question. And so even in Kepler, when I ask about Kepler and how Kepler, how did he do his measurement? I said, did he put the Earth on the ecliptic or was the sun on the ecliptic? And so the answer obviously is rhetorical in the sense that if you know Kepler, he's watching the sun movement. So the same with the equation of time is you don't watch the Earth rotation, you watch about sun movement, right? That's how you devise the time. So it's it's the apparent solar motion minus solar mean time. That's literally the equation of time. So I got Rumpus on it. I got who else I got? I got a couple guys on it yesterday. And that's the whole point, is that you can actually measure the velocity changes of the sun, but you're still, comparing it to a measurement tool that's been quantified by by man, right? The 60 by 60 by 24. So, but yeah, that's what the equation of time is. Movement of the sun, guys. And same with Kepler's equation. It's watching the sun moving on the ecliptic and then reversing it. So I was just trying to get them on it this morning, and they wouldn't let me. They wouldn't, the mod banned me, and I was like, "Who the fuck are you, dude? Why are you doing this?" So because I called him a retard or something, so I got not banned, but I got timed out for a bit. So we'll see what answer I get when I go back.
Yeah, they actually think time is a thing. They actually think time is.
It is a thing. It's just man's constructed his time. So we have cycles, right? So there is the cycles do tell the seasons. So there is time involved, but time's a construct as far as how we interject our existence. That's why we have different calendars. That's why we have different, we have different calendars, because it's a construct of what we're observing for cycles. So essentially there is a form of duration that is measurable, but we have to first devise that measurable tool, and that's based on whatever supposition or whatever philosophy we have, because there is definitely cycles that are constant, and out of those cycles you can plan, you can plan your harvest around it, which is duration, right? A duration from one point to another. There's a duration there, so we're quantifying.
Well, you said
that
something
duration.
very important there.
What?
Harvest, planting.
Yeah.
I think that's when man came up with time. Personally, myself.
Well, it has to be, right? I mean, if you look at the cycles of the stars, they have a typical pattern to prepare you for the harvest. And I can't remember, I have to go back and read again. But back in the day, once you saw that star pattern, that was time to start planting, right? And that happened at over a period of time. I don't want to say time, I want to say duration. Over a duration. And out of that, they were like, this is consistent. Well, this happens here. This happens here. Let's build a calendar, right? So they start with a calendar. And then out of that calendar, you build the mathematics, and eventually you get this structure. But the equation of time shows you that it's faulty. It shows you the speeding up and slowing down of the sun.
So that's my whole point. We both agree that time is a man-made thing, right?
Absolutely.
It's a quantification. It's a construct. The calendars came first, right? The calendars for the seasons, they came first, and then because they're trying to plan, and without some sort of box to put yourself in, how can you plan, right? You plan based on observation. You plan based on the cycles. So it's just quantifying it. So it's not like it doesn't.
They figured out that when they see that star at that particular time of the year, right? They figured out that coincides with the warm weather.
Exactly.
No more frost, right? Whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it's just a man-made thing, right?
Well, it's observing something and then noticing a pattern from it. And then out of that pattern, devising a constant. It's all about, everything goes back to the constant. The constant of our vision, the constant of the wavelength of light. Everything is this mathematical quantification, and we devise these constants to help us navigate. And those are based on whatever measurement tools we've devised, right? And those measurement tools are based on a supposition or duration. Anyways, they're all derived from patterns. So nothing wrong with it. It's just when you try to tell man that, or try to tell everybody that that's the end all and be all, well, then you have 3-4 different calendars that people live on. So it's not the end and be all. You can interpret your reality, and the pattern's different. But the 9 to 5 is, clock time is designed for that 9 to 5 work shift. Right? It's designed for the slave, clock in, clock out.
Yeah, exactly. My thing is this: we observe cycles. That's one thing, right? Man has observed cycles for I can't say it, for thousands of years, right?
Millennia,
Yeah, thank you. So, that's one thing, right? We have the Saros cycle, on and on. But I'm talking about time itself. Do you think it's an actual thing like the ballers do? Or do you agree with me that I say it's a man-made concept? There's no such thing as time.
Well, God, see, there's a conflict for me when you say there's no such thing as time. There's a period of duration. There's a start point and an end point, and that is a pattern or a cycle. So we have a cycle of life. We have a cycle of the weather, right? So these are constants to a certain degree. So out of those constants, you can build. Sorry, out of that pattern or observed phenomenon, you can build a constant. Right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with the constant because it's just a way to navigate in our world, right? It's very useful for traveling over distances. It's not that it's not useful. I mean, if you're going to go from point A to point B and you want to know how long it's going to take you, you're going to have something to measure it against. And so in those regards, it's useful. It's not like it's not useful or shouldn't exist.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. It's useful. Modern man wouldn't be able to live without the clock now, right? We're all slaves, like you said before. But I think we differ on the concept of time. I simply think it's a man-made thing.
Well, the concept of time is what, like past, future, and present, right? We call it future history. So I think when you get into the language of time, it can take you away from, the actual meaning of it or the purpose of it, because now we can think about speeding up time or slowing down, traveling in the future of time, so it leads you to these other fantastical conceptual ideas that maybe give time, more than it's actually value.
Well, yeah, that's where the current fantasy La La Land space-time fabric comes from.
Exactly. Yeah,
from stories like that.
Yeah, so it's just an embellishment on a pattern and a cycle, and I think that's the wonderful thing about poetry is it can be expressive, but at the same time, if you don't know it's poetry, then it can be misleading.
Yeah, but we're not into poetry, bro. We're into reality.
But that's what it all is. It all devised from poetry in the beginning, right? Time, all that. It came from poetry. It came from a poetic language, and out of it, we became sophisticated and became modern. So now time wasn't so poetic. It was more of a measurement tool, and So it's just a difference between fantasy and reality, and we live in a world now where it's really a lot of people can't determine what is fantasy and what is reality. I don't know if you guys seen, but there's a Tom McDonald rapper and musician, and he's out there talking about the woke new world and all this stuff, and it's sort of funny because one of his videos he'll talk about the Earth being flat, and then he's about to release a video about leaving the Earth and wearing a NASA suit and all this stuff. So, you've got that deep-seated philosophy of that's ingrained, it seems, that the world's dying and we have to go to these other planets, and we must, it's crazy how deep the programming is. And just if you read the comments, you'll know what I mean. So, Tom McDonald, the rapper, just go read it. It's all about family, like people actually thinking that the world is collapsing, the world is dying, so we have to leave, and it's just crazy. So you put in the fantasy of time and time travel and all this stuff, people are gonna suspend their disbelief of things, right? And they're gonna sell more T-shirts and more books about it.
Yeah, that's why reality is the best option. No space time, no fabric, none of that nonsense.
Yeah, it's sort of useless for in a general sense, is when we discuss it anyway, most people don't even have a clue. They're not even into the realm of space-time. It's just that when they're presented it, they're like, ooh, that's reality, right? The most accurate map is the orthograph map. That's what they say.
Elaborate a little bit on that.
So I'll just read it for you. This is published in 2019. It says, you may not know, but the world maps you've been using since kindergarten, they're pretty wonky. The Mercator map is the most popular, but it's riddled with inaccuracies. Areas like Greenland, Antarctica, Africa are all distorted on the traditional Mercator map because it's difficult, if not possible, to replicate the globe in 2 dimensions. It says, but Hama, I can't remember, he's a Japanese guy of Kibu University, graduated student in Tokyo, worked for 6 years to resolve the issues. So if you go look at his map, it's pretty interesting, the layout of it. And it's kind of interesting how if you had a sine wave sun, anyway, go look at it. It was revealed in 2016, beating over 1,000 entries. Anyway, it says all the contents, including the neglected Antarctica. He says the maps and advanced precision. He says it's an advanced precision perspective of our planet. He says. The rectangular map can be folded into both a sphere and a tetrahedron and is already used in Japanese textbooks. So it's called the Authagraph map. It's apparently the most accurate. Spelling it is A-U-T-H-A graph, G-R-A-P-H.
Is it based in 3D reality or?
No, it's still 2-dimensional.
It's 2D. Okay.
Distance and elevation, right? But again, if you look at it, it's an interesting layout for accuracy. And the funny thing is, it can be folded into a tetrahedron. So I wonder what that implies.
You know, interesting you say that all maps are 2D. You know the dimension that's missing?
The drop? The 3D version? The 3D?
Yeah.
The 3-dimensional version of it? Yeah.
The 3rd dimension.
Elevation.
Well done, Rob. Well done.
Yeah, the elevation drop, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, not drop, it's rise as well. It works both ways, elevation, doesn't it?
True enough, yeah. Fair enough.
That doesn't work on spherical geometry at all, does it?
I don't see how it's possible, no.
All the ballers imagine that they can have a 2-dimensional surface of a ball, though.
They don't realize they're looking at a 2-dimensional map, and it just hasn't hit them yet.
They think
you can have
they're
a
all
tangent to a
distorted.
2D plane.
What's that? I didn't hear that, guys. What?
Oh, sorry. I said you can't have a tangent to a 2D plane.
Well, you can have 2 equal points of elevation, creating a horizontal line on a plane.
Yeah, but in their spherical geometry, they say they have a tangent to the surface of the 2-dimensional surface of the sphere, which that's bullshit. But anyway, that's what they say.
Well, they need that concept to have any drop or dip, but on their ball, they don't have straight lines. So it's an oxymoron, right? To have straight lines on a ball.
Open mic there, mister. Eating your crisps.
When I confront them on that,
Oh, my bad.
when I confront them on that, the response is, "Well, you're just a tiny little ant on a large sphere." And I said, "Okay, if you're a tiny little ant on a small or large sphere, how are you measuring dip drop? How are you measuring the curvature then?"
I'm not so sure whether an ant on a large sphere works. I mean, that's not...
I haven't seen any measurement of any curvature done yet, and I've been around here for 6 years.
Funny Data mentioned that. Check out the live chat when I asked Professor Phil Bell.
You've been around longer than Merle, Rob.
Yeah. Rob's old school.
Yeah, I've been around as long as Rob, I think, now, for sure. I think, Rob, we started at the same time, I think, bud.
Yeah, I watched Mark Sargent's first few episodes of Strange World back in 5th.
I didn't have the rosy relationship with Eric Tippé or Mark Sargent in the beginning. I was very skeptical of both of them, and so I remember engaging in some conversation with Mark Sargent in the beginning, and I was actually turned off by both Eric Tippé and Mark Sargent in the beginning. Mark Sargent, because I came across Metatron, and I came across Hitler, and so those both.
Mark Sargent said he joined the Flat Earth Society. Did you ever hear him say that he unjoined the Flat Earth Society?
I think he's look, for monetary purposes in the Great Reset and him showing up in and around that time in 2016 or slightly before that. Now looking back, it's not coincidental. It's intentional. So, and then when I engaged him and I actually made a video, breaking his balls kind of thing, he responded back, and he was taking the narrative, biblical narrative, which is fine, but to come across, have such prominent media attention, and then his paid subscription to his services, it just was very Magoo to me right away in the beginning. So I kind of I wasn't a flat earther at that point. I was still looking through the data, if you will, and kind of playing both sides to see who's deceptive and who's lying and so forth. So I got it all written down, and there's deception on both sides, right? It's not nobody's. So when you come across that, you kind of realize, especially when you're not new or when you're not aware of government psyops and things that they do on the deep web or on the internet. And when you investigate that and you collect the data and you're like, oh, okay, well, I see that now. I see what they're doing here now. And it's a good movie script, man. If somebody was to make a movie script about this years later, it's like
absolutely, yep. That would be awesome.
Yeah, kind of behind the scenes.
Have you guys ever heard of the phrase, all the world's a stage?
Yeah. Right, no, Matt, that was Data. If you didn't know. No, Mad's asking who was telling the story.
You might have thought it was Right the Hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get labeled as Travis or Right the Hand. I don't know why, but.
Yeah, y'all used to sound alike to me. I can tell you apart now, but.
What's the matter with you Americans? You can't tell a Canadian from a Southern American? From Florida?
Shit, he's from New York, dude. That's like Southern Canada.
He's from... Right the Hand's from New York?
Yeah, you can't tell?
Florida.
Well, he is. That's all where all New Yorkers live, in Florida.
Yeah, makes sense.
How lucky are they, man? I'm telling you, Florida's weather is just awesome.
You know what makes me laugh? When I hear them saying how cold it is.
Yeah, no shit, right? It gets down, what, plus 10 down there, and they're dying. Or, what would that be? 20 or 30 degrees Fahrenheit? No, that's 0. So what would it be? 40 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, frost-proof.
Somewhere around there. 50, yeah.
Frost-proof Florida is... rarely freezes there. When it does, it messes up the citrus. But yeah, that's where I used to live near there. If it ever gets that cold, you're like, oh my god.
At 32, you guys are dying, right? You're heading for the hills.
Yeah, you could freeze at that temperature. My god.
Us at 32, we start taking off our winter jackets. We put on our small, slim jackets.
Yeah. Totally different.
So what was with Crit? Why didn't he want to show up the other day? Why was he supposed to show up and he didn't, or and then Babs came in, or?
No. That we were just taking the piss actually there, because we know Crit won't turn up. Crit's just all talk. It's all mouth. He does it all over the place. He's a drama queen. So that I just titled it that because we were all in the chat and he wouldn't come in to chat. He's got all sorts of silly stories at the minute, Crit. And for causing drama and saying all sorts of things. Like, the trolls have all gone a little bit crazy at the minute. And Crit's joined in with them. And he's causing drama that doesn't need to be caused. So we just went over there to show that, you know, we're not scared to talk to anybody. This is an open platform. Anybody can come in, have a chat. We know that they won't come in, most of them. The ballers won't come in because they haven't got an argument and they can't admit that a geometric proof of a straight line is a geometric proof of a straight line. It's I'd be embarrassed if I was a Glober who'd spent, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever, defending a model that just isn't there. They've got no proof. I don't know if anybody's noticed at the minute in these chat rooms and everything. I mean, they'll try and link everything to me probably or whatever, but if you try and bring up any sort of a geometrical argument about shape, the ballers shut it down immediately.
Yeah, it's interesting how if they have so much evidence of a ball, right, that they come out of it should be like this. You have the evidence. Why are you coming in? You know it. You have it. But you're still coming in, and it's the same thing as if they have space photographs. If they have all this stuff, but is it possible that something inside them knows there's something not right, and they're coming in to debate on that premise? Because to come out of your way to do it is like, well, you're trying to save people, you're trying to educate people. Like Page Hill's an example. The motivation for him coming in,
P&S.
P&S, yeah. If you have evidence that you have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and you have space pictures, it almost seems. I'm writing all this down. That's one of the next questions I'm going to have in my book is for them to answer this. What is your motivation for? If you have this evidence, you should be confident in it. You should be so confident in it that you don't need to come in and debate whether it's real or not. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're coming in to debate what? You like the debate. You like to learn. Okay, that's fine. But if I ask you that question, and your response is, well, I like making fun of you, idiots. Then you have to look at the person.
Hey. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just trying to find a spot. What do you think about Lemon? Do you have an opinion about Lemon?
So I've caught Lemon on the fence. In other words, playing both sides. So I've caught him doing that.
It's a he? That's an actual he or she?
I don't know, dude. I haven't gone down
that
path with that person. But here's another thing I don't know if you guys also found out, but I also found out there is, how do I say this? There is a duality there with preaching religious connotations, but yet practicing the opposite. In other words, if you have presented the teachings as such, but your lifestyle isn't that, there's a what do you call it? Well, it would be cognitive dissonance in this case.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I don't know. I don't know whether you call that cogdice actually. I think you just
believing
call
in the
that
creator, believing in the
deceit.
creator and God, but then also believing in,
Yeah, don't even
believing
go
in-
there. Don't even go there.
You got what I'm
Yeah.
saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just that's what I find suspicious, because it's not just that particular person. There's other people as well that I've come across and have the same vibe, if you will. And that to me is very intriguing. And so I'm going to be doing a little bit more research on that, and because that to me would be indicative of a psyop.
So it's all a mental game now, right?
100%.
Once you get this far into it, and you know as much as you know, and you realise you've gone through it and you've checked it, you've got your globe proofs in one basket on one side, and then obviously your proofs of reality on the other side, and you look down and you weigh up these two baskets and you realise there's fucking nothing, absolutely nothing in that globe basket at all. Right? At that point, you've got to start going, this is some massive psyops going on here.
But what's really really intimidating, can be intimidating if you go farther into it, is the purpose behind it. And you can speculate all you want, but if there's only a small select group of people that are gravitating to the corner, if you will, that can be intimidating when you think about who's involved, who's behind it. It's a small group of people, and when you have a small group of people behind that means they're on both sides, right? So if they're on both sides, because this is how psyops work, that's how they're done. That's what you go research it. That's what it is. It's almost like chess game, right? You've got one department, they're on the same team, but they're on both sides and they're playing each other. And as they do that, they're funneling everybody else down the funnel, if you will. You know what I mean? So I can speak for myself, because when I got into this, completely a fanboy of NASA, completely a space fan, everything. Now, I told this before, I looked at corpuscular rays, or the divergent rays. And when I saw that, immediately it clicked that the sun was not 93 million miles away, because I've already had experience, messing with light, and already knew what corpuscular rays were and how they were caused.
Well, you know what? Hang on.
Yeah.
That's assuming that sun rays are actually coming in straight and parallel. But we all know that sun rays are just bouncing all over the place,
That's right. So when I looked at the argument about light and the mathematical models, that didn't add up. And then when I researched how they measured to the sun and all that stuff in the beginning, I was like, okay, they came across the black body. You can't measure it. You can't bounce something off something that absorbs light or projects light. It's next to impossible to do. And so then when I came across the 1948 bouncing beams off or electromagnetic frequency off the moon, and then so what I did is when you found these little tidbits, and then when you asked about them, immediately you were either ostracized for asking, insulted for, and it was just that thing. So that there was like, why are you doing that? That's a little peculiar. And funny enough, it was actually coming from Facebook at the time, and it was coming from military profiles at the time. And so when I'd asked for verification and clarification, if you will, how to do it and process of doing it, I was just provided links, and nobody I really was talking to could provide me their own personal process. It would be just links and videos, and obviously it would be that that kind of scratch the surface. So that's what actually got me to the deception I was seeing, is what actually got me to look more. And then when I was provided the information, I would find inconsistencies on so two people leaving the ball Earth would have two different explanations. I was like, oh, that's interesting. You have this explanation of why it works, and you do, but you guys are on the same plane, if you will, of thought, but you have two different explanations. So the inconsistencies is what intrigued me more. And then as I slowly started to ask different questions, the lies just stacked. Not lies, let me say this, because that's my interpretation of what I'm seeing or hearing or reading. It's not I'm going to say it's lies. It's either they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, or it's a lie. And so it could be part of the conditioning that they went through and the rhetoric parroting that they learned. Because again, I was them. I was believing everything that they had sent me at one point. It's just when I actually put them to, like, if I got a response from one person and another response from one person, I would use their arguments against each other, but yet they're both ball believers. Do you see what I'm saying? And so I literally have one guy fight with one guy, but use the other guy's argument against him, but they're both ball believers. It was just brilliant to watch it unfold if you took that position. It's like I did it to, I was just on the server a couple of days ago on, I don't know, her name's Queen. I don't know if you guys know who she is, but she presented me a formula. She goes, "This is your formula?"
Oh, trash?
Queen something. Anyway,
Yeah.
she goes, "Is this your formula?"
No way.
Hold on, this is great.
Don't try and bring some sort of an argument from the queen of the trolls.
Well, I know it's fantastic though, but hear me out though. So what it was is that she presented me a formula thinking it was my formula, right? And it's actually her formula from her ball model. And I said, "Can you explain the formula, how it works?" I went to go explain it. She goes, "It doesn't work, right? It's wrong, isn't it?" And I just burst out laughing. I said, "That comes from your calculation, from your ball model. Of course it's wrong." And it just shut her. It didn't really shut her up, but it put her in her place. I could tell it put her in her place.
I've never heard her debate anything other than
never
just
heard
calling
her come
people
across
names.
Oh,
with
she
something
just
like
calls
that.
names, and she has space pictures. She said space pictures, and she goes, "Explain the formula." She didn't realize that if I told her, I even Bearded Devil was there, and I said, "Buddy, here, Bearded Devil, take this down. 7,918 times 5,280, you get 41,807,040. Square root that, divide it by 5,280, you get 1.22459. So they all shut up after I give them that, because that's where it's derived from, is their supposition of the diameter of the sphere Earth, right? Which can actually be deduced from just optics, not even any physical measurement. So if you can deduce that apparent diameter size from your fucking just looking at stuff, you know that it's not based on a physical measurement. But yet I use that argument to draw them in, create a formula, then they claim the formula is wrong, but that it's actually derived from their fucking belief system. So that's the what my strategy is anyway, what I've done in some parts. And it's just priceless, man, to see that happen when they actually cut their own shit down and they don't even realize they're doing it.
I think when you go with that, that little data thing you just do with calculations, they're not going to get that.
Yeah, but you can repeat it, and if they're smart enough, they'll write it down.
Nah, they won't. They'll never get it. Because they can't get the fundamentals of it. They're never going to get that sort of a thing. I mean, they might learn to repeat it, but they won't learn anything from it.
Do you know what's funny about that, though, that you just said there? So if I go to an engineer and I go to, okay, I've done this already, where I go to people, normal people, and I say, "Hey, listen, man, do you think at 1 foot off the ground, the horizon is 1.224 miles away where everything goes over the ball?" Immediately, without people being involved in this debate, they'll say, "No, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't," just the average person gets it right away, okay? And sometimes when I've done it, their jaws drop when I actually show them the figure, 3,959 miles. They're like, "That's a small ball." It literally clicks, but it's only for a brief window. Maybe I get 30 seconds of it, a minute of it. I shatter their brain, just that one concept, not even the black swan, nothing to do. Just that principle alone. 1 foot, the horizon, 1 mile away. If you're a logical
you could be creating trolls though, because they'll remember you stole everything from them, and it might piss them off. They might end up in Gym Panda server. You know what I mean?
Hey, at the end of the day, if that's what they're choosing to do with their time, I can't control that. What I am doing is showing the psychological effects and then documenting, writing it down, and then giving people the opportunity to try these things that I've done to see the response. And eventually something has got to click over a period of time. Whether that happens or not, I don't know. It's clicked for you, it's clicked for me, it's clicked for Bev, it's clicked for people who join this stuff and debate it to a certain degree, to understand that there is no way that we live on a tiny little cylinder, a tiny little ball. There's just no way. And that little moment, that window that I provide for them, because I've done it several times over now, it's almost like I can break the hypnotic spell they're under for that 1 minute. No shit. To the point where they'll even say, well, NASA's wrong. That's not the size of the Earth. The Earth is way bigger. So it's great. But that's just the way to break the hypnotic spell and really the engineer and the...
That's not breaking the hypnotic spell, that though.
Well, for a minute.
No. So all they're doing whenever you do that, they're processing and they're filling that gap for the model. For themselves, they're patching up that hole that you're opening up for them, and they're reinforcing the model they're making up. Because they are.
No, because they say NASA's wrong. NASA's wrong then. So when they say NASA's wrong, then if they in later years when it comes out and they're presented to it again, they're going to remember that moment that they said NASA was wrong. They must. Right? There's a friend of mine I've known for a few years. One of my friends finally turned. He had to do it on his own. I gave him the information. I gave him the scenario. I gave him the information. He had to turn on his own. Now he just can't go back. He goes, it's just too much. There's too much lying going on. I see what I see with my eyes. It makes sense. This is what he says. It makes sense. The other guy, I've been working on for a few years, and I don't say anything to him. I just get him to think critically. And so, for instance, the containment of water, gas pressure, equal points of elevation, creating a horizontal line. He's into landscaping, so he knows he has to have equal points of elevation when he's doing stuff. And so when I say things like that to him, it eradicates the ball right away. But he does go back onto the ball again because he just can't do the full switch. So it's not like I'm creating trolls. They get the knowledge, they get the information. It's just they're not willing to switch over because it's probably pretty, it's going to affect them a great deal. It will affect them a great deal. So it's just this slow peeling of the Band-Aid. And it has worked for a couple, and it has not, and it's not foolproof.
Hey, real quick, are you familiar with hydrostatic pressure?
I just know that hydrostatic pressure causes hydrostatic equilibrium, which is 2 points of equal elevation.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah, so that's what I know of that. Yeah, but that's what I use as an argument as well, right? When I talk to engineers and I keep it very simple, and I get them to think. And I'm telling you, within that window, I can crack the hypnosis. It's just they don't want to stay there. They don't want to stay in that position. They put their foot in the water. It may be a little cold or lukewarm, but they'll put the foot in the water and they'll know that it's there. It's just whether or not they can go swimming entirely, right? So we'll see. I'm working on one guy and just hey man, you're into landscaping. You know that equal points of elevation is important, right?
Yeah. Hey, do you see how they try to hijack hydrostatic equilibrium and wrap it around like the sun, or wrap it around the globe, and say it's even elevation, like a equipotential surface?
Well,
even physics. Even physics teachers. Yeah, even physics teachers would be like, "What the frick?"
Well,
because they teach it.
If they say that, then how are they measuring drop? Because it's actually the opposite of drop.
Yeah. Do you know how you can measure curvature?
You can't.
That's right.
I
love asking Jim Panda that.
The only thing that I see that their errors could have come into play with 8 inch per mile squared is if they're measuring along a canal or a river, and that river has a slight degree of angle to it as it goes down to its lowest point. So
yeah, that's funny. I was just looking at the Savannah River, and it flows very, very slow. So whatever elevation it has is very, very slight.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
I'm
even
saying,
like the fastest river would be very, very slight.
nonetheless, if you did do it though, it would show a dip to the water to sea level, and that's I think sometimes can be the maybe the misunderstanding is that you're actually measuring at higher elevation to a lower elevation, and it's just doing that that slope degree to sea level. Because if you look at all of maps, or if you look at Google Earth, and you go to anything, like this is part of the things I jot down as well. So let's say we go look at a lake, you'll notice that the elevation profile will have dips all around the lake. So you can look at if water's above this surface, it will slope downwards into that lake. And even in the oceans, if you go to all the edges of all the continents, they're dipped, right? Because they're above sea level. So the bodies of the plains are dipping down to provide the water, the flow into the sea level, right? So that's what I see when I look at all the elevation profiles and all the data. They're all basically, even if a lake is no different than the continents or whatever. It's just reversed in the sense that the edges of the lake are dipped downward, right? But then you got sea level. So that could be the conflation in some of the data if they're measuring profile of landmass, negating the fact that the landmass is sloping, because for water to traverse down to a point of collection, it has to be sloped. There's no gravity driving that. It's moving downward because it's sloped, right? And it's just, that's what I find anyway in some of the measurements, like when they measured the is that one in India? Is it India? Where they measured
Great trigonometrical survey with all the triangles that are 180 degrees. Yeah, that one.
Exactly. But if you look, there's water there, and I think they measured against the water, and you'll have the land sloping in certain areas, right? So that's what I think that they can get away with is for in those measurements is the slope, and ideally it's just land sitting up in water, because water creates a horizontal by being equal points of elevation. That's what I find anyway. Now, having done that personal measurement myself, no, I just looked at the data and then look at Google Earth's elevation profile around the edges of the continents and lakes and so forth, and it's all consistently the same thing. They're all sloping downward into the water. So,
I know that might not be the right person to ask, right? But obviously, with geometry, there is a way of telling whether something is curved or straight, right?
Yeah, you need a straight line. Yep.
Now, obviously, Euclidean geometry is a book of proofs within geometry that things are true, and book 11 is solid geometry. Have you ever looked at any of that? I mean, because people go for Euclidean geometry, and a lot of people have heard talking about it, and a lot of people, no doubt, have heard us talking about it for the first time, and realizing it's a little bit more than just circles and triangles and squares. There's a form of logic behind it. But have you ever looked into book 11?
I did go through a period of time where I read a lot of Euclid's postulates and axioms. I can't say that I personally looked at book 11 that I recollect.
Well, you know the controversy within Euclid.
You're talking about the fifth postulate?
Well, you call it the fifth postulate. I don't. I call it the 12th axiom.
Yeah, I know. It's like I said, it's depending on where you're reading. I got my information from a 1911 Encyclopedia Britannica talking about all of Euclid's principles and axioms, postulates and axioms. The fifth postulate talking about two straight lines being able to converge, maintaining 90-degree perpendiculars.
No.
That was hijacking.
Yeah, that's it right there, man. That's what you just said.
I know. So it's a hijacking, and Bernard Riemann tells you that Euclidean is perfectly fine for the terrestrial world we live in, It works. It's exactly correct, but you can't use it for the heavens. This is like a direct quote from his.
Yeah. We understand that, right? We understand that, and it's no good just saying that because people won't understand what you're saying, right? But basically, the geometry we're saying, right line geometry, works in reality, right? It is a reality geometry. The rest of the geometry means you have to make it up, right? That's basically
exactly
what you're saying, right?
You have to have a supposition. Did you know that even Einstein couldn't do spherical geometry?
There's no such thing.
No, I
right?
know. Hold on.
Okay.
So he could use Euclidean, but to advance his theory of relativity in space-time, he had to get another mathematician to help him out.
Yes.
It's
You know what's funny though?
We do know
you know what's
that.
funny, Data, when you describe the parallel postulate, you talked about two lines intersecting.
Yeah.
You know? That's well anyway, go ahead, Bev.
That's the hijacking. That's not reality. That's not what happens here on Earth. Right?
No,
good.
Data.
Go ahead, Bev.
Data. Yeah. You are getting mixed up because the fifth postulate states that a triangle is made. Yeah, it does. That's what it states. It's a triangle axiom to state that a triangle is made on the side in which the angles are less than two right angles.
Yeah, but that's if it's less. I'm talking about two perpendicular 90 degrees converging into a point, creating spherical geometry.
But that's no. That's not what happens, right? That's not what you consider as the parallel postulate, right? The parallel postulate is a triangle axiom.
I wrote it down in my book. Let me just go back, man, because I wrote about.
Hang on, Data. Data. We're not arguing with you.
Yeah,
we're just trying to show you something.
I'm trying to clear this up to you, right? Now, when they fix that, and like you say, they've made up a new geometry, right? Even because Einstein couldn't use it. Newton used Euclidean geometry in all of his mechanics.
They all use it, yeah.
Yeah, everyone uses Euclidean geometry, but the ballers have to have a different geometry because Euclidean geometry doesn't work, right? So they make up a new postulate or whatever. Now, when you get to book 11, you are talking about solid geometry, right? Now, that definitely doesn't work on a ball. In spherical geometry, there's no such thing as solid geometry because there's no elevation, there's no 3D in spherical geometry. In the concept of what they've made spherical geometry, there's no 3D. So only Euclidean geometry works for solid geometry, and solid geometry is the geometry that we use in reality. It's like 3D reality geometry. So within, I was looking at this today, Cleary. Within book 11, there first off is the one that a straight line cannot lie. That's the first proof within book 11, is to say that a straight line cannot lie partly within a plane and partly without it. Meaning that a straight line is contained within a plane. This is sort of like the build-up to reality geometry, right? So this is how we build proofs. So if we can have a proof from reality in and backed by geometry that is reality with an actual proof, do you think that might help us progress forward?
They first of all have to come to conclude what creates a horizontal line from 2 points.
Who's
and
they?
It's only Globers. It's only possible on a plane, right? So if they cannot show you a horizontal path between 2 points without using a plane, then how can they back their argument up? The only argument they can say is, well, it's just a bigger sphere, and in between those 2 points, there's equal points of elevation. But then when they admit to that, they have to admit that those points of elevation is on a plane.
Right. Well,
So
can I give you a logical
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
idea for horizontal? Right. A quick one, geometrically. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Now, that straight line, in reality, would be a horizontal distance, because if it were not a horizontal distance, there would be a vertical change from the horizontal, right? And then that straight line with the difference from the horizontal would turn into the hypotenuse of the said triangle, thus being a longer side than the horizontal distance of the triangle. Right? So the shortest distance between 2 points in reality would have to be horizontal, otherwise it wouldn't be the shortest distance between 2 points.
Right, you couldn't do it with a hypotenuse. That's right.
Okay,
'Cause
so
hypotenuse wouldn't be
no
wouldn't be-
slope
Yeah.
is the first
Yeah.
one. And
Right.
with a water level tool, we know that neither end is higher nor lower than the other, thus making it a tool to establish a horizontal, because you've only got two ends, 2 points, haven't you, with the water level? I mean, the fact that the water level would be a horizontal plane anywhere established by those two end points, right? That's a horizontal. So it's very easy to use logic and geometry to prove the geometry of reality. It's very easy as soon as you start looking at it geometrically. But the problem is, not a lot of people do. Not a lot of people will slow the brains down enough to give them this idea of working this logical process out for themselves.
So how would you get the brain to switch to separate the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean? Because it appears that everybody's in non-Euclidean space in their minds.
Yeah,
right.
In my geometry, that's
Yeah,
the only.
so how
That's
do you-
the only place
Euclidean.
it exists.
Yeah, it's Euclidean 3 space.
Yeah.
3-dimensional space, X, Y, and Z.
Everything we
It
see
can't exist.
is
It only has to
Euclidean.
exist on horizontal. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So they basically in their minds they're conflating the 3D space to spherical. But in reality,
they're
it's-
just bending straight lines in their mind.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
don't know.
only
That's an
place
uphill-
it
That's an uphill
exists.
battle, buddy. 'Cause
Yeah,
we have people like Ruhif, which I've asked, what's your dog in the fight here? Why do you come here? And his dog in the fight was when I don't want to talk to my wife and when I don't want to hang out with the kids and I'm mad, I come here and talk to you guys. That's literally the motivation then. So the motivation isn't to learn or to progress. It's to what then?
To obfuscate with Ruhif, definitely. But I mean,
Yeah.
Ruhif did give us the Ruhif numbers, right?
Oh, did he?
This is one of the biggest mistakes that any baller could ever do.
Oh,
is
what are
give
these
us the
Ruhif
numbers
What
that
are
we're
they?
meant to be measuring. I mean, how the
What are they?
Like-
You got them, Andy?
yeah, they're put
Ruhif
there in the
numbers,
live chat. Check it out. I mean, you should take it with you. These are the drop numbers for each 100 meter for Slice Barkane's bending water level experiment, and these
It's
are
a little hard to read the first 5, I think. They're like a different color.
the gold ones. They're the Ruhif gold starters for 5
Where did you post it at?
in the live chat. The one right above the room we're in, with the little green ball.
So what did he do here? He oh my God, the millimeters.
This is a team effort. All of the ballers came in for this one.
I'm just gonna have to look at it. Give me a second.
I'll get the clip where Jesse said it as well. So I mean, we were basing it off a couple of things. We had first off, we had Jesse Kozlowski saying that the water level drops away from horizontal, which obviously is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. But he did say it. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know whether I've got...
You want to run through the numbers with me? I mean, these are obviously from point to point.
Yep.
And they're why does he got the 1 millimeter, the number 1 crossed out?
Because Ruhif said it would be 1 millimeter drop over the 100, and somebody, whatever, right, corrected Ruhif. So we had to make it out that Ruhif made a mistake and he was corrected by one of somebody else, right?
Now, so is it possible when they're measuring over the land, they're measuring... No, calculated, right?
Oh, they calculated. No, nobody's ever measured these. I mean, obviously the water doesn't drop. Right, so you have to take the... I mean, these are calculated. Water. Yeah, so...
Water or land?
This is water.
Oh my God.
Yeah, these are water levels, right? Look, these are individual 100 meter water levels, and providing you start at the beginning, this is the individual drop numbers of each 100 meter water level. Like, they're all placed end to end, like Slice Barkane's test. Right, because he was no good at knowing where the leaks were. He's obviously one of the worst plumbers in the world, and it leaked all over the place. He then decided for his next test, his next bending water level experiment, what he was going to do was just get 16 100 meter water levels and fill them up and place them end to end. And like adjust the water level at each end to match, and then continue on. Right? So 16.
Pretty weak, man. Yeah.
And then these are the calculated numbers that he's going to be measuring of the drop of each one of them. But see, my test isn't the drop.
I don't really get enough data from it. I mean, I don't know the distance. How far are they doing this over?
100 meters.
Just 100 meters?
No, so see that number 1? It says 0.78 millimeters.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, right. So that is, you're stood at 0, and there is a water level going 100 meters away from you. Right? The drop of the other end, not the end that you're stood at, obviously. The drop at the other end that you're not stood at, according to their maths, is 0.78. Right? Now, where that water level is level, what they do is then there is another start of another 100 meter water level. And that carries on. So after the 200 meters, there is a drop of 3.1 millimeters.
So just to clarify, if they are moving along one right line, like you say, isn't their ball model supposed to be, if you're going from right to left, or from left to right, if you will, you're doing the right line, like you say, does that mean when they turn around that they have to go uphill?
No, it's drop. It's infinite drop model, right? As soon as you accept the drop, there is an infinite drop. You never, like, if you go on the Ballers Canal, come and meet us on the Ballers Canal, you can go round the Ballers Canal and you will always drop 8 inches every mile. And so you can do a triangular journey and end up at the same spot as where you started at 24 inches lower than you were when you started off.
They dug themselves a hole with that calculation then.
Yeah, so that's why
I can't believe they...
Go on.
Sorry.
No, go on, Buster.
That's
I was just... I was just gonna say I can't believe that they're okay with it being the individual water levels. That's kind of blowing my mind.
That's Slice Barkane's test. Experiment. I mean, they're stuck to it. As soon as they do anything, they
Slice Barkane knows the Earth's flat, right? I engaged with him regarding perspective, and he ran away from me. He said one of the last things he said to me. He goes, "Well, do you mean the moon's the size of your thumb?" Right? Because you can hold up your thumb to the moon and block the moon, right? So when somebody says that to you, they know the argument very well. Unless they're they're dumb, like really, really dumb. But I don't think so, right? I think Slice, he knows. So
no. Slice Barkane could be really, really dumb. I mean, don't hold that out. I mean, yeah. Don't hold it out. I mean, it could well be.
Yeah, he's really dumb.
But what I'm saying is they're individual. They're not connected at all, right?
Yeah, because like the first time he did it, it leaked all over the place. He didn't have a clue how to do it, so he's a rubbish plumber. So the best thing he can do now is just have 16 individual water levels. Yeah.
I've seen the numbers before, but when you said individual water levels, that changes everything.
Yeah.
Pretty weak.
Oh my God, dude.
It's a pretty weak.
This is bad.
Yeah, it's pretty weak, man.
That's
actually
to drop.
Yeah, it's to do this as a proof or as trying to be convincing. What it only will do is have somebody look at it and look at the numbers, and they won't even know what it means, and that's exactly the whole methodology of the ball.
No. Which mean they won't know what it means. They are numbers for drop from horizontal, like Blue when at the beginning when we went over the elevation thing. Those numbers are a measured change in the vertical. They are what you call elevation drop numbers. So whoever gave us those numbers must be absolutely stupid, because they've given us elevation drop numbers without realizing it, right? Because that's what their model does. They're forced into it. They're forced into giving us elevation drop numbers, and what they are, they imagine there's a tangent, don't they? There's a drop from a tangent. The horizontal's a tangent at that point. But they're not clever enough to know that the geometry that they're using, spherical geometry, where they get these numbers from, but these numbers are Pythagorean. They're not spherical drop numbers, because there's no such thing as a tangent in spherical geometry. There's no such thing as a chord in spherical geometry. But the ballers aren't clever enough to know this. So they just keep saying this. They blab it, right, as though they know what they're talking about. But they don't. And it's quite funny, actually, because them giving us these numbers gives us a chance to show how right line geometry in reality works, right? So what you can do, once they've given us these numbers, you can look at them and say, well, the drop is obviously not there. It's ridiculous. There's no drop, but, like they say, there could be a hump. This is where you swap from one model to the other. Right?
Yeah, the problem is that if you reverse on that idea, you can't be going down when you reverse. If you're going up and down one way and you make it to that point, are you going to go down when you turn around again? Like, how are they supposing it rises to the hump?
It's a logical argument, right? That you do not need any calculations for or anything. This is simple logic.
I literally asked the school teacher this setup. This has been months ago. Of course, they switched now, but asked them, water level, can you make a straight line? Water level.
Yeah, like, yeah. What's going to happen at the end?
Drop. All right, now let's pick everything up, set it up at the other end. go back the other way. And he just sat there. I was like, you have another 8-inch drop? And he just went silent.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? So.
Yeah. Right. So as soon as you get rid of the drop through a logical argument, obviously the ballers, their brains are fried at this moment, right? Because they don't know what's going on. They have a drop. Jesse Kozlowski has said there's a drop. Larry Scott has said there's a drop. But obviously, logically, there isn't. So then you have to work on the hump, right? Now, the hump works. But this is another logical argument, right? All of those numbers on there are drop numbers. But if you take a double distance, so like you say 400 meters of water level, see that 200 meter mark, the midpoint, that turns into a hump. What was a drop at 200 meters, if you make the water level 400 meters, that distance at 200 meters turns from a drop of 3.1 millimeters to a hump above the chord. It's a lift, it's a raise of the water, not a drop, or a hump. Again, rather stupid contradiction. And again, reductio ad absurdum, through logic, it can't be done. But because of these two ridiculous logical arguments, there comes a midpoint. What is the midpoint? Well, the midpoint just happens to be a proof within geometry, specifically book 11 of Euclid, which is a book, if anybody wants to have a look at it, it's a book of logical proofs, actual proofs. When somebody says prove it, well, you go to geometry, you go to mathematics, you go to the proofs in the book of proofs, like Pythagorean triangle, the 3, 4, 5 that everybody says. The actual proof of that is proposition 47 within Euclid book 1. But that's just a triangle in reality. Sorry. The Pythagorean triangle only works in Euclidean geometry. Doesn't work in any other geometry. Not one that you can even make up. It only works, and it has a proof in Euclidean geometry. But the point is of this is...
Can I stop you right there?
Go on.
Before you get to the point?
Go on.
Whatever says you're misrepresenting the globe model.
Whatever.
I don't know. You should.
Whatever's done to give us the numbers, the drop numbers. I mean, so yeah. Whatever. If you want to come in and have a chat, I mean, the open platform. Will send him the link. I'll send him the link. You can come in.
Fix this misconception that we have.
Yeah. See what we're misrepresenting of the model, because I think I guess you're going to say that you think both of them are actually the same, both models, but they're not. Obviously, you can't have a drop and a hump both being true, whatever. It's ridiculous. So the point is, in book 11, which definitely is not got anything to do with spherical geometry and is provably not in spherical Euclidean book 11. It's got nothing to do with spherical geometry. It's mainly an instruction manual to give you other proofs for surveying in reality and how the principles of geometry go on to the land surveying stuff. So
that's why I bring up Bernard Riemann, because he's the one that ended up helping Einstein develop the math ended up helping Einstein develop space-time. And the WGS-84 geodesic, and they'll tell you it's abstract math. They'll tell you it's abstract math.
Yeah. Do you want to know? Do you want to know how abstract it is?
do anything.
It's the
not
fourth dimension that's needed is perpendicular to the other three.
Say that again. It's perpendicular to the other three. What?
Yep. I'll get you the clip. Yeah, that's what they say. That Einstein helped out. Oh, I don't know whether I've got it. I can get it.
Data, do you think you could draw that?
No, I don't think at all. I'm trying to picture to get it in my head.
Yeah, that's where you have to put your. Yeah, that's where you have to put your head if you want to accept the concept of anything that isn't
fantasy.
I just find it quite. What's interesting to see the Bernard Riemann himself tell you that Euclidean is only for here on Earth. It works perfectly here on Earth. You can't use it when you're looking up into space, right?
Well, yeah, but they do say that in space, right? They don't know the shape.
Exactly.
It could be flat,
but you can't use, for whatever reason, Euclidean is not. It doesn't work, right?
It could do. It could work. They just don't know. They're making that shit up.
I've
heard them say it's flat, Bev.
Yeah, it could be. They like they say they don't know what it is out there.
Yeah.
I'll do more digging because they like I said, we all agree that they tell you, right? They tell you beforehand what their limitations are. It's just over years of programming, the limitations aren't in the forefront of these people's minds of what man is capable of doing, how they measure stuff. There's limitations to all present reality, right?
Euclidean. There's a book of it.
No, I know. What I'm saying is the average person is not living in reality. They're just that their heads are not in that headspace.
Yeah, people like whatever.
So, possibly, yeah. He could be, he could be living in La La Land and not wanting to get out of it, right?
Yeah, they've been told by people, and a lot of people have repeated it that this.
Now he's saying down is the center of a circle.
Yeah, I mean that's good, isn't it? I mean, brilliant. That works. He is pretty.
A double drop becomes a hump.
Yep. Yeah. Whatever's one of the guys that told us that the drop turns into hump. It's the same thing. The hump and the drop, the humpity drop. Hoppy.
Just envision a 2-hump camel.
Jump.
Doesn't it you'd think it should right away for a small, just a tiny little person. They should right away realize how tiny they actually are and just how impossible it is if they're claiming they're measuring curvature over extremely short distances. Like the logic and sense and reason should be there, right? But if you look at Ruhif's numbers, this is over a extremely small distance. And they're saying this is drop, this is Earth curve.
Yeah, it has to.
So well, it has to in their mind. But
no. In their model, it has
in
to.
Their model, yeah.
Even when they say in reality, right, that plane surveying happens over 100 square miles, and that's because there's no projects bigger than that, right? They're basically being told that there is no spherical geometry ever used in reality, but they have to because they have a model that says there's a drop from where you are, right? There is there's no backing for it, but these people in these little arenas that we're talking to, they have it.
A proper argument for this. Can you cite your logical statement?
Oh yeah. Right. So this was the when QE was doing the Black Swan. I said it's a bit too complicated using numbers that they won't understand. You should really simplify it. So we did. Called it the Dark Horse. And it is, if the Earth is a spherical object, P, then the surface of liquid water must curve, Q. Antecedent consequent relationship.
Yeah, I have you quoted down saying that. I took that quote. It's in my book.
And because of that statement, these ballers that we talk to round here have give us those numbers, right? They have to. They can't have water level being horizontal. Their model says it can't be. So that's why they give us these numbers, because their model dictates this to them. There's a logical cog-dis thing that's going on in the ballers' minds right now. Right? The reality states that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, yet their numbers and their model tell them differently. So that's why they're all acting really strange at the minute. And that's why nobody wants to talk about geometry. Because they know Euclidean geometry disproves the globe.
Exactly why. Exactly my argument with. It's exactly my argument why Bernard Riemann did what he did, and that's why I keep bringing him up, is because it's exactly what they explain. They couldn't get out of Euclidean.
Yeah. Well, what you should do is you should stop bringing that guy up and let them start bringing him up, right? We just keep to reality. There's no need to keep telling them about their fantasies.
I know, but they don't even know of him. Most of the people don't know of how they even got spherical geometry. They have no idea the argument, period, right? Like I tried expressing to you guys in the 1300s, there's literally a handful of famous astronomers that they didn't hate Euclid's postulate, but they didn't want to accept it. Right? And it's
literally
let them figure it out.
Yeah,
let them figure it out. They don't even know they can't have straight lines and still use them.
Yeah, I think that's a great P equals Q. If the Earth's a sphere, P, then the surface of the liquid water would curve. Must curve. Yeah, the surface of the liquid water must curve. Q. If the water doesn't, if the Earth is a sphere, P, then the surface of the liquid water must curve Q. As I wrote this down, I think you said this a week ago. I wrote this down.
Q, the water standing water.
Q, the water doesn't curve. Therefore, the Earth is in a sphere P.
No. It is a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Therefore, not Q.
Yeah.
Why would you horizontal reference?
So if the Earth is a sphere P, then the surface of liquid of water must curve Q.
Yeah. A water level
does not.
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
I'll put a water level there. No, I just want to put it down, man, because you never know if 20 years from now, 10 years from now, everybody can read it right there. Yeah, it's pretty funny. That's a good little modus ponens or modus tollens.
It's just a logical statement. I mean, you leave it open for the ballers, right? That's the argument is taken out. The black swan argument of refraction disappears. You can prove level is horizontal, or I can prove level is horizontal. It's easy. Surveyors do it every day. I mean, that's what they use. There's nobody who would go against level not being horizontal unless you're a really confused person with a model. So in reality, level is horizontal. That's practically used, provably used, and demonstratably used as horizontal and a straight line. So, I mean, if we can come up with a proof that level is horizontal, then it's just up to the globers to support their claims that there is a curvature. Jesse Kozlowski said the water level drops from horizontal. Prove it. Go measure these numbers that they've got. Should be easy with all the technology everybody's got nowadays.
That's also another thing I'm shocked by, is the lengths that they go to try to win the argument, right? There should be enough evidence right now locally that there is no physical dip, drop, or curvature, but yet they're constantly looking for it, right? Purposely looking for it. But in reality, when you look at their little peon on the ground trying to do all that stuff, but yet we have aviation, we have all this stuff to show that little peon trying to measure a dip or drop. It's just not possible. There's none there, right? So that huge gap of logical reasoning is either intentional, right? I'm going to bring this argument forward. We're going to put this argument out into the world. We're going to take this position here, or it's just ignorance times 10.
People don't know logic. Step one has always got to be help people understand logic. Because once people understand, it's like teach a man to fish, right? Teach somebody logic and they'll be able to think from themselves. The reason we're in this state at the minute, I think, is because people have been taught to not think. I guess they've been taught to trust other people's words. And then once you can trust other people's words, you can be led to believe programming. You can be programmed to take in other people's words. I mean, you might even go so far within this programming of words to imagine when somebody's talking really fast and saying lots of things, you might believe that they're clever, and because they're much cleverer than you, because you can't understand what they're saying. But that could be them just talking fast because they don't really understand what they're saying anyway. Or it may just be that they've got a hyperactive mind. But there's not a lot of people like Rumpus that talk a lot, but when you break down what they say, it's not an awful lot. And not much that makes any sense, especially logically.
I'm a fast talker, man.
Yeah,
so,
I've noticed.
But I back it up with my math, and I back it up with a consistent observation.
It's way beyond most people, though, right? You'll get the ballers pretending they agree with you, and they don't really understand what you're talking about, because they don't understand the fundamentals, don't understand the basics. So if they don't understand the basics, how are you going to understand all of this extra stuff?
Well, that's the thing too, right? I mean, a lot of people, it depends on how new they are in the conversation. I mean, you still got Sean Hawkins, like I said, talking about if the earth is flat. Sean
Hawkins was one of the first people I got to meet and, talk around here. And Sean Hawkins had 4 inches at the midpoint. Right, so Sean Hawkins had been in this game for 5+ years, and he still had a slope. He didn't understand the quadratic function of the geometry behind the water level. Right, that's how little these people have looked into this. That they don't understand it at all. They just come at it from a place of a high superiority, right? Of they know they live on a globe, when they've been fooled into it. They know nothing about it other than what they've been told in these little circles.
Well, they for a while there, they were sure defending that ancient 8 inch per mile square by calling it a parabola, and you couldn't use it. And then now they're using it. It's too funny, man.
Well, they're not actually using it. They're just calculating it all the time. That's all they've got.
Yeah.
Not
Those are
one
the
of these
parameters.
people have ever done anything practically. They can't have done. They wouldn't be arguing for what they argue for if they've had any practical experience at all. It's shocking, really. Some of the things that people tell people that are like, you know, professionals within a trade. But there's people in Discord servers.
Stupid. I just can't believe them to be that stupid, though.
It's not that they're stupid. They're stuck on a model, and what they've done is they've spent that long degrading people and mocking them, and to find out or to go against them. Because I mean, imagine you've been sat in a Discord room with 60, 50, 60 people, all been laughing at flat earthers or people that they call flat earthers, calling them child abusers, you know, calling them all sorts of names and saying they're stupid and they're ignorant and they don't understand anything. And when they come down to it, it comes down to a straight line being straight. When they realise they cannot even have a straight line in their model, then, I mean, how can they go against that? How can they then turn around and say, wow, this sounds a bit stupid? They can't. They're stuck to it. They're stuck to their model. They have to stick to it because they know if they were to turn around and say, well, this sounds a bit silly, this, every one of their friends that have been calling the flat earthers, they'll turn on him. They know it'll be even worse for a glober to turn into like a realist and go, wait a minute, this globe seems a little bit silly. It's bad.
Oh, what was that one guy that he's pretty comical, man. I get a good laugh of that guy. He went from a flat earther.
Speak lies.
Yeah, I fucking howled when I came across that guy because I work with actors, right? And professional actors, so I know the gig very well, and the tells are easy. But it's just I just burst out laughing. I mean, you got a guy going out of his way to tell people he became a flat earther to come out of it and then give you his story. The intention behind it is maybe more sinister. It's definitely not innocent, that's for certain. But to go through the whole acting to do it, that's when I just burst out laughing. I was like, dude, you're a terrible fucking actor. Nobody sees it though. Well, I mean, some people see it. You guys see it and shit. But to actually to look around the room and talk about the shadow and the shape of the bendy. Oh man, it was priceless, man. Priceless stuff. That stuff you can't write down in a book. You got to see that stuff for yourself to see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Tom in the chat there. Tom Mole. Sounds like I think he likes to pretend he's clever. Yeah. Well, he's everybody's stalker, right? He must go after a fair few people. But come in, Tom. Let's have a chat.
Yeah, come on in, Tom. You post on my page all the time.
I say I've educated myself, Tom. And I have. I think most people here. I definitely say it for myself. Since coming into this conversation and this arena, I have learnt more than 1,000 times more than I ever did in school.
Absolutely, dude.
I had to unlearn school and relearn for myself.
Yeah, autodidact I think is the best way, but it's not everybody's going to have that personality or drive, right? Usually that personality or drive to learn via autodidact the motivation, like what was your motivation to keep learning? My motivation was I didn't want to be deceived or lied to.
So never wanted to stop learning. Yeah.
Well, I mean, not everybody wakes up and starts learning about, hydrostatic pressure and equal, nobody wakes up and starts learning that unless you're geared towards weather. And, you're, for instance, in Greece right now, they have anticyclones happening, right? So, the whole Coriolis effect with the blah, blah, blah.
What?
Yeah, so in Greece right now, there's anticyclones happening.
No, I mean, I was going, what? The whole anti-corol... What?
So the Coriolis, right? You have north rotation, and then you have counterclock rotation in the north and clock rotation in the south. But yet Greece...
you mean wind?
Anticyclones. Yeah, I understand. But I'm just saying they have anticyclones right now, big time. Because the tides are moved out. The tides haven't come back in. I guess there's a big anomaly happening right in Greece right now. And so they come up with an explanation and all this stuff. So if tides can cause anticyclones, then it isn't Earth rotation that's causing it, right? So it's just kind of funny how you can have the rhetoric compartmentalized in one scientific field for an explanation, but then when you apply it to actual reality, it doesn't fit with that actual narrative. And you can go look this up right now. Yeah, Greek is, I think it's in Greece. I think it's, I have to go check where I read that again. But they're having...
Yeah, no offense, Data, but we just don't even give a fuck about the globe model.
About wind.
No, yeah. I know, but what I'm saying is that this is the game, right? You can be presented the truth. You can be presented a black swan that goes against the main narrative, but then they'll come up with some sort of excuse for it. But yet, you have anticyclones happening, not because of,
Yeah, they'll justify every little piece of their model that doesn't fit the model. They'll justify it. That's what they do. That's how the model is put into you. It's put into you as a child. And every little bit of the model you build yourself. And you build every bit when somebody triggers you or somebody gives you some reason to not believe the globe. Then what you do is you take that information and you build a hole and you fill that gap with some sort of justification why that couldn't happen because the globe must be true. And that's how you do it. That's why there are people in servers, call them GLARPing servers, where they help each other come over all of these holes, right? Because it's people like us, all of us, that people ask questions. And when you ask questions of people about a model that they want to defend, and they can't actually defend that particular question because it stumps them, that they'll end up in Gempanda's server trying to work out how these what they call a flat earther, just a reality person asking questions about shit that happens in reality, how they could have this question that doesn't fit the model that they have, and other people will help them get over these problems. Well, it could be many different ways. I mean, like you telling them about Bernard Riemann, right? I mean, that's a guy who could help them.
No, because all it would do is it would lead them down to exactly what I want them to go towards, which is abstract maths.
Yeah, that's where they've gone, right? That's what I've been doing as well, dude.
To admit it, though,
same thing.
It's different. So what I do is, as I play Columbo style kind of thing, right? So if I present them something and they ignore it, or refuse it, deny it, but then I present something of their own and they still do the same thing, I'm like, that's your own. What are you doing here? So if I present them two claims, one's my claim, one's the other's, but they don't know it's theirs, you know what I mean? So it's just priceless setting it up like that. So if they're saying that it's reality, but then they're using Bernard Riemann as an excuse, well, that's not reality. It's abstract math. Abstract math isn't reality. It's a description. It's a concept. It's not reality, right? So That's the whole point. Euclid is reality. It's the Bernard says it's reality, but at the same token, they're going to think that Bernard is giving them the reality. But Bernard says no, Euclidean's reality. You see?
Yeah. Well, what you're doing it with Bernard Riemann and all of those little things. I mean, we could do it, but we do it with Jesse Kozlowski, that guy from Maine, and George. Not Zach.
George
not Zach.
Yeah. He's still supposed to show me an observation or experiment. Well, let's say observation, where you can change the velocity of an object without any acting force. He's supposed to show me a demonstration of that.
George is I don't know. I think George is maybe a little bit too old. He makes stuff up, unfortunately.
He seems like a harmless, old fella kind of thing. But again, what's the dog in the fight?
I wouldn't say he's harmless, because the particular misinformation that George hands out is pretty dangerous, right?
Costs people their jobs.
Yeah, well, yeah, he costs people their jobs, but also the Globers that believe him, obviously, hopefully, no realist would believe him because he talks shite. But obviously, the Globers, they rely on people like George Rumpus. And I mean, obviously, they know that George is useless and you wouldn't trust him. But when he says things out loud to people that they deem are flat earthers, then the Globers, I mean, that information's going into their heads, right? It's sticking in there. I mean, like George is saying, well, they think George is saying he's measuring a drop of the water level over a lake, but he's not. He'll tell them that he's doing refraction tests, right, to see what happens to the light. I mean, he knows there's no drop, but they believe there's some sort of a wizard trick. Doesn't work on most people. Oh well, those of us in these sort of areas, we become immune to it. But I mean, the ballers, they take all of that information on. When George says that he does something, when Jesse Kozlowski says that the water level drops from the horizontal at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared, when he says that, they cite it. When that guy from Maine says that plumb lines aren't perpendicular. No, wait a minute, that's not right.
Here's the thing,
vertical.
though. Jesse Kozlowski, as he's making that assertion, doesn't understand that assertion has been refused by the globe defenders themselves. So that doublespeak, if you will, he's not even aware that's happening. There's an actual site, I think it's Flat Earth Lunacy, that's actually dedicated to debunking the 8 inch per mile square. So why don't you present Jesse whatever his last name, Lakowski, with that site and ask him if he can refute it, right?
Jesse's blocked me. He won't talk to me. Jesse knows he's done the wrong thing. He shouldn't have said it. You can't pretend to be a surveyor and then say that the water level drops from the horizontal. I mean, the only reason you would say that is because you are fooling a load of people that have a model that will actually believe you. Right? If you were saying it to a group of surveyors, you get laughed at. If you were saying it to a group of people down in the pub, they'd laugh at you too. Right? If you were saying it to a group of builders, they'd laugh at you. But if you say it to a group of glarpers, they'll lap it up. They'll take that as evidence, right? They'll say, "Give us the video. I can point people at that video and say, look, that proves what you've just said." But only a certain few people ever think like that. And unfortunately, people like George and Jesse and all of that sort of give credence to the trolls, the vicious, horrible ones that believe that what they say is true. right? And it must be true.
So just on a side note here, Tom doesn't want to come in because he's afraid of being interrupted and talked over.
I know.
Tom, I'll be on my best behavior. In fact, I will tell Bev to mute me if I interrupt you or talk over you. So
no, he still won't come in. He still won't come in.
So Tom, from now on, when you post on my site, I'm going to call you a little chicken turkey for not coming in and debating today. Okay?
Look at this room. Look at the people that are in here.
That will be my response to you from this day forward. If you can't come in because you're afraid of being talked over or being interrupted, that's a pretty weak argument, bud.
Yeah. You know that when you've heard them at Gem Panda's server and wherever else, they have to finish. Let me finish. That's what they have to do, right? Because then they assume they can just say whatever they want. They'll make up a load of stuff that you said this, and back in 5 years ago you once said this comment on here, and can you justify that, and all of that. I mean, that's Tom's game, right? It's definitely not anything to do with geometry, and we all know Tom hasn't got any globe proofs because there are none. Zero. Unless you want to consider like really crappy proofs like pictures, which nobody ever has that.
Well, there's one conundrum I'm still in the process of writing and researching, and it's the 24-hour Antarctic sun and the evidence that's provided with it. That is the only conundrum that I've encountered so far, and that there in itself, I literally have history books conflicting themselves. Anything after 1958, when DARPA was formed and when NASA was formed, the information's changed. So there is, for instance, in early 1800s, there's documentation of Antarctica being dark for 7 months, 8 months, no light, no sun above the horizon, nothing. And then you get into, the new modern era, and now all of a sudden Earth is 6 months of darkness, 6 months of light down there. So I find that kind of interesting. I don't know, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't have any thoughts on that. I know I've seen one footage, and I think the first frame is the same as the last frame. So
yeah, there's one video like that.
Definitely doctored.
Yeah,
and that's good enough for me. There should be no need for anybody to doctor anything. So
check this out. So I got the second video and I put it up and I reversed it and forwarded it. You can't tell either rotation. You have to be very careful the direction of the smokestack. The third video by Andrew Powell, I went in and took an animated sun, and it matches his sun, right? So what are the odds that my animated sun that I can put in the video is matching his sun? Pretty interesting. So I asked him about it. I had some little, interaction with Andrew Powell, the gentleman who shot the 24-hour Antarctic video. So I went to his channel and reached out to him, and I said, "Hey, man, can you tell me why I can animate the sun that look like your sun?" He hasn't replied back yet, so we'll see what he says. And I mean, I can animate it exactly the same movement, the exact same shape, right? So there is an effect.
Yeah, we don't do animations here, so.
Yeah, I know. So you can do it. There is an effect, the star glow, if you will, based on the size of the aperture and the effect of light passing through it. You can cause a diffraction, giving you a more starry look. But I can also use a computer-generated sun with the same effect. So it's an interesting, once again, it's an interesting, I'm going to say conundrum on that point, but it's an interesting paradox, if you will, because if he won't reply back to me about why it looks like my animated sun, then maybe it's not a paradox. Maybe it's more, well, how would you call it? it appears deceptive in nature, and then when you want to clarify the deception, you're not being allowed to further the conversation because you're deemed an idiot or conspiratorial for asking that question. So I don't know what kind of position that would be, or what you describe that as, because I'm just honestly asking for verification and, coming at him hat in hand, being, asking, and it's not being, it seems there's, it's obfuscated, or there's an obstacle there. So maybe it's just an obstacle is a better way to sum it up.
An awkward question for them.
Yeah.
Right? They don't like awkward questions, so they always avoid them.
Especially those people.
That's the model believers, right? Nobody from reality ever. I think Rakir said this the other day. He said nobody from reality ever has to dodge and dip and dive ever. Just answer a question, or they ask for clarification on the question. They
That's
never
right.
just avoid.
They don't want to clarify. That's right. It's not in their best interest to clarify.
Yeah.
So it looks like Tom's coming in. I'm gonna go make myself a coffee. I'm
Sweet.
still listening. I'll be right back.
Go
I
for you, Tom.
got myself a new coffee. Like I do the overpours. I don't have a coffee maker. I just do the fresh overpours. And here in Canada, they raised the carbon tax 33%. I went to go buy a little single pour because my glass one broke. It cost me $24 for it, man. And it's just this plastic little. It's crazy, the expensive nature of our world for just something so small and cheap. It blew me away, man. I mean, $24 is not expensive, but I bought it for $9 before, and now it's $24. It's just insane.
Just have me tea. No coffee. Been called a chicken. Is that Bertie? You could come in as well. Nobody from reality has to dodge a question. Now, that's a good one, Bertie. Come on in. Try us out.
So Bev, just to clarify too, I just wanted to quote you properly. This is what I have down. I probably paraphrased it. I did say if the Earth is a sphere, then the surface of liquid must curve. If the surface of the liquid does not curve, therefore Earth is not a sphere. Would that be a good paraphrasing from you?
I've got a meme. I've got a drawing that I did. I'll just have a look for it.
Copy that
for you. It's sort of graphic as well because it's got me infinite water level on it, which is the sort of the proof of the infinite water level. That's one. That's the one I've got up on the wall. But that's not the one. Is it? Yeah, that one in the live chat there now. So if you look, all of those underneath are individual water levels. You could actually move any one of the position of any one of those water levels and they would always be horizontal. That's sort of, it's the infinite water level because it's meant to be. It's on my wall. Thanks, ICQ. All of those water levels prove that It's a straight line segment all the way along. Every one of those water levels will share a straight line segment with all the others, proving. Well, again,
You give me permission to put that in my book, no problem.
yeah, that's yeah.
Okay.
2020. That's water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane, and that's the infinite water level, right? Showing that you could do that more and more, and every one of those would be the surface of liquid water on a canal, say, to infinity.
You know what's funny? If it was curved, the glass would be curving at some point, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Over a distance. Like
you wouldn't be able to swap the ends of any of those things and position them in any other way. Hydrostatic equilibrium, marked by a surface of even altitude and, shout out Cleary, a zero pressure state.
Yeah, exactly.
All of that water it will set its own zero pressure state. And as anybody knows within physics, all you need to move water around from one place to the other to make water find its own level is to change the pressure state of the water. And the water will even itself out to find a new equilibrium based around that zero pressure state of the water, proving that the water level has to be horizontal. Again, there's proofs of reality all over the place. You've just got to go back to the fundamentals.
So you're a tea drinker, are you, Bev?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I like tea. What do you drink? What do you call it? A London Fog?
Thai Fu. You only get an ooh with Thai Fu. Yeah.
What? What do you drink? Thai Fu?
Thai Fu tea. Yeah.
Thai Fu tea. What the hell is? I've never heard of Thai Fu tea. What is that?
It's just a common tea, like Tetley.
Yeah, it's like a London Fog, then, right? No. And then a London Fog is like your tea bag with Tetley and a little bit of milk.
Yeah, it's just one of them. Yeah, but Tetley tea, not Thai Fu tea, not Tetley.
Right. I worked with a guy from the UK, and he always wanted a London Fog.
Yeah, tea and well, I don't have sugar anymore.
Yeah, he used the half packet of the fake sugar.
No. That's even worse. Fake sugar tastes horrible. And then I've gone on to honey. Because that's real. And then now when you go back to sugar, the sugar tastes like fake sugar. Believe it or not. But I don't know whether that's distilled water that does that.
So Bev, just a question for you. Where do you think the outcome of this is going to lead society, if it leads us anywhere at all?
Nowhere. It won't change a thing, right? Reality is reality, and people are going to accept whatever they want their reality to be.
Right, but I mean, on a grant, like let's say, instead of 1,000 people, there ends up to be millions of people that are talking about it. Because right now, I think there's not even 1,000 people, right? So, like, actually engaging and discussing. It's a very, very small group, but if it became bigger, what do you think would be the implications to society?
It won't get bigger because the society's been dumbed down so much that this is that simple, that society's been dumbed down to believe that it's so clever that it wouldn't have missed this. So there's no way people will like I've said from day one, right? There's only a very few people that will ever truly get this. This is a very niche market that we're in here. And on top of that, we have been targeted by some of the worst trolls ever. That's why I'm here. Not because of the argument or anything. It's because of the trolls. Right, the trolls led me here to find the worst trolls there is. Who's ICQ? Who is ICQ? Is ICQ the guy with the really bad mic? I can't remember. Give him a thingy roll, horizontal. He might come in. Water at rest on the surface, level water. But yeah, that's true. That's good, Marty. I like it. Horizontal. Everyone knows that the water level's horizontal. I mean, it is pretty obvious. It's ICQ's not even in here. I don't know what he's meant to be hearing in the live chat. Yeah, nobody. There will never be that many people to get this. Too simple. Because you've got the trolls who are after you, and obviously because the trolls are going, nobody's going to bother looking any deeper into this because they know what happens. Everybody watching what the trolls do to me, and anybody who listens to us and all that, will know what will happen to them.
Have you guys heard of the pseudo reality guy? Has he popped around?
No, I've never even heard of him.
I have one troll that literally has gone out and made 6 sock accounts. So what I do is if they don't play along, I'll put them on timeout, right? Eventually I'll go in and unblock them, but I give them an opportunity to answer a question. And there's just this one guy. He's desperate to be. He just wants me to make a video about him. He wants me to put him in the book. Like it's just to go out of your way to make 6 accounts and to go and do all that. Like, man, what's going on, man? I think Tom's kind of the same entity as the other guy because he always usually shows up when the other guy shows up. So I can't wait to ask Tom a question if he pops on here.
Oh, I've had loads of fake accounts made on Twitter.
You go on Twitter. I don't. I just do. I just on YouTube. I don't do Twitter or Facebook or any of that stuff. I did. I had a Flat Earth Data a Facebook channel a while back, but I went through a phase where.
Is that? Wait a minute, Data. Is that you, Tom? Are you ICQ? Because he just came in and he's just been moaning about having his role took away. You didn't take your roles took away. This is a new server, and you didn't have any roles. I've now give you roles, ICQ. Now, please come on in and tell us that you are Tom. That'd be good to know. Tom, come on. He's not even in the chat anymore. That's got to be Tom, right? ICQ. Did he join the server or I don't know. Clearly doesn't have a joining room. Yeah, it is. It's got to be ICQ. You said you'd call him a chicken, didn't you?
I did. I said from now on, if he posts on my page, I'm just going to call him a chicken. But he says, "Pity, I guess I'll be called a chicken."
Yeah. So that must be. Yeah, and he's put. Tom Mole said, "Okay, give a minute as I'm taking a break from my work. I'll pop in for a little. I wouldn't want anyone to call me a chicken." Here you go. Tom is ICQ. We've had a chat with ICQ before. He's got a horrible mic. I think that was him. Shite Mike, Fight Night.
I mean, you think about it, it wouldn't be such a bad job getting paid to debate. Right? If you think about it.
What,
you
for
get
the
to
Globe?
learn. No, well,
nobody would get who would you pay to debate for the Globe, right?
Well,
you'd have to be stupid to do that.
I agree.
They might pay some Flat Earth Society members to come over and like have a really poor argument from reality to push against the Globe.
Well, think about this. Think about a movie script where, you know, it's post-apocalyptic, like it is, you know, like it is in every other movie. But then, you know, the movie starts out with the Flat Earth group getting bigger and bigger and whatever, and then all of a sudden an alien invasion comes, right? Like that's what I see happening as a story plot, right? The movie will come out like, hey, Flat Earth is real, all this stuff, right? And then they'll hit you with a fucking alien invasion. I just could see something like that. I mean, the amount of storytelling you can get out of the debates and what's going on. I mean, there's occult flat earthers. There are, you know, super alien believer globetards. You know, there's the Babylonian. Then there's the Pythagorean. You know what I mean? That whole argument and whole philosophy never ceased to stop. It's just picked up by a very small group of people that are in you know, obviously have a disposition of a defiance, authority. What do you call it? Some sort of oppositional to authority, right? The disposition has to be there within the person, right? And so I think when you curtail to that person or that disposition, you know, there's some great storytelling out of that. Or you can develop some great storytelling out of that. So that's what I'm thinking that Scott Beach is hanging around for, right? He works in Hollywood, working on a script, right? Trying to plot it out, you know. You can see the opening scene, people going to school and university, and then you hear this radio coming in saying, in 2025, now there's direct evidence that the Earth is no longer a ball. You know, in fact, we live in this such and such place where there's controllers outside and they're breaking in, right? And it's like or what's the War of the Worlds in 1930? It's like a repeat of that. You know, that's what I see coming. Sort of like a repeat of that, but maybe they'll put it in a movie format, right? Or maybe they'll do it as a psyop. I don't know. It'll be like a repeat of that.
Compulsive liars never tell the truth.
Yeah, but psychopathic liars tell you the truth, but hope you believe their lie. Mm-hmm. Right? That's what Absolutely. A psychopath is all. Yeah, that's what a psychopath's about, right?
So nobody's going to tell you the truth now.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
When the truth gets ridiculed and attacked, then you know you're in shit, right? You know you're going to be struggling.
Well, it could be like at the end of the movie after like man conquers it, they reveal the Earth is just a giant sphere, and the sun is actually tiny. You know, that's the twist at the end of the movie, right? To keep them guessing, right? It's all about keeping them guessing.
It's all about keeping them distracted. Keep people distracted, and they won't even have to think about it.
I mean,
how y'all doing? Y'all good?
Back. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a busy time of day. I'm in and out.
No problem.
Hey, were people coming into the Discord trying to get into voice, or?
Well, Tom Mole came in, and he is actually ICQ.
Yeah.
Shite Mike ICQ. And he came in, and I obviously had to roll him up in order to get him in here. But he said he couldn't hear without coming into the VC, which is absolutely brilliant, Tom. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't
that
normally
makes
hear
sense.
everything whenever you just join a Discord channel. You normally have to come in to the voice bit in order to hear
To hear the
anything. Yeah.
to hear the voices. Yeah.
But I mean, I guess it's a good way of actually like trying to pretend that it wasn't you and you weren't being a chicken, Tom. But I mean, hey, you came into the Discord server at least, so that was very brave of you to start off with. But
Yeah, I
at any
remember
time,
ICQ.
I have now rolled you up. I had while you were in there, and everyone can see that you got rolled up. You can come into the voice chat. It's called Live on YouTube, and it's at the side. When you do come in here, just make sure that you haven't got your deafened thing on, and you'll be able to hear us, especially if we're lighting up green.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah, got some nice action in the chat.
I think in all fairness, he ran because the last statement he said, well, that's a pity. I think I'm going to be called a chicken after all or something. I'm paraphrasing here, but what did he say? Because he said he couldn't, he had a hard time getting in or something.
He said he couldn't hear.
Oh.
But he didn't come into the voice chat, so I don't know how he was meant to hear.
Oh, so at 1:27, 10 minutes ago, he said, pity. I guess then I'll be called a chicken after all.
Yeah. That's ICQ. Anyone? Unless he's changed his name somewhere else, but yeah, ICQ is Tom Mole on the YouTube.
Yeah, I wonder why he changed his name. Oh, on YouTube. Yeah,
Yeah.
I got you.
Everyone knows Tom Mole from YouTube, right? He's one of those
Oh, yeah.
regulars.
Regular troll like Birdie Charlie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Bertie Charlie doesn't really comment. Does Bertie Charlie comment on? He does, doesn't he? Writes in, comments on all the videos.
Oh yeah, he's obsessed with
Tom does as well.
The old keyboard clowns.
So how does it work? Each name, they have a different script, or do they have to play a different person? Right? That must mess
Yeah,
with
it's
their
just
brain, right?
a different persona. You can be somebody else, can't you?
Yeah.
It's like Vegas. Yeah, I'm still trying to get home. Are you gonna keep on going?
Yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, this is what we do. We do this all night, don't we? So,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, I haven't even. Well, I guess we are. We're starting on the trolls and how little of an argument these people have. I mean, like I'll put it out. I'm up for having a debate with anyone about the logic of the globe model and the geometry of the globe model versus reality. Like I say, we are definitely going to be pushing right line geometry, and after I've done the straight line test, Cleary, I said, the next one after that, obviously, I don't think you need to prove that a straight line can't be partly within a plane and partly without a plane.
Right.
Yeah,
it's one or the other.
That's a bit hard to prove, isn't it? But we can prove that two lines crossing and a third line would all lie within the same plane. That is definitely doable with water level and the construction of water levels. No doubt there's plenty more, perpendiculars to a plane, all being parallel. That would be a fun one to do, wouldn't it? That guy from Maine would be a bit... I don't wonder what they'd think about that. See, because once you start this geometry argument and you start to prove that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane, then every perpendicular to that horizontal would be vertical. And there's a proof within book 11 that says all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel to each other, which sort of states if the plane's a horizontal plane and we can prove a horizontal plane, then every perpendicular to that horizontal plane would be vertical and also parallel within a proof of geometry, book 11. Do you reckon that'd stir a few pots? I mean, what do you reckon? Because the trolls mainly. The trolls have this. The guy from Maine. They keep showing us a video about it. I'm not so sure whether they understand what it means. With the
they had a hard
triangle
time.
axiom.
Yeah, Esteban and Ibaka had a hard time with that triangle axiom. Still haven't really gotten anything like a straight answer from them yet. But whatever.
Can you think of any reason?
It's reality, right?
Can you think of any reason why the triangle axiom would disprove that a perpendicular to a plane would all be parallel? Within the same book, right? Can you think why an axiom would contradict one of the propositions? I'm struggling myself. I mean, I'm not so sure they're aware of that yet. Esteban might, might if he looks into it, you know. You can have a go, Esteban. Yeah.
I wish Esteban wasn't scared to talk. I thought he was somebody who would talk, because I think he was over at Jose's one day, but I guess he's one of those safe space people. As long as he's surrounded by a bunch of other morons, you feel
text
safe.
chat trolls as well.
Yeah.
Really strong in the text, but only willing to talk when they have the mute button and lots of backing.
I wonder why that is. They have all of mainstream science behind them. Should be easy.
Yeah, I keep saying to all of these people like Bertie and all of those ones that say that we don't answer questions, just come in. Try it out. We'll explain it as simply as we can.
Yeah, don't come in like Lori Letiana, though. All angry and I'm going to wreck your ass. I'm going to wreck your ass.
Yeah,
You know,
don't imagine our asses in any other way than on the chair. Nice and calmly.
Calm down. Let's have a discussion. I can't. I'm angry.
Yeah. My model.
Yeah. You'll be stuck on that model forever if you don't come in here and talk and learn something.
Yeah. The model's going to hurt people. Again, most normal people are not aware of the model at all. The implications of it, everything, they just aren't aware of it. They are aware of reality, and they do have a lot of questions. The everyday person has questions, as shown by when we were at the canal. There wasn't many people that went past and didn't ask a question. The young lads on bikes, they didn't really say much. But all of the people walking the dogs and the families and the older gents and the older ladies, really inquisitive.
Yeah, when you got a 27-mile stretch of horizontal water there in between any logs. That's a beautiful thing. Reality. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, nobody's thinking about what these globe heads are thinking about. You know, they're just looking at the reality around them, and they don't realize the implications of it. But
the globe
is what
heads,
it
I
is.
think they will expose their model. I don't think we'd have to do much. We can talk about reality. They get triggered about it. And most people looking on from this will see some people who are going crazy about other people talking about reality.
Yeah, it's funny. You know what's really funny is you got a couple of like flat Earth people out there who are act crazy and stuff, but in general, though, I don't think anybody's really got that angry passion. You know, it's just the other side. Very
It's
interesting.
Triggered anger as well. It's not like a passionate anger, is it? It's a
Yeah, it's like you stole my dog. I hate you. You know, it's like Trish life.
oh.
Can I give a hint to the ballers?
Say again?
Am I breaking up?
Hey, sorry guys, I don't know if he was asking. I just stepped away from my computer, but I'm back again.
Sweet.
Yeah, you're cool.
Go on, Buster.
No, I see ICQ's back, so that's Tom, right?
Yeah.
Right on, Tom. So you're an avid poster on my channel.
Oh, I probably. You know, I post on a lot of channels.
Hey, just out of curiosity, what's your best proof you live on a spinning, orbiting ball?
I don't know. I don't know. that I have
Scare
a
him off,
best proof.
Data. Come on. Bit of foreplay first. Come on.
This guy's trolled me for I don't know how long. I just want to get some clarity here.
Yeah, let's just get into it slowly, maybe.
Yeah.
Might
I
run
was
on.
going to say ICQ. Nice, Mike. I like that. Can we call you Tom? Or do
If
you
you'd
want?
like, I call you Bev. So.
Okay. Well, that's my name. It's Bev.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very reasonable.
So do you want ICQ or do you want Tom?
As you wish. I could put both on there, and I don't care either way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, anyways,
You've
I
got
just
a
thought I'd pop
better
in. I've been
mic.
listening.
You are you the ICQ from Shite Mike? Fight Night?
Yeah. The
That's
one
him.
you said had a Skype mic, so we
Yeah.
found another way to make this work. If I use my tablet and just talk to it, it works better than for you guys than my microphone, than my expensive podcasting.
Yeah, that's loads better, man. That's brilliant.
Oh yeah, that other thing was like a nightmare. But yeah, you're good.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. So, I just thought I'd pop in because I hear stuff, and I think, oh, I should say something. I'm thinking, no, I don't want to take my whole day up, because I probably could, going over and over the points I disagree on, and I actually have other things to do. But maybe I thought maybe I could pop in for a bit and say hi to everyone.
Sweet. Well, come back anytime you get a bit more, a bit more time. I think, like Data says, he's up for a chat. Cleary and us. Yeah, I know that you've commented about the geometry, so you're obviously up for a chat.
Well, yeah, I was. I think you offered to give me lessons most recently on geometry.
Anytime.
But that was
Anytime you want.
Hey Tom,
Okay.
what was the point maybe that you felt like you needed to address? Was there anything particular today maybe that you heard?
Oh, nothing. I guess I could say, because this one's the most general one that keep coming back while I was in the backyard working, mowing, in between mowing the lawn and stuff, that the horizon is horizontal, I think, was the topic.
I agree with you.
Yeah, that's
And-
good.
and
Yeah. You get no
No,
disagreement here. That's absolutely true. We've got geometric proof for it as well.
Sure. What I was going to
think
say
I've
to
got a
that was
t-shirt
I
with
would
it on,
modify
isn't
that
it?
somewhat. Wherever you're standing, the horizontal plane is certainly horizontal. The horizon's going to be a little bit below that, so that if you took a line from one to the other, I guess I remember what it was. It wasn't the horizon particularly. It was that level is horizontal, and level starts out horizontal.
It is, yeah.
And I agree.
Provably so, yeah. I agree.
Yeah. If you get further away, the further you get, eventually it is no longer horizontal.
What?
It's level.
So when
it's horizontal there, right?
Yeah. So when does a horizontal stop being horizontal?
As soon as you start to look further away from wherever you're standing, but
what?
It's going to be a ways because the Earth is big and relatively big.
So a straight line stops being straight when you look.
Oh no, the straight line's just fine. But
so
the
horizontal is a straight line, right?
A horizontal plane is a plane. Yes,
contains all the horizontal straight lines are contained within the horizontal plane.
Contained in a horizontal plane. Yeah. Now, but you can have more than one horizontal plane, right?
You can't have horizontals planes intersecting with each other. But you can have loads of different horizontal planes, yeah. That's how you measure elevation, right? So, like sea level, you'll call that a horizontal plane, and then 1 foot above sea level, there's another horizontal plane. Boom. All of the things that are 1 foot above sea level would be on that horizontal plane that is 1 foot above sea level, right?
Except that sea level's not on a horizontal plane.
What? That's the datum.
Yeah.
It's a 0 on the vertical datum.
From wherever you're standing, yeah, but move a little bit further, and now you're standing in another place.
Yeah, so if you move, then you are in a different place, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I know it's sort of a trite statement, but what I mean is that the horizontal plane at one point is going to be a little different from 5 feet away. Very little different, but it'll be slightly different.
No. If you have an auto level, that establishes a horizontal plane, and you can look 50 meters in every direction. You'd be millimeter accurate.
360 degrees.
Yeah, 360 degrees, like a 100 meter circle, really, to keep within the accuracy of 1 millimeter.
Sure. Okay.
That's why it's called planar.
It's going to be very close. I agree that at a short distance would be very close. Now, have your auto level.
What's the max? Hang on. Stop. What would be your max distance?
The max distance
to keep it horizontal and flat. Because that's what we're trying to do, is make a flat surface, right? Trying to make a flat surface on your sphere model.
Well, no.
How would we do that?
Wait a minute, Rob. The test is to show that there is a shared straight line segment. So a horizontal is a straight line, and if we can share a segment of that horizontal straight line, then that horizontal straight line would be extended, wouldn't it, Tom? It wouldn't start bending at any point, would it?
At no point would it bend.
Yeah.
Or change an angle, right? It wouldn't have a dead sharp angular change either. It would continue a straight line.
A line in a horizontal plane will always be horizontal. It doesn't bend.
Yeah.
I mean, it may bend side to side, but it doesn't bend up and down outside of the plane.
If it bends on side to side, it's not a plane.
No, it could. It can bend around on the plane, can't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what he means there.
As long as all the points on the line, however straight or curvy it might be, are all within the plane, it's a horizontal line.
Yeah. So we can prove that those planes are parallel. We can prove that the straight line has a shared straight line segment, thus continue the straight line on, and thus continue the horizontal plane on. Right there is no proof, as far as I'm aware, that horizontal planes intersect with each other. I mean, if you knew anything about surveying and how that works, you would say it's impossible.
Well, I know something about it. I don't do surveying, but I have, when we were remodeling the house, we used a theodolite to make sure that everything was, that the surfaces would be level. And there's nothing wrong with that, particularly since at a distance, the tiny distances we were using, flat and level are within error, measurement error, plus or minus.
Well, that's what
such a small amount, it doesn't make a difference.
Sorry, wait a minute.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
What do you mean error?
Like, what's the small distance? Like, couldn't you just keep extending that distance out?
No, at some point, the difference
The bottom will drop away
between
from
level and flat becomes greater than your measurement error, and then it becomes more clear.
Is that elevation change? I mean,
elevation's relative, and so one of the things we keep leaving out is, say, Blue says that elevation changes.
Whoa. When you said level is relative, what do you mean by that?
No, I said elevation is relative.
Yeah, go on. It's relative to what?
Relative to your observation point.
No.
Okay.
Elevation's a change in vertical height.
Your elevation is your elevation, right? You can measure a change in the elevation of the land.
Yeah. I think we were, Bev, you and I were trading barbs on another channel where they were talking about how you would measure the radius of the Earth.
You know, don't please, Tom. So, we keep on with the horizontal. You're talking. You're gonna swap, right? It's elevation is a measured change in the vertical, and it's a horizontal plane. It's measured from a horizontal plane.
It's a change in the elevation relative to where you're standing.
Relative to the horizontal, right? Because you need a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. From that horizontal plane of reference, you can measure down or up to something, right? And then you will get the elevation relative to what the elevation is, right? Because you start off from a benchmark normally. And then you would measure a change in elevation from that benchmark with the tool.
Sure. But the auto level isn't establishing level, it's establishing flat.
It's establishing a horizontal. The auto level is establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Yes.
Right. It's establishing a horizontal plane, and a horizontal plane is flat. So it's
a plane is 2D. Yes. A flat is also 2D.
Yes. And a level, however, establishes level. It doesn't establish flatness.
It establishes a horizontal plane of reference. That's what the tool, a level, does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what is level then? If a level establishes level, then what's level to you?
Level, equal distance from a fixed point, say the center of the Earth.
So if you stretch the water level out and make a straight line, one end to the other, what happened?
What happened? Oh, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. If I had a really long water level, and I took it and ran it out to an island out in the sea, something like that, where I can see that the two levels, the bubbles are the same, or the meniscus at the same spot above the water. Is that about right? What's
Above
happening
the water?
there?
No, the water is the level, Tom. Do you not know what a water level is?
No. Above, say, the water between the continent and the island, or something like that.
No, Tom, the water level, the tool, establishes a horizontal plane. It doesn't matter what's underneath it, or on top of it, or at the side of it, or whatever. The water within the tube, the water level, the tool, does what it does. It doesn't matter what's underneath it, right? You do realise that.
I do realize
water level doesn't matter what's underneath it, does it?
It establishes two level points. Can we agree on that?
It establishes one level. It is one body of water.
It is the water in a water level is one body of water, and it establishes at either end. It establishes a point that is at a level that is the same as on the other end.
Yeah,
That's
even
exactly.
altitude.
Yeah, same. And what I'm saying is it's the same distance from the point that the water's being drawn to.
It's a straight line, Tom.
You could draw a straight line between any 2 points. So yeah, a straight line, but that straight line is not going to be in my horizontal plane.
It is horizontal, right? Because you've just said it's a tool. There are 2 points. It is a straight line in between those 2 points. If that straight line isn't horizontal, then what is it?
It's just a straight line.
It's a slope, right? It's a slope from horizontal. There would be a measured change from that horizontal, which we would call an elevation change. Is that what you're advocating for here? An elevation change from one end of the water level to the other? Because you've just said they have an even elevation, an even altitude.
They have the same altitude. The elevation from where I'm standing would be a declination from where I am. I'd be looking at least slightly downward to see it.
Right.
Just
so
like I
you
have to look
you do
slightly
think there
downward
is
in order to see
a
the
drop
horizon.
to the other
Drop.
end of a water level?
There
a drop
is a
from
difference.
horizontal.
There's a difference from the horizontal plane down to that point. Yeah, if you want to call that a drop. I don't, because I think if it's a drop, you think of water running downhill towards that drop.
Yeah,
but in
you
fact,
do. Yeah.
water changes levels. It doesn't run down elevation changes.
You'd need a
You know,
lock
from one level
for
to
that.
another.
Can I ask
So
one question?
Tom, you know that to measure a sphere.
Data, let
well,
Buster go in, please.
Okay.
I just want one question. So if you say you got a water level long distance and you're looking, where you're at, you're horizontal, right? Am I got you correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you say you'd be looking slightly down, right?
Relative to my position, yeah.
Okay, well, how would you establish where you're standing? What would you do to establish that? Send it out.
Well, I'd use the right tool for the right thing. An auto level will give me a horizontal plane. I would use the level to determine the points of level. So the same altitude from the center, for example. And then I would compare to see if there's a difference between them.
Same altitude from the center.
Same altitude from the center, yes. So if I'm coming from, now we know geometry, right? If I have a single point and there are two other points other than that point, I draw a line between them then those lines are going to not be going in the same direction.
Straight
However
lines, right?
close
If you
they
got
may be,
3
they're
points, you
straight
would
lines.
make a triangle, right?
Well, I'd make an angle, and then if you connect
3
the
points. You've
points
got 3
between them,
points.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't think the point between if A is my vertex,
I don't
and
know.
B
You
and
don't.
C
don't
are
no,
the
no.
two
Please,
other points.
please don't. If
Well,
you've got a drawing, do you want me to bring you a drawing of a triangle, or do you want me to get on the board?
What I'm trying to say is it doesn't make any difference what the line between B and C.
It's a triangle, right?
I'm saying that what you're going to get is an angle, and because you have an angle, those two, the A to C and A to B, point in different directions or aimed in different directions.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty common sense, right?
I haven't got a clue what you're trying to do, but you've just done a triangle. Yeah, ABC triangle.
Well, if you want to connect the dots, you make a triangle. I'm only putting two of those.
Yeah, but like,
two sides
can
of
you
the
try and
triangle, but that's one
explain
angle.
A, B, and C a little bit more? What are you saying? Which one's what?
Well,
Wait, what are you doing?
Okay, let's put A as the
Do you want me
point-
to get? Do
the
you want me to get on the
center
board? I'll get the camera on. We'll jump on the board.
If you'd like, let me see if I can get my screen lit up so I can see what you're doing.
Let me get that.
Oops. Ah, crap. There we go.
Right, how's that?
All right.
Hey, so Tom, for the record, do 2 equal points of elevation include horizontal?
I'm getting a lot of problem hearing you.
Do 2 equal points of elevation, does that equate to horizontal?
I'm not sure that I'm seeing what you're saying.
Is that good there?
Maybe getting a lot of lag here. Let me see. Let me get closer to my.
That's a good question, Data, but hang on. Let's just go to the board real quick.
Oh my God.
Is that good?
Okay.
You put A
Somebody
as the
say
vertex.
something. I can't hear.
Hello, 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 hello. Is it sometimes
Hello?
the camera screws
Hello,
up?
hello,
doesn't it?
hello.
Are you on Wi-Fi, Tom?
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi. My tablet can't be jacked into the node directly. So
I've got A at the bottom and then B and C at the top, right?
well, you have A, B, and C. I see it on the
Yeah.
screen.
Do you want me to draw
Those
a line
are three
between
arbitrary
what?
points.
Yeah.
Suppose you drew a line from A to B,
Yeah,
and then another line from A to C.
yeah. I can do that.
Come on, this thing's struggling to keep up.
See that globe fall then?
Okay.
Hey, John Bernards, I just server unmuted you, man, but, you know, try to keep it under control.
How's that?
Oh,
An angle.
I'm getting so much lag. Okay, I see the lines now on the board, and it shows what we were saying. There's an angle, as you
Yeah.
point out. I don't care about the line between B and C, so I really only have an angle, not a triangle at this point. At least as far as that's all I need.
Okay.
What I'm
But you did
saying
say
is A
you
and
did say
B
3 points, right?
are heading off. AB is heading off.
So
I'm
these
sorry?
you did say 3
Big-
points. So these lines do have end points. there is a start and an end point and a start and an end point. So drawing a triangle would be very easy. Like you gave us all we need for a triangle. Now, is this just something to do with a triangle, or are you going to relate this to anything in particular? Because, I mean, I'm sure people know what an angle is. This one here, interestingly enough, can you see any reason why these two lines should be able to enclose a space? Two straight lines cannot enclose a space. Sounds like a good axiom, right? To start a geometric thing off. Because we'd need the other line there to, then we could enclose this space and call it a triangle. Has his mic gone? Can anybody else hear me, or is it?
I hear you if you hear me.
Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can I hear you?
I was just trying to wonder what we were doing.
Oh man, you don't even want to know the wiring nightmare that I gotta deal with right now.
So what were we doing about this triangle? Because I don't know. I like triangles, but...
Is that a 90-degree triangle? Got the wrong symbol.
Nah, yeah, I know. It wasn't meant to be. I was just drawing a triangle. What I wanted to do was to get the actual triangle like that. Like that. So this one's a horizontal. This line on the triangle was horizontal if he needed it. I was wondering why he wanted to draw a triangle.
Spherical trigonometry, maybe? I don't know.
Done it.
Where'd he go?
Yeah. ICQ. I'm gonna have to turn my camera off. I think think it might be frightening for him. Might have scared him with the whiteboard. Seeing things drawn on the whiteboard, especially shapes, geometric things, scare people. To turn that off for a bit. I can leave it on the. Are you there, ICQ? Do you want me to get a screenshot of it? Is that better? Are you back? Oh. Well, that was interesting. We got to draw a triangle. I don't know what the point was. Tom? Anyone else there? Do we
I am here, but I'm trying to.
Yeah. I don't know whether my my camera just killed the chat and.
I'm here. I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, sweet.
Maybe we should move on to squares next.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe me switching the camera on and then like surprising him with a whiteboard. Like it does strange things to.
Yeah, they hate the whiteboard.
Yeah.
Scary. You look like you know what you're talking about or something.
Drawing basic shapes. Yeah, drawing basic shapes.
Yeah. I mean a triangle. I mean, come on. That's scary.
Do you know what it was? I think it's the two straight lines not enclosing a space.
Well, this week I've made one guy run away from a straight line, and I shut down. I left people speechless on another chat. So straight line is pretty scary these days.
Yeah, for if you've got a model, that straight line's scary stuff. Scary stuff. Who's Tom gonna call in for help from? We got to phone a friend. See that no two straight lines can enclose a space is it's an axiom, right? Because it doesn't really need to be said. It is one angle of a triangle, and the third line is always needed to form the other two angles to enclose the space. It's pretty simple, but they don't tell you that they got rid of it before they have to get rid of it for spherical geometry, right? They just magicked it away as though it's not there. It wasn't even there in the first place, according to most people. There's only 5 in the geometry, but don't really get to hear about. Is it 10? I think it might be axiom 10. Yeah, it is. It's axiom 10, isn't it? It's the one that comes before the last 2 axioms that they swap to postulates. It's a shame. I was hoping to get that. I might even be able to get the straight line test out of that. Shame. The chat's going on about imagining things.
Imaginometry.
If you can imagine the fabric of space-time, you're on your way to a Hollywood career. There's nothing after that you cannot imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Plato, but it may have been Socrates that they said they disliked poetry with a passion, saying that that very imagining things and making stuff flowery for the mind is it's a bad thing. And they're right. It's advertisement. It's storytelling, media manipulation, imagining things. If you can imagine something, then you're giving it a possibility of being real, because that's all you've got to do is just imagine it. And when you can, all you've got to do is imagine a model and just imagine everything working on that model, then it's easy. It's easy to imagine it. For some, I guess. For some. I can't imagine things that don't fit with reality. Maybe a gift or maybe a curse. Who knows?
Well, you'd make a bad story writer, but you'd make a good scientist.
Could never do stories. That was the one thing.
You know, I don't believe I read one fictional book in my life. Like I like watching the movies, but I just can't. I can't go into the La La Land of somebody else's brain. I read a lot of people's stories and documentary kind of readings and facts and all kinds of stuff. But fiction, I can't get into fiction.
Yeah, Bloods. I hate poets too. I can't. Use
poetry's not my thing either, bro. I gotta tell you.
Yeah.
Like I won't knock anybody, but it's just hasn't been my interest.
Yeah, not for me either. Whatever's there again. Like, well done, thanks. I have to say, keep saying thanks for the numbers, whatever. All we need to do now is get one of your guys to measure it. We'll do the straight line proof, and all you'll have to do then is measure the curvature from that. Oh, wait a minute, we're using water level as a straight line proof.
Yeah, if any of them do it though, we need to be able to recreate how they did it.
Yeah.
So we same.
Well, they just have to imagine that straight line that we're going to prove is actually a curve, right? That's all they'll do. They'll imagine that the geometric proof for a straight line is actually a geometric proof for a curve. Right, and these are geniuses on Discord, right? They don't actually care what anybody out there in the real world does. These are glarpers. They've built their own niche little Discord servers where reality can't get in. That if anybody brings any reality into these particular servers, then they ridicule them. They get them out there. They have to. They can't have reality entering into the glarping community. They get upset, mightily triggered. They'll send your trolls out after you. They do it all the time. ICQ. ICQ thinks his role was removed. He might have to leave and come back. How do we do that? He's not lost his roles, has he? No. It must be the well, give him the benefit of the doubt. It could be the connection when we switch the video on, but we've noticed a lot of people use that as an excuse. But again, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Well, that doesn't mean I won't be switching the camera on again if I need to. I was hoping to get a thing out with the we got Morty. Is Morty in the live chat? we'll have to stop Morty from posting in the live chat, please, because he's not actually in the live chat. I don't see why somebody who isn't in the live chat should be posting, getting the name all over the it should be in the troll chat somewhere, or maybe just normal chat. Let's see whether
I agree.
Is the argument anything good? No.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Paige.
Hey, Bev. How you doing?
Yeah, cool.
Awesome.
You're going to come and school some of these thingies. I want to have a go, Paige, at the Paige's proof. Right?
The verticals.
Well, have you seen, like, I don't know whether you're aware of the triangle axiom thing that's going on at the minute.
I've been a bit sick this weekend, so I've been out of it for a few days.
Well, with the geometry arguments developing at a pace, and the globers are struggling, and we're bringing the all of these little points that we've had are all coming together. So we've got the triangle axiom on the go, and from that we've got some guy from Maine has drawn a picture that sort of helps us prove that the triangle axiom is true. Everybody agrees with it. It's quite a good one, right? It's a good graphic representation of the triangle axiom, proving that a triangle is formed. Now, I seen somebody the other day doing Al-Biruni, and Al-Biruni has a Paige's proof element in it, and also, as a matter of fact, the this triangle thing that the guy from Maine has a part of Paige's proof in it as well. So
awesome.
you're going to notice just a little bit more geometric argument developing that the ballers are going to be stepping all over each other's toes.
Well, Data, when Data said before, well, okay, so 2 points of equal elevation, would that be horizontal? And he just went dead quiet. I was like, because he has to say that that's a curved line.
Yeah. They have to bend straight lines in the mind.
Bend straight lines.
Poetically, you have to do it. The more flowery you can do it, the better.
Well, that's why they don't like you drawing on the whiteboard, because once it's there in front of them, they can't twist your mind to make you think of it in a different way. So that's why they can't handle seeing, the straight lines be drawn up there.
It eliminates a lot of the sophistry.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
It's the geometry, right? The geometry does everything. You don't really have to have much of an argument. The geometry will do the arguing for you. And I don't know.
I've gotten to that stage because of you, because of what I've learnt with you. I can now be confident to go, okay, I don't even need to argue with the ballers anymore. I'm 100% sure of what I know. This geometry we've used for thousands of years. So now it's more for me, it's more thinking about, the next, how to reach out to other people and do other things rather than just sit and argue with these people that just want to argue. They don't want to learn. They don't want to think about things differently. They just want to fight with you.
Yeah, you've got it. That's all we're after doing is trying to show people that the people that are within this argument, there's a group of people trying to find truths and progress, and there are another group of people that just like going around and around in a circular argument.
Yeah.
And
well,
it's that
there's people that are
circle.
making their living off that. They're making a living off that circular argument. They want the debate to continue because that's their job. So, yeah, there is definitely two sides to this community. There's sort of three camps at the moment, but you know, you definitely do have the side that want to argue with the ballers and want to continue to try and prove their model wrong, and then you've got the other side, like people like Bob and that are just going, you know, there's no point arguing with these people. They will literally say a straight line is curving. Like, how can you have a reasonable, rational discussion or even debate with someone who is that illogical and, you know, calling a straight line a curved line? It's just nonsense.
Yeah, but you can usually get anyone into that position to argue for it, right? Most of the flat earthers will even say that there is no, you know, like it's not worth it. There's no difference. You can't tell. Because they've been led on by these glarpers too.
By the ballers, yeah.
The glarpers, we're calling them now.
Glarpers?
Yeah.
Gliers, yeah.
No. It's the LARPing, isn't it? Live action role players.
Oh, LARP, right. Yeah, I get you.
A GLARP. It's the Globe. They're live action role playing the Globe model.
The Globe.
On their servers, yeah. Like, it doesn't cut it in reality. You need to have the server
anymore.
Yeah.
You got to do the Globe LARP now.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they can't.
They just hold on so tight. Like,
they've got nothing. It's shocking. Except
yeah,
for what they do have
is actually quite shocking.
It's ridicule now and the trolls.
Nastiness.
I think they've realised that the guys who should be defending the argument, you know, Rumpus and George, you know, they can't cut it. They know that they can't. So now the trolls
George
are coming
doesn't even
out.
talk anymore. And Rumpus gets shut down just about every time because he can't control himself. So, you know, we're still getting people coming in talking about boats going over the horizon. And it's like, you know, for God's sake, those things were debunked 5 years ago. You know, there's plenty of videos showing how things disappear bottom up and all that kind of stuff. So they're big top blokes aren't doing a very good job of bringing good arguments to the table. And, you know, like our top blokes find new things and make new arguments and, you know, bring stuff to the community. Theirs don't. Theirs just, I mean, what does Fight the Flat Earth do? He just, like, ridicules people. He doesn't actually go out and do any experiments or anything. Simon Dan doesn't. He doesn't even talk to anybody. And I don't know, you know, George and Rumpus, they're just useless at the moment.
Well, that when they all admit that they don't ever do anything practically or anything. Well, I mean, George likes to pretend he does, but...
Yeah. And Ruhif likes to pretend he does.
Yeah, but yeah, Ruhif.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a proper glarper, right?
Oh, yeah. He's way in there.
Yeah. I noticed B-Ball's trying a bit as well. B-Ball's got an auto level. That was funny. We were going over that last night. B-Ball's got an auto level, and I said to him, "Did you have it calibrated?" And he went, "The guy said it was calibrated. Have you got a calibration certificate or a sticker for it or anything?" "No. The guy said it was calibrated. Here's his phone number. You can call him up." I was like, okay. Right, okay. So, Did you perform a 2-peg test to make sure it was in level? He hasn't got a story pole. He hasn't got.
Probably
hasn't got a measuring rod.
Oh, what?
He's got an auto level with no measuring rod.
Stick to go with it.
He's got nothing. It's hilarious.
Not even I wouldn't do something that silly.
I asked him today if he got it. He didn't answer me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too funny.
It's what's even like it's like funnier, but somebody's obviously said to him, "Here, B-ball, this is what you need to do to prove the globe, right? You need to go and get an auto level and just sort of look out over some water, and that'll be it. That's all you need to prove the globe, because the people that you're going to give this to are going to be like, yeah, well done, B-ball." And it's all the glarpers, right? They all love it.
Yep. That little dip angle thing that, but the horizontals aren't, you've got to look down to the other horizontal. So you're still calling it a horizontal. It's still a horizontal plane. You can't tilt it.
He can't, no, he can't call it a horizontal. Right? He's got no way of checking. Like, before you use your equipment, you should check it to make sure it's in horizontal.
He hasn't even checked it yet, has he?
He can't perform a 2-peg test. He's got no. I mean, he could. He could get some advice from Ruhif and put some little rulers on goalposts and prove that. I don't know. He could prove that.
I kind of understand what Ruhif was doing in that thing, but I don't understand what he thought that was proving. Like, it's you're still not proving that the horizon is anything but a horizontal line putting dots on a friggin' pole somewhere else.
Well, I'll leave that to him. He can sort that out, because he's got a massive flaw in what he's doing and what he's saying, but I'll leave him to work that out. Is that Tom? Are you ICQ? Are you back again? Can you hear us again now, Tom?
I've suddenly been able to hear you again.
Right. I think it might be my camera that did that to you.
Yeah, it does it to me sometimes, Bev, when you turn your camera on, because I'm only on a phone. So if he's on a phone or something, then it might be the same.
So, yeah, we would...
Good on you for coming in, Tom.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I said good on you for coming in. Well done.
Oh,
Get
thank you.
points for that.
Right, so I've got...
You're
Do
not
you want
a
me to
chick-
get a
you're not-
picture of it, Tom?
You're not a chicken, Tom, but you might be still a turkey.
I'm willing to be a turkey.
That's it. Yeah. Or a goose.
Well, I don't know.
Do you want to
Let's
go
go
back
with-
over
We'll
the
see soon
triangle,
enough.
Tom?
Over the angle?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Right, do you want me to get a screenshot of it then?
Well, I can picture what in my... I remember what you were drawing there.
Well, I'll put it... I will. I'll take a screen. I'll get a screenshot of it from my thing and then put it up in the chat. Then,
okay,
people can see it. Oh.
Now, okay. So I'm just going to work from the last image I had before the thing all went to hell. You can draw a line between B and C of what you had up on the whiteboard. You could draw a line from B, though it won't be the horizontal to C. I mean the view from B to C, this line of sight from B to C, won't be horizontal to B. And if you go from C to B, it won't be horizontal either.
Yeah, wait a
draw
minute.
the horizontals
Let me get
on
this.
as perpendicular.
I'll get the proper one on then. What about that? In the live stream, in the live chat.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, somehow it has me on geometry. Whatever happened there. Live chat. Okay. Okay. So now working from that picture, right?
Yeah.
If you drew a perpendicular on C, on the line AC is what I mean, on that segment, if you were to draw a perpendicular,
mm-hmm.
Now you happen to you made them looking almost 90 degrees apart, and that's fine. But if you were to draw one, it would slant roughly like AB, like the line segment AB does. And if you were to draw the horizontal for the line segment AB at the same distance from as you did on AC, those aren't going to be the same horizontal. So from B...
Can you see that line, though? The red one, the laser?
Let me see if I can smash this down.
The second one.
I'm not seeing them. Oh, there's another photo, the laser. Okay. All right, I see that.
Right, well, that red line, one of them is called a horizontal, and the other one's called a vertical.
From A to some point we haven't even discussed yet, right? I would say then.
That's the vertical from A. Yeah.
It's a vertical through A.
Yeah.
And yet, from AB, what would the horizontal look like?
The horizontal's there.
No. A horizontal. If AB is your plumb line, the horizontal is going to be perpendicular to the segment AB, right?
No, that wouldn't be a plumb line, would it? You can't have a plumb line at 45 degrees. Shout out Brian Leakey.
I was just about to ask that. How can that be a plumb line? It's tilted.
And that's my point. It could be a plumb line.
How could it be a plumb line at 45 degrees?
It can't. Plumb lines would be the red laser line and at A going through A.
If B were on the surface of the Earth, and C were on the surface of the Earth, and A were the center of the Earth, which is what I was trying to say with this, you're not going to be standing vertical to that line running through A. You wouldn't be standing vertical to that.
Tom,
you'd be standing vertical to the AB line.
Tom, you're begging the question. You're claiming that A is at the center of Earth.
No, that's a horizontal. There is a horizontal on that picture, right? Now, you like we said before, Tom, you cannot have a horizontal intersecting with another horizontal. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay,
which
but
means,
can you think of any reason you can't have horizontals intersecting?
Yeah, because all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, logically, all horizontals are parallel to each other.
If, in fact, the premise were true, then, the logic is infallible if the premises are true.
What premise?
It's Euclidean geometry, dude. It's Euclidean geometry. How are you sitting there saying if the premise is true? Like, this is literally Earth measure, geometry. Earth measure. Like, we got geometry from looking at the Earth. So, Euclidean geometry, what they call a horizontal and what they call a vertical, that's what they are in reality, because we got them from reality. Now, you guys make a model and say, but on my model, this vertical is tilted. Well, sure, on your model, yeah, but not in real life. All verticals are straight up and down.
I love you. You're there. I'm so happy.
I love you too, John.
Oh, I'm so happy. I your voice. Just have to say that.
Can you see that there?
Appreciated, isn't it?
in the live chat
It's
there,
like I'm
Tom.
used to. I'm just saying. Oh, maybe I'm interrupting, but I just have to say. Okay.
Yeah, you're good, John. It's all good.
Okay. Mood now.
Can you see that in the live chat there?
Wait a minute, I lost my screen. Keeps shutting off on me. There we go. You have another.
It's
okay.
It says straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other.
Yeah, exactly.
So you'd agree with that?
Of course.
Okay. Now, how are you on mathematics? Do you like maths?
Yeah, maths are wonderful.
Does maths prove things to you?
Generally, yeah, I would say.
So if you were to find the geometrical definition for horizontal or mathematical definition for horizontal, if that said that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, would that be like a horizontal being a straight line and parallel being parallel to a plane which is contains all the straight lines? Would that not say that horizontals would necessarily be parallel to each other, like the straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other, and then there's like a proof, right?
Okay. But yeah, but I've said before, the horizontal plane is a plane, and if I'm looking eye level, for example, and establish a horizontal plane at eye level, I have a plane parallel to the
Yes, not
the
tilted,
horizon.
parallel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you got two planes parallel to each other. Neither of them are tilted. There's just one
Neither of
parallel with
those-
another a little bit bit higher.
Right. Neither of those two planes are tilted.
Mm-hmm.
In the ideal, the eye level is in parallel with the horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
The horizontal plane, though, if I'm going to look, the horizontal plane is the one that contains the circle of the horizon. If I have to
the what?
I'm gonna make up
We're
definitions.
gonna key on the horizontal circle. We've had this discussion though. The horizon has to be a circle.
No. If in maths, if horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, then a horizontal being a straight line and being parallel to the plane of the horizon, like, why did you inject a circle in there? Like, a plane doesn't have to be a circle, does it? I mean, there's no limit to a plane. Do you want to look up the mathematical definition of a plane?
The limit,
the
limit's in your eyes, Tom. Not the horizon is only an optical thing that happens because of the way we see. So the fact that it's a circle it's only a circle because you're turning around your eyes. That's the limit. And as you turn around in a circle, well, yeah, it looks like a circle. But the horizon, the land just keeps going after that. After your eyes can't see it anymore, the land's still going. You just get out a zoom camera, and zoom in on something, and you can see it.
Okay. Well, I'm not intending to
the
go down too far down that rabbit hole.
Don't lose the logic.
The circle of the horizon isn't the ground; it's your eyesight. It's got nothing to do with the ground.
Okay, I understand that's your position. I understand.
Okay, so which bit of the logic do you disagree with then the most, Tom? Bearing in mind that straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other is proposition 30 within Euclidean geometry, the foundation of mathematics, an actual proof within mathematics.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the horizontal plane is defined by my particular vertical if we stop assuming that all verticals are parallel to one another.
What if we stop assuming
When
that
that
all
says it
verticals
in-
are parallel?
They're perpendicular to horizontal, and it says that one of the axioms or whatever it is says that all perpendiculars are parallel to each other. All verticals are parallel. Mine is the same as yours. Here in Australia, my vertical is straight up and down. If I look up, I'm looking at the sky. If I look down, I'm looking at the ground, just like you.
All perpendiculars to the horizontal plane would be vertical, wouldn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Not beyond where you are standing. They don't.
What do you mean?
necessarily-
It's a
they are.
horizontal
They aren't
plane.
moving. The plane is horizontal. The perpendiculars as you move further from your personal.
No, perpendicular
horizontal
to
plane.
the horizontal. That's what the perpendicular means. It's two straight lines. It's a relationship of two straight lines. One of them would be horizontal, on the horizontal plane. Perpendicular to that would be at right angles to it, which would be the other right line associated with it to form the right angle. Would be vertical. All of them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And
They would all be vertical to relative to where you started, relative to your original point. I agree.
would just be
as long as
vertical
it's
because it's
relative to
perpendicular.
where you started. You're right.
Yeah.
The plane goes on forever. We're not arguing that. I need to bring it up. I agree with the plane goes on
Horizontals
forever.
don't intersect, and all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be vertical.
To any given horizontal plane, they would be vertical relative to the person, to the point of observation, the original point of observation.
Yeah, and a
Change the
measured
point of observation
change
and
in
it
that
changes.
horizontal would be an elevation change, which would make all horizontal planes parallel to each other. That's how surveying and elevation checks are made, right? Geometrically.
In surveying, they generally assume that level and flat are essentially the same.
They are the
they
same
are.
thing.
They're essentially same
They
for a
are.
short
A
distance.
horizontal plane is definitely two-dimensional, so is
you're-
flat.
So your horizontal plane only goes for a little way, right, Tom? You're saying it's only horizontal locally. Is that what you're saying?
More or less, yeah.
Right.
Because if you go
So
far enough,
imagine-
that horizontal
yep,
becomes vertical.
Yes.
What?
Okay. So, all right. Imagine.
What do you
right,
mean? Oh,
you've got your
whoa, Paige,
horizontal.
you just said if you go far enough,
Yeah,
that
there'd be-
horizontal becomes vertical. Can we get a confirmation on that, Tom?
Yeah, okay. I didn't say it by accident. I know what I'm
Biff, can you let the girl talk for a long time?
Well, yeah, I do. I will, but I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
that
often.
that just spun Bev's head out.
It's not often you get somebody to say that eventually a horizontal becomes a vertical.
Will be vertical. Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Anyways.
Anyway, okay, so you've got your horizontal plane where you're first man standing. You've created your horizontal plane. Now you walk however far you think you need to walk for it to be a different horizontal. So you establish your vertical again, make another horizontal plane. Now, those two horizontal planes that you've made will now be intersecting. You just agreed before that all horizontal planes are parallel to each other.
Intersecting, yes.
All horizontal planes relative to the same vertical.
It's the same thing that we are talking about, the parallel.
No. There is no, in the description, the mathematical description, in geometry, there is no distinction like what you've just made. It is all horizontal planes are parallel. Not some horizontal planes are parallel. All. You just keep tilting your horizontal planes by saying, oh, this vertical is now not a vertical, it's a radial because it goes to the center of a ball. So I'm going to turn this vertical into a radial, then I'm going to create tilted horizontals that intersect with each other that form a disco ball around my globe. It's nonsense.
Okay. I agree that you disagree.
What?
It's geometry,
I disagree.
dude. Like, you can't disagree with the elemental foundation of geometry, which are straight lines, right angles, verticals, horizontals.
Paige, I just want to ask Tom a question. Tom,
sure.
Are two equal points of elevation horizontal?
Okay, by that I believe you mean between that the line drawn between them would be horizontal. I would say no. You can't. The line drawn between 2 points on Earth are not going to be. That line isn't going to be horizontal to either of the endpoints.
It's about
Hold on, John. So just to clarify, Tom, 2 equal points of elevation is not horizontal. Is that what you're saying?
The line between them is not horizontal to either of the endpoints.
Okay, hang on one second.
Oh my goodness.
I'm down at sea level. And I've got
the big question is, what is the end point he was
John.
talking about? No. What is the end point?
What, John?
John, it's Cleary's server.
Sorry, John. If you're down at the ocean, you're down at the beach, you're at sea level, and you've got.
I'm sick and tired of this because it's obvious the Earth is a flat plane, and I can prove it for you.
It's obvious to us, John. But...
Yeah. If you're down at the ocean, right, and you measure 1 foot elevation from the waterline, the mean sea level, and you measure another point 100 yards away, 1 foot above sea level, could you create a horizontal line between those 2 points?
Yeah, you should be able to create a line between those points.
So you disagree with what you just told Data?
Yeah,
No,
you've just said the exact opposite to what you said before.
No, you could draw a line between those 2 points. It'd be very, very close
He said a
to
straight
horizontal.
line.
Would it be a horizontal line?
You could draw a horizontal line. You could draw a line between the 2 points, and in practice, it would be very, very close to horizontal, maybe immeasurably close.
It would be horizontal at every single
It would be horizontal.
Right.
Okay. All right. I mean,
see what you're fighting against? You're fighting it against something you've got in your brain that you think you have to defend because you feel.
You're literally saying surveyors can't measure elevation changes because they can't create a horizontal line to see the difference in, like, measuring a hill. You're saying that the surveyors cannot go to one side of the hill, find the other side of the hill, create a horizontal plane, and then do the elevation changes of that hill going up in a vertical direction. You're saying they can't do that because the line that they start with won't be horizontal. Like, what a load of nonsense, man.
One second, Paige. So to confirm, Tom, you disagree with that 2 points of equal elevation is not horizontal. So can you tell me how you get horizontal without 2 equal points of elevation?
how I would establish a horizontal plane, I'd take a single vertical and draw a perpendicular to it. That's going to end up being, I mean, if I did with an auto level, I could swing it around and say that is the plane. That is a horizontal.
I missed that.
Plane.
Tell me how you get 2 equal points of elevation. I missed what your response was. Tell me again.
I'm saying I'd level an auto level, and I would sweep it through 360 degrees. That would establish for me a horizontal plane at that location.
Okay, so just to clarify, how do you get 2 equal points of elevation to create a horizontal line? You said to take an auto level and turn it 360 degrees?
Yeah, that would give you a horizontal plane.
Okay, so are you measuring to 2 equal points of elevation to get you a horizontal plane, or are you using the auto level?
I only need one. I need the auto level to be level and set precisely at 90 degrees.
Right. So there are 2 points of equal elevation then.
I don't know. I get if you say so. You said 2 points of elevation. I don't need 2 points of elevation.
2 points of equal elevation, right? Because elevation is just vertical, perpendicular to the horizontal, right? So to get
I realize you mean altitude. Yeah, I realize you mean altitude. So 2 points of equal altitude. If I were to point my auto level at those points over a very short distance, my auto level wouldn't, even the crosshairs would subtend such an angle that I couldn't measure it any more precisely.
So curvature would be immeasurable.
Straight. But if I moved it, but if I was focused on something much further out, where
things have gotten smaller with angular size as they go into the distance, that you don't account for.
He still doesn't realize that he needs a straight line to show deviation. He just hasn't realized that.
Yeah, and he's using angular size change to create a drop in his optical thing. Like he's looking out, seeing everything get smaller as it gets further away and drop, like everything does, like streetlights do, like clouds do, like everything does. And he's saying, because that's gotten smaller and dropped in my field of view, that means it's a different horizontal. What an absolute load of nonsense. It's still the same horizontal.
Tom, hey, real quick.
My love, I was muted. I cannot say anything because I was muted. Somebody is muting me all the time. What is a fucking moderator?
I have to do it because you won't stop talking when I'm trying to talk, man.
What is a fucking moderator?
Sorry about it. Hey, Tom, real quick. I just had a real quick question, Tom. Do you feel like... Tom, do you feel like...
He's just trying to have a conversation with Tom.
Yeah.
Tom, do you feel like why you're here? Like, why are you here? Are you defending the globe? Or are you trying to show us something that we've done wrong? Or I'm just trying to understand.
Or do you want to learn? Like, do you think we can teach you something? Or do you think you already know, you think you're already right, and you're here to teach us something?
Oh, I hang out and look for these discussions because I find it an interesting and challenging puzzle.
Do you feel like it's something you solved?
Cool.
Yeah, well, this is more, it's just that this is something of a hobby for me. I hear this. I kind of wonder actually why everyone else is here, for the same reason you wonder why I'm here. And I think you're probably really here for the same reason. You want to...
I'm here to teach people like you, Tom, to wake you up and help you to stop being deceived by these people. That's why I'm here, because I care about my fellow human beings, and it upsets me to know that they are being taken for fools, and they are fighting for it, defending these people who are lying to them. So that's why I'm here.
Well, I don't know anybody that's lying to me. I'm.
No one's
I'm
lying
not
to you
so
here,
sure
Tom. Don't worry about it. You're safe here.
Tom, who showed you? You ever watch any YouTube videos like surveyors or geometry people?
Oh, I don't go out of my way to look at YouTube videos for surveyors. I look at other things, not that.
Like what? Flat Earth, Globe Earth, anything like that?
Oh, normally I don't even spend much time on the Globe Earth channels. Those guys already agree with me. It's not much fun.
Like who agrees with you?
Well, if I were to say, go on to Simon Dan's channel, I'm not gonna have anything to argue with him about. It sounds like an echo chamber. When I look at the comments, I go, I can't even dispute anything that these folks are saying because it's close enough to what I would say.
Wow.
So you are here just to argue your point and not to learn why you might be wrong.
Can I just have a quick one in here? Like, it's on the back of Cleary's one, right, Tom? he says that you've never like you agree with all of those people. So you've just been arguing for intersecting horizontals. Where did you get that from?
Well, I didn't get it from somewhere else. I looked at it and I said, you know what? If I draw A, B, and C like you did on your whiteboard, and I put a laser beam between B and C, as you pointed out, it's vertical straight through A, I say, you know what? That line is horizontal, but only to that point from where the laser beams cross, not at B or at C. I say, hey, gee, what would it be if you did put those horizontals in from B and C? Would they be in parallel? No, they wouldn't be in parallel. They would be intersecting.
Wow.
Because the verticals are going off in different directions. In other words, I can just work out the math.
You were able to surmise all of that about the actual reference frames in reality, vertical and horizontal, from a drawing of a triangle?
I get it. Yeah. What you did, Tom, you put A at the center of an imagined circle, didn't you?
Ball.
You didn't even need the curve there. All you needed was like a point A and an angle, and you could imagine the rest of it yourself. You imagined that both of those lines coming from A were verticals, didn't you?
And he's imagining the line between B and C is the Earth, the ground of the Earth, isn't he? So that would be curved. But that's nonsense because they're two straight lines, which means that third line is a triangle, a straight line. So how on earth are you curving that third straight line of the triangle, Tom?
He's just imagining a circle there.
Yeah,
Paige.
just imagining it.
Okay,
Tom, you do realise none of us saw that circle, right? All of us, we just saw a horizontal and a vertical line, and then a triangle formed around that. I mean, we didn't see what you saw.
I'm sure you didn't.
Because I'm guaranteeing no geometry teacher would see what you saw either, Tom. They wouldn't go just putting a circle in there for no reason. Like,
I'm pretty sure
you can't have a triangle with two straight lines and one curved line. You just cannot have that.
We don't need curved lines in this discussion.
Yeah, because that third line would be curved. So it would make a triangle. So whether you like the fact that it makes a triangle or not is doesn't matter. It's a moot point. But because it does make a triangle, and the ground is making that third line, whether you want to put it in or not, and that line in your head is curved, which you cannot do in geometry.
Of course. Why couldn't you?
Because a triangle is a very specific shape, Tom. Just like a square is a very specific shape. They're these shapes for a reason.
Sure. Let me try to put it into context. If you were to take,
you have a religious belief in your model, so it has to be curved. I understand.
Okay. Fantastic. Then suppose you took a compass, put the pivot point at A, scribed a line between a circle about that. There's your circle. Now we've completed the thought. But the straight line can still exist between B and C, just as
it would be a chord.
The thing is it would cut a chord, which you've heard about chords.
Yeah, it would be a chord, not the ground.
Reluctant to bring this up. So in other words, you would be cutting a chord between through the circle rather than following the surface.
And then you're working with the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, you've missed one out here, Paige. Right? You realise as soon as you mention a chord, Tom, you are talking Euclidean geometry, right? There's no chords in spherical geometry at all.
Surfaces of a sphere. So a 2D plane, he's now putting a chord on a 2D flat surface, not a sphere. Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. So you've literally thrown your sphere away, Tom, to draw a flat circle to put that chord on it so that you can argue for your sphere, which you don't have anymore because you threw it away to put the chord there.
I didn't really.
Yeah, you
got a flat
did.
circle
You
now.
did.
If you want to put that chord there, you've thrown your sphere away and you've changed it for a flat circle, so you can do 2D Euclidean geometry on it.
Yeah, back in Euclidean, we like that sort of stuff. I mean, it's good.
Yeah,
stuff.
we love Euclidean. Yeah, no
And
worries.
I thought you'd like this. See what I'm starting with when I draw the circle in the first place. I'm not drawing a sphere. I'm drawing a circle. Now, a circle
flat
is
plane.
exactly a circle is a section of a sphere.
It's a 2D shape.
In other words, it's a
the
section
circle.
sphere.
Tom.
It is a 2D shape.
Yeah.
And it can be made from a 3D shape. That a
But
sphere.
if you were standing on that circle, it would be flat. Might be a circle around you, but the ground is flat. You're standing on a flat surface, a flat circle.
A section of a sphere would be cutting through the center of Earth, or cutting through a portion of the Earth.
Making it flat.
What, a circle? Again?
That
Tom.
piece would be flat.
Tom, are you trying to draw circles just to prove a model that you want to be a circle? Like, can you please stick to reality and stop drawing circles? I mean, drawing a circle will not help you prove reality. We're talking about real life horizontals and verticals in reality. Drawing a circle won't help you.
Okay, so then, if I understand you correctly, we can't consider a straight line that passes through the surface of the Earth. Is this true?
Sorry, say that again.
We cannot consider, because we're worrying about real life here, we cannot consider any plane that, say, sections beneath the ground or sections through the Earth.
Have you ever seen a contour line?
All flat planes must be from the bottoms of our feet upward.
Tom, have you ever seen a contour line? I'll get you a like a horizontal
I've seen
thing.
contour lines. I read topo maps. I
Oh,
understand.
Tom, wait. Are you talking about Euclidean 3 space?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Vertical and
Trying
horizontal
to
planes.
spherical
X, Y, and
geometry
Z?
on flat surface.
Yeah.
Well,
wanna
try to
cut
draw a ball on
Well,
a
that's what
piece
a
of paper
chord
that's
is,
actually
right?
a ball.
It's like a contour line is a slice through the Earth. Is that what you're talking about when you were talking about?
Well, yes, it could be represented that way.
Okay, well
So the number
that's
of
a
concentric
zero
circles-
elevation change, isn't it? Each one of those contour lines, but it would be considered a slice through the Earth. Is that what you are talking about?
That's an acceptable example. Yes.
Okay, so they're horizontal
And
planes,
see
right?
how, and they don't intersect. They're all
From-
parallel.
The presumption is that those don't intersect. Yes.
It's not a
No,
presumption.
not presumption. They don't. You can see it. They don't intersect.
That's how they're
horizontal
measured.
planes. This is what surveyors do, Tom. They measure elevation changes on horizontal planes that gradiate upwards. Elevation changes. That's all they do. Create one horizontal plane, foot above another horizontal plane, foot above another horizontal plane. They're all parallel. It's only because you believe you live on a globe that you're trying to turn your vertical into a radial and make it go to the center of a ball. But, if I drop a plumb bob here and you drop a plumb bob where you are, you have no way of saying that your vertical is any different to mine. They are both, they're both straight up and down.
Parallel.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I
mine's
stipulate-
not upside down from yours.
No, and I would stipulate that indeed by the same token, you can't prove that they are the same. You can only prove that.
Yeah, I can.
they're
I can.
vertical.
I can prove
Definitely
it.
can.
I can prove it, Tom. With Euclidean geometry, I absolutely can prove it.
Can prove it logically, geometrically, and practically.
Mathematically, practically, yep. All of it. And we just did by showing you how it says that, verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, So they're parallel to each other. Verticals are always perpendicular, and perpendiculars are parallel to each other. So all those verticals are parallel, just like all the horizontals are parallel. That's geometry.
Okay.
If you never drew a ball, if you never actually just drew a ball under those lines, you would never think you lived on a ball. Like, if no one told you and you just went out with your water level and tried to survey your neighbourhood, you would just make a horizontal plane, do your elevation changes wherever the hills and valleys are, and you'd be done with it. And that's what they've done all over the world. They just do little sections of flat plane, and then they stick it all together like a disco ball and tell you that you live on a globe.
Oh, I've seen topo maps. I've used them to go hiking, and those lines will show the same elevation, even if they're quite far apart sometimes.
A 2D map, right?
Yeah, because the plane goes forever. So even if you've got a hill 1,000 miles away, the elevation at the top of that hill, if that's the same as the elevation where you are on the top of your hill, then that's a horizontal plane the whole way.
All maps are 2D, right, Tom?
You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Huh?
See, all maps
I'm
are
sorry,
2D, aren't they?
Well, maps are 2D.
Yeah, all maps are flat.
Not all maps, but most maps that
Well, yeah, I've got a topographic map, but the the base of it, where the water level is, that's flat, isn't it?
Yeah, the maps, topographical maps are generally 2D maps. That's true.
Yeah. All maps are like 2D, aren't they? Do you know any curved maps?
Yeah, we call them globe maps.
Nah, that's
globes.
No.
That's a model. Seen a globe map
that's not
that
a
you can
map.
actually
That's a
use.
model.
It's not a model. It's a globe.
Yeah, it's a model.
Yeah, a model.
I get it. All maps are okay. Even the globe is as a map. It's 2D.
Yeah.
It's not.
That's because
the thing is.
It's because
a
surface of a sphere, a sphere, has a non-developable surface, right? Which means it cannot be expressed on a two-dimensional surface without distortion. It's Gaussian.
On a flat surface, not necessarily two-dimensional.
No. The surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface.
Do you understand what that means, Tom?
Mathematically.
Like, you know how when you've got a 3D, when you've got a 3D cube and you flatten that cube out, you end up with a cross shape, right? And you can open up a pyramid and you've got, like a few triangles and a square, but you can't do that with a sphere. All you can do is squish it flat and make it a circle. So you're not getting the whole of the surface because you've had to smush it flat. So it distorts. So you can't, So that's why they measure everything with Euclidean geometry, because
all maps
everything's
are flat.
2D.
Yeah, all maps
they're
are
all
flat,
flat,
for a reason, right? That reason is it's Euclidean geometry, right? The land, the water level is a horizontal plane. That's why maps are all flat, because that's how they just represent what they see, and they measure it and they plot it and they represent it on a flat map. I mean, it's just a scale difference. That's all there is. Surely you understand scale, right? The Glappers all are experts on scale.
Oh, and I won't claim expert, but yeah, I understand scale. I would say all maps, though, are not flat because the world is flat. I would say that all maps are flat because they fold up or roll up nicely that way.
It's because of geometry that all maps are flat.
Yes, because of geometry.
Okay.
They need to be, because we measure it on a flat surface. Euclidean geometry is 2D geometry, so...
Well, actually, no, Paige. It's solid geometry. It's the geometry of reality, Euclidean geometry. Wait till we start on book 11. right? I mean, all we've gone so far is the basics. Book 11
How
is
on
the
earth are
proof
we
for
going to
reality.
go to the next book when they can't even understand what a perpendicular is or what parallel means?
They're not going to come with us, Paige. They're not. We're going to have to
Oh,
leave them
obviously.
behind,
Well,
right?
Yeah, we're going to have to. They just want the ball so badly that they will twist even like the most basic things that we have, the most basic geometry we have, straight fucking lines, vertical and horizontal, and they want to say they're tilted and curving. It's like, how deluded can you people be?
I like the horizontal turning into a vertical. If you just make it long enough, eventually that horizontal will be a vertical.
Yeah,
it's great.
I knew Bev would like that one a great deal. That's why I put it out there when I did, how I did.
Do you know how you did that, Tom? You've got like a really confused idea of the geometry that you're meant to have with your model. Your model made you do that.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, and I see why you would say that. I see why Paige would say that. Paige has said that the horizon, for example, only happens because we just physically can't see further than a certain distance. Is that about right, Paige?
Yeah, that's one of our limits of our vision is where the floor rises up and the sky goes down, but you can see more of the sky. The ground, because it's a sharper angle, the ground will obstruct things before the top half of your vision. That's why you can see things sort of over the buildings.
That's almost the same argument I've gotten a million times over the last year from Gary Wybenga.
Yeah, but it's true.
Is it wrong?
Well, he's totally wrong, so I wouldn't jump to saying it's true.
Whoa.
How is it wrong?
Well, he told me that things disappear from the bottom up because of the surface of the Earth and the angle between the surface of the Earth, which I would be standing on, and my eye creates an angle. The further the distance, the more acute that angle.
The angle.
Although what he could not explain, what he could never explain was why would that angle even matter? He just evades the question.
Do you understand why
that matter?
The angle's backwards. The angle should be with my eye at the vertex, not the object at the vertex of the angle.
Why does the ground ramp up to your eye at the center?
Ground doesn't ramp up to my eye.
It does. Look down a hallway. The ground seems to be rising to the middle of your vision. The roof seems to be falling to the middle of your vision. So please don't say it doesn't ramp up, because it bloody well does.
Okay. Well,
you look out to the horizon, Tom. The horizon is almost at eye level, isn't it? But the water is way down. It's ramped up in your vision.
Why?
I look, Paige, I get what you're saying. And I'll tell you the
well,
reason
then why
I
are
would
you
say
laughing? And as
because
if it's wrong when...
No, I see what you're saying. I still say it's wrong, but I'm saying we don't see...
How is it wrong when you see that?
Paige, we don't see in 3 dimensions.
I'm not saying you do. Imagine, hold a piece of paper. Hold a piece of paper out in front of you, completely flat, at chin level, and then tilt the back end of it up a bit. That's exactly what the ground is doing. As you look out, it's tilting up. The sky is tilting down. But because you're closer to the ground, the tilt of the ground is going to hit the middle of your vision before the sky does. So the top half goes way further than the bottom half. So that's why things get obstructed from the bottom up, even if there's no, mirages or stuff, but they get obstructed by that as well. So there's a few different things going on.
Okay, well, Gary told me and this is why I made the one video that's
Tom,
actually out there.
Tom,
on my
please,
channel.
can we not do a
Gary's
Gary
not
told
here.
me Gary's not here?
All
No.
right, that's fine, but I'm explaining why I made the video that's posted on my site, on my channel, is that when he brought up that it has something to do with the ground, I ended up putting a drone at 360 feet in the air and flying it across an open wash towards a cross, which at the beginning of the video, you virtually can't see it unless you know exactly where you're looking. I didn't change the elevation and the altitude of that drone even by a foot throughout the whole video of roughly 8 minutes long. It flew out there. The cross magically seems to come into view when we're close enough to it. I stopped just in front of the cross, then I backed that video up, backed that drone up till it disappeared again. It did not disappear from the bottom up. It did not up.
You're way up in the sky.
Huh?
You're way up in the sky. What do you expect?
Exactly what he said. He says, well, it wasn't close to the ground.
Dude, by being
Don't
way up in the
understand
sky,
optical
you're opening that angle way up. So of course you're looking down on the cross now. So of course you're going to see the ground. But if you're on the ground looking out and the ground has ramped up in your vision, then that's going to block things that are further away.
The ground has nothing to do with it, Paige.
It
the
does.
Angle is
It's
with my eye at the
perspective.
vertex.
Everything to
The
do with it.
angle is not to the object. It's not starting from the object outward. It's starting from my eye outward. You got the angle backwards.
Oh my God. That
How
angle.
would the
Okay.
ground matter?
Draw. Listen, from your eye level, think of a horizontal line going straight out from the middle of your eyes, right? Now, the amount of space between underneath that line and the ground compared to on top of that line all the way up to the sky, there's a big difference between the amount of space in there, isn't there?
Sure, it's all irrelevant, but sure, yeah.
No, it's not irrelevant because that's exactly what's causing you to see things disappear bottom first. If you make the space between the middle of your eye and the ground the same as the middle of your eye above, then that won't happen as much because you've widened the space so you're able to see more.
Okay. I'm going to draw a conclusion from what you just said, and I'm going to put it out there. I haven't tried this, so I don't know. But what would you expect to happen is my question. If I took my drone and put it at 350 feet above the ocean, and I watched a ship sail out beyond the horizon with the drone, would that be because the drone is so close to the ground it disappears from the bottom up?
I don't
would
think
it
it would
be for some
disappear
other
bottom up.
reason?
I think you'd just see it. I think you'd see it fade away. I think you'd see more of just it getting into the distance and getting more opaque until you just can't see it anymore. If you're high up in the sky above it. But if you put that drone on the actual, like, a foot above the water and watched that boat go out, then absolutely it will disappear bottom first because of that relationship.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not sure that I would find those results, but I appreciate you saying so.
Can you ask, or can you maybe tell us why you don't think it's the, how do I say this? Why you don't agree with what she just said? You just said, I don't agree.
Why I don't
but you
agree
didn't-
that the
why?
ground, that the ground obscures things from the bottom up. The angle from the object. Okay, I'll try to answer why I think
We're doing angles again, Tom. Is that the best you've got?
Yes, I
I'm
think
quite
that's-
interested in the angles, though. Which angle is it?
The angle that I hear Paige talking about is from the object across the surface of the ground to your feet, and then the other line of the angle would be from that object to your eyeball.
What, to your feet?
And that would
to
be
your what? Are you measuring an angle at the other
across the
side?
ground,
You're
yes.
not doing an angle from your eye to the thing, or you're doing an angle backwards?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, the angle should be from your eye to the object. So
Okay.
from your eye to the bottom of the object and from your eye to the top of the object. The ground isn't involved, isn't relevant unless it obstructs. Unless there are obstructions. My assumption is, and I will tell you its assumption, that is a flat, not flat, rather a level, unobstructed surface.
What, because of
Level
the angle
unobstructed
that you
surface.
see coming out of your eyes?
As the image becomes closer to me, it grows in angular size.
Yeah, I put that in there. Did you see that in the live chat?
Of the object to my eye, and then from my eye back to the bottom of the object.
It says that things seen under a larger angle appear larger. Those under a smaller angle appear smaller, and those under equal angles appear equal. Right? These are postulates. That things seen by higher visual rays appear higher, and things seen by lower visual rays appear lower. Right? And that things seen under more angles are seen more clearly. I mean, they're postulates of optics. Right?
Okay.
So they make sense,
yeah,
right?
That doesn't sound like postulates in geometry, but yeah, things that are closer,
no, postulates in optics,
things that are further,
right?
Yeah.
Postulates in optics. Yeah.
Postulates in optics, yes.
So what you're saying is because of an angle is making something disappear in the distance somehow.
Yeah, I can't see any way that the angle between you and between your observation point and the top or bottom of the object would make the object disappear from the bottom up or appear
an
from
angle,
the top down.
Tom. An angle can't do fuck all. Right? It can't do anything.
Check the live chat.
Absolutely not.
I agree. The angle doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the angle between the object, the bottom of the object, and across the ground, and topwise from the bottom of the object to your eye, doesn't do anything at all.
Yeah.
That's the angle beneath the object. You wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see the light
angles
from
don't
that
do
angle.
anything. So why are we talking about angles, Tom?
Because that's what Paige said. I'm responding to Paige.
You're talking.
Check the live chat, Tom.
Yeah. Go on, have a look.
Tom, if you were to draw a picture of you looking down a street, right, from your own eyes, if you were to stand in the middle of the street and draw that street on a piece of paper, wouldn't you draw it so that the lines go up the page and get closer together as they go from your feet up the page? And you draw everything big in the front, getting smaller. Yeah. So you just keep extending that, and you can imagine where at some point the sky meets that too, and things have gotten so small that you can no longer resolve them. Doesn't mean they've gone over a curve. They're just further away, and you can't make them out anymore. So the horizon is like the a limitation of your vision. And it definitely depends on your height.
In fact,
you can, even on your model, height gives you further, ability to see further. And the same happens on a flat plane. Because you're increasing that angle, you're able to see more.
They were seen by a higher
so close
angle
to the ground.
Right? They're postulates.
Yeah, but I mean, have you ever taken an art class or anything, Tom?
No, art's not my thing, but I have.
Yeah, well, I'd suggest do a little tutorial on YouTube or something, a little find a perspective drawing tutorial, and just
I've
go
already
through
been
that.
through
You just
I've
said
done
that you hadn't, that optics weren't your thing. I mean, that art
No, I
wasn't your
said
thing.
art wasn't my thing. I did not say optics wasn't my thing. I find optics fascinating. I have.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm trying to explain to you to do an art class, because they draw reality. Like, you're actually drawing reality, right?
Sure.
So if you actually find a tutorial for a perspective drawing art
Isometric.
class, and then
Isometric page.
Is that what it's called? Cool.
Isometric is this
Okay.
to scale.
Can I jump in for a quick second here? Quickly? My man Cleary has a video of him like looking at containers, and then he goes to the side of the container and he eliminates that, changes that angle down the corridor, side to side, and things get cut off from the side, not from the bottom up, but from the side.
Because he reduced the angle on the side. Yeah.
It's a container
If you
yard.
can get that, you'll understand the whole argument.
Yeah.
And
Thanks,
Tommy,
Rob, for the
too,
shout out.
Yeah. It's a good. That's a
Tom,
good one though. I think we might have to GIF that, right, Rob?
100%.
Yeah.
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Getting obscured from the side.
All right.
Once you see it, your whole idea of perspective will change.
Because they literally stole the math for the way we see, and have used it to say that the ground's curving. So our circular vision, our cone, the way our eyes work in that cone vision, that creates the perspective, this tunnel vision, you know, like you're looking into a pyramid, because all the lines are coming together into a single point in the middle. Oh, I lost my train of thought then.
Perspective drawing.
It just flew out of my head.
Yeah.
Perspective, yeah, no, it's gone.
Well, let's
Point
let's
of convergence.
while we're waiting for that to come back to your page, let's take a look at something you say. Everything always converges to the center. And you said, stand out in the street, look down that street, and you'll find that the verges of the road will converge towards a vanishing point. I'm not arguing that. I agree. Suppose, however, you weren't looking down the street per se. You were looking in generally the direction of the street, but the verges of the road would still compress, but they're compressing, let's say, well to your left.
Yes,
So,
but you will still
not to the
have
center.
lines going to the middle. You will, like, if you were able to draw lines in the air, you would still have the convergence into the center wherever you're actually looking. Just because off to the side, you know, you can see the road going off into the distance.
You're
Yeah.
watching the lines converge to a side, to a point off to the side of you, not into the center.
I really think you need to see one of these pictures where they draw all the lines showing you where everything is. You know, I don't think you understand perspective very much. That's all.
So, can I interject, Paige, for a second?
Yeah, go for it, Dom.
So, do you know when you're looking off into the distance, you know the objects will converge, but they're not converging? Do you understand that?
They'll look to be converging, but they're not actually converging. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you understand that statement?
You mean that? Is it? I think so. Here's what I think you mean. Things look smaller, but they're not really smaller. They just look smaller. I agree. The things
how about
perspective
this?
is an illusion.
Train
Some
tracks
optical-
look like they touch far away, but you know damn well they are not touching ever.
Exactly.
Yeah. So once you understand that, position yourself. Take two observers and have them facing each other at a certain distance away. It really doesn't matter how far apart they are in distance. They'll always see an apparent convergence. So once you understand it's actually not touching between 2 points, you can maybe clearly think about what you're actually observing.
What you're actually observing is things getting smaller in angular size, including the space between those 2 points.
Yeah, so not Earth curve.
Exactly.
They're not things going over an Earth curve, just things getting smaller and going into that convergence point.
This is that I have no argument with that. I mean, that cross that I know. Hopefully, I'll go over and give a like to my video. But if you dislike it twice, okay? The cross was unresolvable when I set off. It didn't go over the curve. It was less than a mile away from where I started.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Okay, so this
It didn't disappear because of the Earth curve. It disappeared due to angular size and angular resolution.
Sure. So that same principle of the top of the cross and the bottom of the cross coming together, converging into a point, is no different than the horizon or the ground and the sky doing the same thing, except for the land mass of the ground is exceptionally large and the clouds above you are exceptionally large. So you're going to have the same junction is the point. Now, how do you determine the difference that it's Earth curve or it's your eyesight causing it? Well, you just answered it. It's eyesight.
I don't think I said it wasn't curvature.
Okay, so here I'm going to ask you, Tom, what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? Earth curvature or eyesight?
I'm going to say what I always say. The horizon has nothing to do with perspective. The horizon has to do with the Earth getting in the way of your view of the sky.
Okay, so what causes the ground to rise up in your mind? Is it Earth curvature or is it your eyesight?
I'm pretty sure that the Earth is actually falling away from the sky from my perspective, but I'm looking down more and more until eventually the Earth is blocking my view of a lower view.
I'll try again, Tom. I'll try again.
Can I just ask, Data, just to confirm with that last one? Tom, are you saying the horizon is geometric?
That's what he's saying.
Are we opening another door? Because I'm thinking
I was just trying to get to like
is calculated, right?
They were just saying, like, is it geometric?
There is a way of calculating geometrically where the
you don't have to calculate it. I'm just asking you: is it a geometric horizon that you are seeing?
An apparent horizon.
It's okay for you to say yes. I will agree with you. Do you think it is a geometric horizon that you are seeing?
I would say, for the record, you are seeing the horizon that you would refer to as an apparent horizon because you are seeing where the horizon apparently is. If you were to remove obstructions and refractions, you would have the geometric and apparent horizons would be the same thing.
Mm-hmm. So there is a geometric horizon there, right?
A geometric horizon exists.
That's it. Yep.
It
It's
does.
not
It
necessarily
does.
what you see.
Right. Okay. So, what can you say geometrically about it?
Now I know how much you adore tangent lines.
Say the word. No.
I've got a geometric.
If
I
I
can say
took
something geometric about it.
Yeah.
Tom,
Yeah,
do you
go
see-
ahead,
do you
Paige.
see-
Yeah.
Tom, do you see where you're trying to go over the speed bumps here? You're trying to avoid the speed bumps, right?
Yeah. That one
Mhm.
word he wants to
So
avoid.
just-
It starts
so
with
just-
an H.
Yeah, so just
Yep.
realize why you're trying to avoid the speed bumps here, brother. And be honest with yourself, please.
Well, I'm honestly trying to be precise and say exactly what I mean and mean exactly what I say.
Yeah.
Because I know this come back to bite me later.
There was mathematics is made for this very reason, right? It's very precise, and it's made for that reason, right? You can't deny mathematics, right? So let's take the word horizon and mathematize it, right? What can we say mathematically about the horizon? Call it geometric if you want.
Mathematically, it's the point where the tangent line would be where the tangent line exceeds the top of my eyeball. It's the part where I can no longer see light beyond that point because it goes over my head.
Hey, Tom, can you check the live chat and tell me if you agree with that statement that I put in there?
Just to clarify, Tom, it's the point of light that you can't see because it goes over your head?
Yes.
Okay.
I got to bring my screen back alive now to look at the image. Let's see. Where are we? Live chat.
Hey, Tom, see that? See the picture that Cleary's put in there? See how the bottom of the picture, the water is lower down than the water that's about the middle of the picture. So it is ramping up in your vision.
Oh,
do you see that? See how it's going up and down, up and down?
There we go. It's finally coming up. Okay. Okay, this is I think I've seen this graphic before, where it's a time lapse.
Yeah. So remember. So before, remember when I said, does the ground ramp up in your eyesight? And you said no. Well, if I'm standing at the water at the bottom of this picture, then the water in the middle of the picture has ramped up in front of me, hasn't it?
To the center of your vision, I think was what you were saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I did say that I know what you're getting at. I realize what you're getting at, and that is due to the fact that
did I get cut off or did he?
He got cut off.
Oh,
Clear
okay, because I got cut off before.
I wanted him to read that the horizon is optical.
No, man, Clear, that gift is dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I grabbed it the other day, man. It's pretty cool. That's pretty much what's going on from day to day, moment to moment, hour to hour.
Yeah, and it's obstructing things bottom up.
Stretching, compressing, warping everything.
Yeah. Did you guys see the video of that Boogeyman did of the launch, the rocket launch from, I think, Fake X? You can tell it's a hologram. It glitches out in the sky. Like, you can see it like bobbing up and down inside this cloud, this smoke that they've got billowing up. And then when it comes up out of the clouds, you see it like glitch out and go all sideways and stretched out like when your TV goes funny and goes all wiggly and stretches. It does that in the sky like 2 or 3 times.
I haven't seen that.
Looks like a big production. And he said the footage on their website or YouTube, whatever, is different to the live footage that he's got.
Oh my God! Y'all just see that Stanley Kubrick thing where he confessed to making the moon landing?
I'm not so sure that's him. Yeah, I've heard that was. I've heard that's a fake, but I mean, how would you know now?
Yeah, they do deep fakes and stuff now. You'd never. How do you? Yeah, how can you know?
Yeah. Who knows?
Damn,
I wanted Tom to read that.
Yeah, I know. Hopefully he'll come back. He might have.
Does he realise we can't hear him?
I don't know. He said last time
he realize...
he lost all his rights.
Does he realise who he's talking to? This group of people right here, man.
Off with that one.
Did you see the Blue Marble video I put in? It's only just been put out, and you know Blue Marble's hurting at the minute. So he's going after the globe model Drop.
Really?
Drop. Formula. I mean, like, come on. That's made for us, isn't it? Blue
Yeah, I think he did
what's
make
he
it
want to
for
do? He sat there going, bring it on. And you're like, okay. The Globe's drop formula is wrong. Well, if Right the Hand says the Globe's drop formula is wrong, then it's obviously wrong because there's no drop of the water level. It's ridiculous. Sorry, we'll have to go over that at some point, right? Don't let me forget about it.
Oh yeah, anytime. Wish we could go over stuff like that live, but we'd have to like be real careful.
Yeah, he'd
drag through
it. Yeah, I'll go over it live once I know what's in it and where to go to and what particular points, right? We'll have a look over it, and then we don't upset Blue by. But I mean, if we get some sort of a confirmation from him, we're allowed to go over it. Then we will. We'll go over it live. Actually, should we do that? Should we see if we can have a word with Blue first before we watch the video?
He's not going to come out of the safety hug of Jose Sheji.
Oh yeah, he came over with Jose today, didn't he? To have a go at SE.
I don't even think Brandon's live today. It doesn't look like he is.
Is he not?
I think he said that there's no live show today.
Oh, okay.
Crit's over there. You want to go and send him an invite, Clary?
Everybody just pile in there all of a sudden.
It's Crit and James Richard, Jimbo and Johnny. Oh, Johnny, you don't want to upset John. Again. I had to mute him. Sorry, I like.
Yeah, he was like, can you let the girl keep talking? Hey, that's what he said.
Yeah. I love you.
He just wanted to hear your voice, Paige. Ground control to ICQ Tom.
I'm not sure why. I don't know why you want to hear my voice with a horrible Aussie accent. Oh my god.
No way. You don't sound like trash.
Yeah.
Well, that's the point. I just stuck an invite in Brandon's for this.
See if
server.
Crit wants to come over. Is God's here or not? No.
Do you remember when Trash went insane on Arwen's show, Paige? I don't know if you were around back then. She went crazy with
No, I think I heard
F-bomb.
something about it, but I don't think I ever actually heard it myself.
I just can't force myself to go through all the Arwen's videos to try to find that.
To find it,
I wish I could, though.
was it like
her and Rasta
Brenda's meltdown?
It was exactly the same thing. F you.
Oh my
F
god.
You. I think I'm going to buy
I'll pay you $100.
To go find it.
If you find it, I'll double it.
Tell Arwen, he'll be on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Arwen would actually go and find it. He
Oh
would,
yeah,
he would.
do that, Rakia, man. If you got the money to
Tell
throw
him 10.
around.
Tell him 10, and he'd go and do it. I bet you. He's that thing about money.
Nah, man, he'd be your friend for life. You gave
He'd
him
be like,
100
I'll do it for 10.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh, poor Arwen. Oh dear.
I like Arwen. He's as messed up as we all are in our own special way.
Yeah. Yeah, we've all got our own problems, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard she gave him a Bible or something, did she? Or was
Yes.
that just sort
Sent
of
him
the
money.
money?
She's sending money to buy a Bible.
Did he actually get a Bible with it, or?
Hell no. Nope. He probably bought weed. Oops, I think I dropped it.
So has anybody figured out who that Morty guy is?
Somebody said
Pickle
he's
Rick?
Pickle Rick.
Oh, Pickle Rick.
And Pickle Rick had to, I think he was coming once. Somebody said he was meant to be coming for a chat, but I don't think he ever actually made it. So
It's the way he types and chat seems really familiar, but I can't put my finger on it.
I'm almost positive it's him because I remember one day I was at Nathan's. He was going by that Pickle, and then a few days later he was going by that Morty.
I stepped away. You guys. What was Tom's conclusion there on the apparent junction?
He hasn't come back.
yeah, he sort of stopped mid sentence.
He's here, but yeah, he's not saying anything.
Yeah.
Too funny. You, if Tom's listening, Tom, I can give you the Rayleigh criterion and show you exactly how they hijack perspective and turn it into a ball if you want, because it indicate to.
They don't turn anything into a ball, do they? That's all done
Not
in the mind.
Not physically. No, exactly.
Yeah, we do it in our own mind.
Exactly.
Data, why are you Nathan Oakley parroting? They hijacked perspective and called it Earth curvature, which actually that's what they did in surveying. You have to
but
factor in
I'm not
Earth
par- I'm not
curvature, which is
parroting
just
Nathan.
perspective.
I'm not
Yeah,
parroting- I'm
yeah,
not
they
parroting
calculated
physically.
in.
No,
I can give you an actual
See, they
formula.
don't even do that. The people that do it are the people that tell you lies. Like, nobody
the guys, the
actually does that
curveyors.
in reality at all, ever. They just make maps and do actual real surveying. The only people that talk about this stuff being a globe are the glarpers. Right? And you're just adding to it by telling them how they do it. You're telling them how they can do it to themselves. And telling everybody else what they've got to fight against. Rather than just dealing with reality.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying that I'm not parroting Nathan. I actually want to have a formula derived from the Rayleigh criterion that shows you how they can invert that.
Because they want us to have math to explain, to predict how things will disappear, and like they say, well, my math can predict, that this much of this building will be hidden. Where's your math to predict?
They don't actually do that, right?
No.
All of that math that they're talking about is stuff that like Rumpus and George
In
and
their
all of that.
heads,
Like,
yeah.
nobody ever uses any math like that ever in reality. Only, like I say, in the GLARPing community.
Sure enough, yeah. They're the only ones who present it and understand it. I think the reason what I'm saying is that because of that, literally because of that orthographic drawing of the sphere Earth, and then learning optics, I can just show mathematically how it's done, whether it's geometric or it's optical. And that's just the point, is that it's completely what they've done. And I can prove it with their own math, is my point. And that's what I like to address. I haven't heard anybody address the Rayleigh criterion as far as actual calculations go. Now, I know Nathan talks about hijacking perspective in feet and inches values, which, using the Rayleigh criterion, I can turn into and then show you the geometric ball, and then how they got the calculation of 1 foot, 1.22 miles away. So that's what I mean, right? Going into the actual specifics of it and how they hijacked it, literally, rather than just saying it.
Yeah. Well, when they, that's what I get is that when they hijack it, well, nobody is. Only the delusional.
If you break down Eratosthenes and the observation and the story behind it, if you look at what Kepler used for a subset of calculation,
if you break down Eratosthenes, you find out there is no geometry to support the model that he's supposed to have predicted. To be honest with you, if Eratosthenes ever did that back in that day, just after Euclid wrote the Elements, he'd have got laughed out of the place. He would have been the village idiot.
Well, here's the thing. So take the triangle, right angle triangle, and then apply the same principles of 500 and 7.2 degree angle. So along the tangent is 500 miles, and the angle adjacent to the right angle, or sorry, the opposite, pardon me, is 7.2 degrees. You end up with 3,059, right? So if you invert that triangle and then just draw a circle, and then suppose the divergent rays of the sun.
Why would you do that? You wouldn't do that. You'd know horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, man. How to hijack it. Anyway, I write about it. I show you what you can do, how they can hijack Euclidean, as well as
perspective. They can't. No, they cannot hijack Euclidean.
If they invert a circle.
Why would they put a circle? No, they'd be like, what?
Okay.
Why are you putting a circle on top of the water? The water level's the horizontal.
There you go. That's how you hijack Euclidean. You throw a fucking circle in it. You say that we're living on the edge of that circle.
Yeah, they were far smarter back in those days. They would have spotted that for sure.
I don't think so, because it's under a supposition of straight lines versus divergent lines, right? And
hey, God, I think there is a show on. There's
No, he's put a
James,
community
Jimbo,
post
Johnny,
out.
and Brandon in. Oh, but Brandon's on Deafin.
Yeah. Yeah, he's put a community post out that there's no show. He'll come back tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Maybe they're just talking to each other then.
Yeah, they will be. Be left out. He could come over here if he wanted to.
Yeah, I put a invite in the general.
Anyway, Bev, that was fun today. Thanks for having me, man.
No problem. Keep it in reality. Try not to give them too much poetry, right?
Well, when you I was on Pseudoscience and Science Today server, and I got kicked because I was trying to ask egg person or puppy, whatever you want to call a guy's name, about Kepler's observation, right? Did he put the Earth at the ecliptic or was the sun at the ecliptic? And then I had one of the mods interject and was like, "What are you talking about, man? Just get to your point." And they just would not let me get it out. And so I called them. I said, "Who the fuck is this idiot or moron?" Whatever I said. So I got timed out for a while, because all I was trying to do is get them to admit what they observe and what's calculated, and then what's back calculated. So you observe the sun moving, but you don't observe Earth rotation. Okay, good to know. They do not want to admit that, right? So.
Oh, it's Jem. Hey, Jem. Come to chat. You can come in, Jem, if you want. Feeling a bit lonely.
Yeah, we should thank Tom for coming in and having a good talk. Thanks, Tom. It was good.
You didn't get talked over, did you, Tom? Oh, I think he might have lost sound again.
He needs to drop and rejoin when he notices that, and it works. It fixes it.
Send him a message. He might be he might be giving us one of his best speeches ever, right? He might be reciting all of his globe proofs. We might have missed it all. Jen must just be doing the quick rounds. Doing his trolling.
Well, you know, after all these years, I still don't think I've been to Gem Panda server. So if he came in here, that'd be cool. He could find a way to get me a link to his server. Maybe I'd go over there and have a chat. I know I only hear that. I've never been there to experience it. So if he wants to come in, I'd be willing to and go over to his chat.
I think we have already had the only chat you seem to be capable of several times. Oh, we had the triangle chat. I can remember that one. That was fun. Yeah, but Rob wants to get your he wants an invite to your server, Gem, but I can't get him one myself. So he said if you could be pop us a link somewhere. Rob might come over. I don't know whether you're wanting people to come over to your server or not. You might bring the level is horizontal argument over there, and we know how you don't really like that at the minute.
Oh no, I definitely have that argument locked down. They would not like me over there.
Yeah. Yeah, he might not come and give you the link because he doesn't like that. I think they don't like much reality, right? They like to keep it on the GLARP inside over there on that server. And the trolls, right? I don't think Troll Team 6 ever really disappeared. It just turned into a fake pseudo debate channel where they can pretend they do debates, but they don't really do any debates.
Y'all still there?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm kind of busy. Had to go away. Did Tom finally leave?
Oh, he's just left now.
Okay.
You want to talk about busy? Maybe look at my screen. This is what I got to deal with right now.
You know you love it, Rob.
I do. But any of you guys want to deal with any of this stuff?
My hands are too big probably to fit in there.
This thing's pretty cool though. I don't know if you've ever seen one of these.
That's the Diddy wheeled car.
Well,
wow. Oh, you got switches. Yeah. I know all about that. That's cool.
Supposed to look like one of them.
Yeah.
But it's got these little things on it. When it rolled up here, I fucking started laughing so bad.
Street tires right there.
Anyways, I got to get back to work. Sorry.
Don't let us keep you.
When Rob's slacking on the job, it's live stream on YouTube.
Boss always comes over. What are you doing? Working. Who are you talking to? Myself. as he's looking at his watch, spinning his globe on his watch.
Did Paige leave you?
No, Paige is still here.
Oh, there she is. Yep.
Is Jem in on this server? I don't think he is. He says he doesn't think he is.
Jim, he's always been in on
Has
this
he?
server.
I've sent him a
Yeah.
link. Tom says he can't hear yet. Oh, you're out. You're not even in the thing, Tom. You're not even in
Click on
VC
live.
anymore.
Yeah, you got to click on live on YouTube, and you'll be live. Tom, while you're at it, go and look at that quote I put over there.
He's not even in here.
You might be on YouTube. Listen. That statement's actually a little redundant now that I look at it.
Well, I thought we were nearly getting there. It's quite good.
Oh yeah.
Reclaiming the geometrical aspect of the horizon.
Yeah, imagine like coming in here and talking to this crew of people with all of our different perspectives on things. If that doesn't through thick skull, I don't know what will.
Yeah. I like shout out to Tom. I quite like that. There's not many text trolls that would come in here.
Yeah, it's like escaping the matrix, going from being a text troll to going into voice.
I did put a time down though, so we'll have to go back and get that. The horizontal turning into a vertical.
Yeah, that was good.
That's a good one.
I got to mute again, but I'm still lingering around here. I'll be right back.
Crit's triggered again.
Oh, is he? So he can come over. I mean, he's always triggered.
He's going, the Bev cult would not be able to stay on the point proper if it as listed ABC. And then he's put all these people, Cleary has left, Jesse has left, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I mean, I left Gem Panda's server because we were being called child abusers again. So, I mean, that's why I left. The trolls in Gems were out of order. They were just going crazy. And they've followed us everywhere. They followed us over to Jose's. That's managed to get us banned from Jose's. I mean, they did well there. Again, with the child abuse. And they tried last night at Brandon's to try and get us banned. Again, with the child abuse sort of stuff. I mean, they just go ridiculous. So yeah, that's why that's personally why I left, was because yeah, the trolls are calling people child abusers for, I don't know, just sort of normal reality facts. It's 3 space, Jim. Clary says you're in here. You've been in here for ages. All right, Shills. We'll go over that video. Have you watched it here with right the hand blue balls? What was it? What was it we have in blue? We did the elevation blues, but yeah, he was agreeing with SE. He's not doing well at the minute. I would imagine he'll have to come out with a few. You'll have to post somewhere, Gem. I think something's happened with the roles. We need to give you a horizontal role. We need to get a Discord nerd. I don't know, where's he going to post?
I would also like a vertical role
There you go, Jem.
Who's Jem?
And did you get that in the chat thread, Rob?
Oh, is that a link?
Yeah.
Jim Panda, what's up, dude?
Evening, Jim.
Are you there, Jim?
Hello.
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Jem.
Oh,
Were you
God,
just
I've got the
ro-
YouTube open. That's why it's confusing. Sorry.
Let me.
Were you just walking by? Thought you'd drop in.
Yeah, we're having a quiet moment, so I'll have a look round,
Yeah.
see what's what.
Yeah, we're just chilling out, talking to people as they show up.
Jem, could you post the link to your Discord? I would.
Yeah, I just DM'd it to you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
God, stupid Discord keeps like kicking me out or making everything go silent. I've done it like 3 times already.
Yeah, my Discord. Yeah, I'm having trouble.
Yours doing it too?
Yeah, everyone in
Oh.
my server. It keeps, for me, it doesn't actually sort of kick me out. It takes me to my friends list from whatever chat I was in. Just takes me to my friends list.
Oh. Mine just like
weird.
stops. Oh, I won't. It'll just stop me from hearing anybody, and I have to drop out and rejoin.
Yeah, it
That's what
connects
happened
me
to me.
momentarily and takes me to my friends list for some reason. Very annoying.
I'm not sure if they can hear me.
Hey,
I
Tom.
can hear them now.
Tom, you back?
Oh yeah, I returned. I had the same problem Paige did. It just dropped me out and I couldn't hear what anybody was saying. Couldn't get back in, so
Yeah.
I did what Paige said, drop and rejoin.
Hey,
Yeah,
lucky
you've got
for
to
you.
drop and rejoin.
Lucky for you, Tom.
Sometimes I gotta drop and rejoin.
Yeah, lucky for you, Tom. Jim Panda's here. He can tell you all about level being horizontal.
Like I say, we've already had that conversation, haven't we? And you guys are only capable of the one conversation, so kind of doesn't really seem a lot of point in doing it again.
You're a one-trick pony around here, Jem.
You can
But
maybe you
we
could work
only
on
need
having
one.
and adding another conversation to your repertoire.
Jim, I
We
super
don't
chatted
need
you, Jim. Jim.
You did,
Rob,
you
hang
did.
on.
Thank you very much, Claire. I did read it out actually.
I never heard you read
admittedly
it.
I know. Admittedly, very late, but I did read it. I am
How could you
religious
measure
about reading
curvature?
them.
I was
I-
like,
I-
he'll never read that one.
I do provide value for money most of the time on those.
Yeah, but not one like that, right?
Yeah.
That was Jim. How do you measure curvature? He's like, I ain't reading this shit.
Hey, at least it didn't get deleted.
Yeah.
Is he quiet?
It is.
Yeah,
quiet.
it just got quiet.
All right. Have you seen the Ruhif numbers, Jem? I don't know whether I ever got a chance to.
Ruhif what?
Show you the Ruhif numbers.
No, still didn't get it. Ruhif something. I
Okay.
don't know what.
We have numbers. You're cutting out, Bev, on that
All
last
right, wait a
word.
minute. Let me. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the Ruhif numbers, Jem.
No, I haven't seen those. Numbers for what?
The you've heard of Sly Sparkane's bending water level experiment.
Well, vaguely, yeah.
Okay. So you know the principle of the 100-meter water levels stacked end to end, making a total of 1,600 meters, 1 mile.
Right, yeah.
Right. From the initial start point, these are the Ruhif numbers are the drop numbers of each water level,
Right.
from the horizontal at the start point.
Okay.
Right. So these are the measured. Well, they're not measured; they're calculated, right? But these would be the numbers that Sly Sparkane would be measuring, right, for his
Right.
bending water level. You can get your nerds over there to have a look over it, but I mean they have been checked by everyone so far.
Right. Is there a point to this? Where are you
yeah.
going with
It's
it?
causing a bit of a problem, right? With most people. Blue particularly had a problem with it, and I assume you might have a problem with it too. Because in reality, when we are surveying and we measure a drop like that, a number, a distance from the horizontal, do you know what we call it?
No. Why would I know that?
Oh.
Why would I want to know that?
Well, we call
Why
it.
are we even talking? Why would I even care about this?
We call it an elevation change.
I don't care. I don't care I don't care about this in any way.
Well, see, the problem is that people have been conflating elevation with curvature for quite a time now.
Yeah, I know they have. Yeah.
So, is that what with these numbers?
They do that all the time.
Is that where these numbers have come from? From people who are conflating elevation with a curvature?
How would I know? I haven't seen the numbers. How could I possibly know? I don't
the
know
live chat.
anything about the numbers. I don't really know anything about the test.
In the live
apart
chat,
from
Jim.
Just some vague idea of it.
It's in the live chat.
Okay.
So, when your
Don't you
top
rec-
guys, I mean, yeah.
So,
On this
how
topic,
do you honestly think I'm going to make an assessment of this meme?
They're the numbers, Jim.
How do I? So what? Why would I care? Why would it? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Because you need to measure that drop to
No, I
prove
don't.
your
I
ball,
don't.
Jim.
Why do I need to? Why do I need to prove
Because-
what? What are you talking about?
Wow,
You're in fantasy land.
Calm down, Jim.
All right,
Oh my
so
God,
I
he's
know the
lost
shape of
his
the
shit
Earth.
already.
All right, well, let me make it simple for you, Paige. I know the shape of the Earth. I have no
Then why are you
obligation.
here?
I have no obligation to
Then why are you here?
establish what the shape
Bye.
is.
See you
or
later.
its size,
Then
or its
why
size,
are you here? You're just wasting our time. We
prove
could
it
be
to
me.
talking to
See you
somebody
later,
else.
Jim.
I was
Be
invited.
nice.
I was
Be
invited in.
But you're just saying you don't care. You don't want to talk about it, so don't waste our time.
I
He
didn't
is
say-
talking about it,
What
though,
I said
Paige.
was that I have no interest in this, and to just throw this meme at me and start asking me what I think of these numbers is absurd.
Well, I was just wondering whether you could
It's your model.
get the problem of the
Nothing to do with
conflating
me,
elevation
Paige.
and curvature.
Absolutely
Jim.
nothing to do
Jim,
with me.
but you
It's
have
just
said-
It is, you
a-
believe that
It's a
model.
picture in a chat with some numbers on it.
But
It's not my
Jim-
model.
Yeah, from
it's
your
absolutely
model.
nothing.
From your
Who
model.
cares? Who
Paige,
cares?
please.
That's the discussion, Jim, about your model.
All right, yeah.
So we all
Just take it
care.
down once. Yeah.
Well, I
It's
think.
just the
Well, let me
numbers,
put it
it's
to you
the
this
math.
way then. I think these measurements are absurd and ridiculous. I think the,
But
the
it's from
shape,
your-
Glad
the
we
shape
agree.
and size of the Earth is very well and long
The-
established.
Jim, they're not.
and anything that
measurements.
Yeah,
you can
thousands of
do,
years, geocentric,
anything
flat
that-
plane.
anything that you can do, or Slice Barcade can do, or anyone else can do, will be a drop in an ocean of evidence that already exists. So it won't make any difference. It won't make it. It won't make the our knowledge of the
that, Jim.
globe any
It's not gonna
stronger
make any
or any weaker.
difference.
It won't establish
won't,
a
I
flat Earth to be
swear.
true because it's completely false. So
Keep telling yourself
pointless.
that, Jim.
Jim,
It's
so
pointless.
there, what? Can you sort out the problem of the conflating elevation and curvature for us, though? I know you have been keen on people not conflating elevation with curvature.
Well, I have no interest in this test. Like I say, I think people that do these things are jumping through hoops unnecessarily. I think they're, yeah, I mean, if they enjoy it, if they enjoy doing it, then that's fine for them. But as regards this argument, it's entirely pointless.
So no tests are worth it, are they, to you?
No. Why would they be?
Well, I don't know. I'd like.
Well, why do you think? You think of it from as you sort of look at me. Why do you think I think the Earth is spherical?
What?
Because you're an idiot.
Jem, I do
Why
not
do you
try.
think that
I
I
don't
think
try
the Earth
and
is
think
spherical?
whatever you think, Jem. That's one of the last things I would ever do.
Right, well, like I say, this is the problem. You aren't really capable of even entertaining a hypothetical idea. You could just talk about whether level is horizontal.
I know,
and
Jem.
that's all
I
you
don't
ever
want to
do.
think what you
But
think. I'm not a
what
mystic,
that shows, Ben,
Jem.
it shows mental illness.
Can y'all,
That's
like,
a
just
mental
not
illness.
talk?
If you are only
Don't talk all over each
capable,
other.
if you're only capable of having
Can
one
anybody hear me?
conversation,
I can
you're
hear you
mentally
clearly.
ill.
Yeah.
You should
Jem,
see a
you
doctor.
believe it because
Jem,
you saw it on
can you
the
hear me?
telly, no? Isn't that why you?
Hey, just try not to talk all over each other, y'all. That's
Right.
all.
I wonder why
Okay,
you're doing
cool.
that to me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I'd get a word in. Sorry about that.
Yes, Paige, you can giggle, but you were doing it all over me. As soon as I started speaking, you started blabbing like you always do.
You're famous, Jem. We all want to get a word in. Don't you understand? You're like Elvis.
The point is that I'm trying to make, although
It's more like
I've
a
failed.
sideshow
Oh,
freak
Paige is
in a
talking
carnival.
again, look. Paige is talking. I'll stop talking, Paige, and let you
Good,
talk.
stop
Go
talking,
ahead.
because you're not here to talk about this subject, so you're just wasting our time. You don't want to talk about it.
I'm
You've said
talking
that.
about the subject. I'm talking about the subject of why I know the Earth to be spherical.
We don't care.
And it
if you
isn't
think
because
the
of this
spherical.
shit. It isn't
You
because
mean
of
this?
this.
You're going to give us a
Yeah,
proof,
because you
are you,
won't look
Jem?
at what's in reality.
What?
You just
What?
use your
I
imagination.
do look at. No, I don't. I know that the Earth is spherical based on the body of evidence that currently exists, and that is extensive and quality and very high quality, I should say.
Rubbish.
So
It's non-scientific.
So
It's
anything
full of assumptions and begging the
there's
question
nothing.
fallacies.
Oh, you're talking over me again, Paige. But there's
No,
so
you're
there's.
just keeping on monologuing and not
I'm
letting
not
anybody get a
monologuing.
word
I'm
in
just trying to
after
get
you.
about
You
two
are.
or three
You went on and on
sentences
and
out.
on.
I'm just trying to get
You
about
already
two
did.
or three sentences out without you
already
interrupting.
did.
But you
You
can't.
already did.
You can't
You
do
already
it, can
did.
you? Gotta blot it
You
out.
already
Yeah,
did.
just keep saying you already did, because that really contributes to the conversation.
Just calm
Good
down,
job,
Jem.
Paige.
Calm down,
As
Jem.
long as you're censoring me in some way, you're happy.
Away, darling.
Yeah, I will.
Spiral
Yeah,
away.
yeah. Just spiral away, spiral
Yeah,
away,
just
spiral
shows-
away,
just shows you,
spiral
Jem,
away. I'll
nobody
just keep
else.
saying the same words over and over again because I'm not intelligent enough to engage in a conversation, and I need to stop hearing what I'm hearing.
No, I need to stop you saying, I don't care, I don't care, I know I live on a ball, I don't care.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
exactly.
if you don't care, fuck
exactly my
off.
point. Exactly my
Fuck
point.
off then! Like, oh my god! We're having a great conversation about.
I was
shit
invited
before
in
you
here,
come
Paige.
along.
You're the only one that said you've got a problem so far. And you said you got a problem the instant I started speaking.
The instant you started saying, I don't
You know, I'm sorry
care
you're a
to
religious
talk
zealot
about what we want to
that
talk
cannot
about.
bear to have your
No,
absurd
you're putting
fantasy
your
challenge.
head in
I do
the
apologise.
sand. You're sticking your head in the sand and ignoring
No,
the
I'm not.
numbers
You are.
that are
You
on
are. That's
your
exactly what you're
model.
doing, Paige. Exactly what
Jem,
you're
you're
doing.
the one that wouldn't talk about the numbers, not
pretending
me.
that all the evidence that's already out there is invalid in some way. Literally sticking your head in the sand. That's what you're doing. So that you
Jem,
can
we're trying to
pretend.
get you to
so
talk
you can
about the
pretend this
numbers on
ridiculous
your
fantasy.
model. You
that-
don't want to
All
talk
right.
about
I'm
it.
not going to. I'm not going to do this, Paige. This is ridiculous. No point.
Yeah,
in
you're the one that
engaging
won't
with
stop talking. I can't answer you because you just keep going. So I have to talk over you.
No, you don't.
Yeah, because as soon as you stop, you start on something else. You just one thing
Paige,
after another without
you
letting
do it because
anybody
you're pig
say anything
ignorant.
in between. See, just like then, you just
You do it because you're pig
overtalk me,
ignorant
that's
and
okay.
ill-mannered because you weren't brought up very well, so that now you aren't capable of having
You
an
do
adult
the same thing to
conversation
me, and
in a polite
you're
way.
perfectly okay.
You know, I'm sorry. I pity your upbringing.
I had
Oh,
a
God.
perfectly good
Jem, can you
upbringing,
stop
Jem.
doing
They
that,
didn't bother
please?
to teach you any
You're
manners.
just being an asshole because you're triggered over a belief in a model. You are literally being nasty to a woman you don't know on the internet because
You're
you're
nasty to
triggered.
me.
When?
I would never
When was I
talk to-
nasty, Jim?
Virtually every
I didn't
sentence you've said has been nasty. You've literally just told me about my belief in a model. That's nasty.
Oh my God, that's nasty.
That's just the beginning
Holy
of it.
shit. You are a big victim, aren't you,
Wow,
Jem?
you snowflake,
You
Jem.
poor thing. Yeah. Holy
Oh,
shit.
so you've just told me about how
Jem,
nasty I am
fuck
to you,
off.
but
I'm
it's
talking
me
to you.
that's playing the
Oh my God.
victim. Fuck you, Paige. Fucking idiot.
Poor Jem.
Hey, this is great.
Fucking moron.
Hi.
Now, I will make my point.
What a man
Let's
you
see.
are, Jem.
Oh,
What a
oh,
man
oh, look,
you
I
are.
will make my point. And she fucking interrupted again. Ill-mannered bitch.
Wow. Gee, you're really showing everybody the kind of person you are, aren't you, Jem?
I think we're
Keep
showing
going,
what
mate.
kind of
Keep
person
going.
you are, Paige. Incapable
Not-
of a
not saying
conversation.
anything about
Any
me.
of you. It's the same
I
for
haven't
all of
called
you,
you
isn't
names.
it?
I haven't called you a bastard or...
Afflictions that make it impossible for you to have a conversation with anyone. Why is that?
Have I ever had a conversation with you, Cleary? Or you,
Is this
Bev,
like a
or
server for
you,
people
Rob,
with
or
social
you,
difficulty?
Tom? Did I? And you
Yeah,
just
you're
talked over
welcome.
me
You're
then,
welcome
Jem.
here anytime, Jem.
But that's because you're happy to have the same conversation every day, Paige, but I'm not. I think that's weird and mental.
I don't have the same conversation every day.
Well, these guys only have one conversation.
No,
Which is
we
what?
have lots of different
Do
conversations.
you listen in, Jem, or what? What's going on?
Right. It looks like we've got to a point where we're taking turns. So I am going to speak now, Paige. I'm going to say about 3 sentences. Let's see.
If I want to talk, I will.
Let's see if we can do it without you interrupting. You've already interrupted
if I
me.
want to interrupt, I will. You're not going to tell me what to do, Jem.
Oh, so
If I want to be
that's
nice, I won't interrupt you.
so that's
but
going
I
to be
will
the
if I
nature
want
of
to.
it. So that's the nature
If I
of it.
want to, yes.
Okay.
You cannot force me to do something. Yeah.
I'm not forcing you. I said we will
You
see
can
if
ask
you are
me
capable.
nicely. You can
Well, I
ask
said-
me nicely.
No, why should I? Why should I ask
well,
you
then why
to
should I
behave
why should I
properly?
try not to interrupt you? Why should I try not
Because
to interrupt
that's
you
proper
then?
behaviour, Paige, and polite behaviour. That's why.
And it's proper behaviour not to call strangers women bitches and
Well,
stuff
well,
like that.
don't be
on
a
the
bitch.
internet. But
Don't be a
you're
bitch,
not,
Paige.
You're not. I wasn't. You started it, Jem.
We're not taking turns again,
Getting
are we?
triggered and
Jem,
yelling at me.
Paige,
Because
just
you're
let him say
annoying and
a couple sentences
stupid,
real
and you
quick.
can't have a conversation, and that's annoying.
I seem to be able to
People
have a
should be
conversation with
triggered.
everybody else, Jem. You're
No,
the
you
only
don't.
one.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
Nobody in here. So nobody in here's ever had a conversation with me, hey?
Well, maybe they have, but you are notorious for doing
you're
this.
the only
Absolutely
one.
notorious.
You
know
are being led down
You
this
are
path here with
incapable
him,
of
Paige,
keeping
right?
a
He's
big
doing it.
posture. Let's face it, aren't you? Let's
Going
face
round in the
'cause you can't-
circular Jem
you
Panzer
can't-
argument,
you can't
right?
talk
cannot
about
hear
the
any
actual
challenge
argument.
to
You have
your
talk
daft.
about
You
the
can't hear
people
any challenge to your
because
daft
he's got a
belief
small
without having to
mind.
try and blot
He's
it
got a-
out all the time.
He's got to talk all over me. And
I wasn't. You were
talk
talking
about
over me.
people's personalities, and you're still
All right,
doing it now.
all right. You
Oh,
can-
hey,
About
you'll
people's
when
start
you're
cracking me
ready,
up.
let
instead
me
of the
know,
actual
and I'll
really
say a
cracking me
few
up.
words.
No, I won't be ready, Jim.
All right. Well,
Hey,
I'll
just
see
let
you
him-
then,
let
guys.
him-
Thanks
let him
very
say,
much.
like,
But
few sentences.
I thought it would be like this. It always is. All of you are incapable of a decent conversation. I feel sorry for you.
He hasn't even tried.
We've
he
got
hasn't even
we've
tried.
got Paige who can't
He's
keep
just
her
gonna
mouth
run
shut
away.
and has to censor everyone who challenges her daft ideas.
Censor.
And then we've got
Yeah,
Bev and
censor.
Cleary who have got one subject, and that's it. That we've already
Jem,
discussed many times.
Destroying
You know,
you,
Jem,
Jem. That's
I'm
our
very
top
Very
subject.
sorry.
Yeah.
Feel very sorry for you all.
But he has to be here every day.
Why are you
even though-
talking? Why? I'm not
even
here
though he
every
knows
day. What are
it's
you
a globe,
talking about?
He's got to be in this conversation every day. He's got to be talking about his globe and about flat Earth every day.
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
You've got a server about it, Jim.
Right. That's
Like,
right.
Really?
I don't engage in
pathetic.
debate very often there, though, do I? Especially
No,
about this
Nobody
subject.
debates there, Jem.
And you shouldn't. You
Hardly
shouldn't.
ever bother with it. It's pointless.
Yeah, it's no,
Yeah, it is.
We know
It's just
the
full of
shape of
trolls,
the Earth.
Jem.
If there's a bunch of
just full of
idiots on the
trolls.
there's a bunch of idiots on the internet that were gullible enough to believe a load of
That
nonsense
think
that
a
was on the
horizontal line
internet.
curves. Yeah,
then,
we know,
you know,
Jim.
so
They're
what?
idiots.
Plenty of idiots on the internet.
Yeah.
Welcome to the internet.
Yet he comes to talk to us and ask us shit all the time. even though we're idiots.
When have I ever asked you anything?
Just now.
Fucking
Yeah,
you're in
always ask
fantasy
those
land,
questions,
woman.
Jem.
Things
Always.
all the time. You
You're in
ask
absolute
questions.
fantasy land. I've never asked you anything.
You
mate.
Always
You're an
asking
idiot.
those questions,
Apart from,
Jem.
why won't you shut the fuck
You
up?
have
That's the
asked
question I
questions.
ask you regularly. Why
So
won't you shut
can't,
the
you
fuck
can't
up,
stop
Paige?
talking to let anyone answer you. And then you scream that people are interrupting you because you won't stop talking. to
Okay,
let
well, there's
someone
a question
answer you.
on the table.
See,
Answer
and
it.
you just did it again right then.
Yeah, answer my question.
What question?
Oh, you didn't hear it because you were talking through it. Why won't you shut the fuck up, Paige?
Why should I, Jem?
Because it's polite, Paige.
Oh.
Oh, so when nobody's talking, I just have to shut the fuck up anyway, even if no one else is talking.
No, you just have to not interrupt.
We just mute him, shall we,
And
Paige?
how
And then
about
we.
you do the same thing, Jem?
You can tell
Okay,
us
it's
what
a
he
deal.
thinks.
It's a deal. Are we going to go with that? Are we going to stick with that deal?
Sure.
Right.
So
Cool.
if you had have just said, Paige, can you just please be quiet for a minute while I get my thoughts out, what I want to get out? I would have gone, yeah, no worries, Jem.
Why would I do that?
Because you act.
Why wouldn't you
because
just shut
act
the
like
fuck up
this,
because it's the polite thing to do?
Because you act like this and talk to me like that. That's why.
Well,
if you were
don't be
just
so
nice
impolite.
to me and talk to me, I wasn't until you were
No,
impolite to
don't
me.
talk bollocks. That's not true.
Jem
You
came
interrupted
in here
me,
with a
Paige.
triggered tone of voice.
You interrupted
yelling at
me, Paige, like you
saying,
always
I
do.
don't, and you're interrupting
You
me
aren't
now.
capable of not interrupting, Paige.
You are such a child. You are
Remember
such
that.
a
You
child.
aren't capable of not interrupting. You have to interrupt.
Sure, Jem.
If you hear anything that challenges your daft belief, you have to stop it in its tracks and blot it out, usually by repeating the same phrase over and over again. That should bother you, that you have to do that. That should worry you.
I've never done that.
You've done it tonight, twice.
What? Repeated the same fact over and over and over? When? When? No, I didn't think so, Jem. You're just triggered and you're making shit up in your head, making me out to be this monster that I'm not.
I think he's
But if you
gone.
just acted normal...
I think he's
oh,
gone.
my God. Yeah, because he realised he fucked up, that I hadn't actually been doing what he said.
Y'all are pretty damn funny back and forth like that. It's just hard for people to understand what anybody's saying when everybody talks at one time, you know?
Yeah, that was way
Yeah,
too much.
sorry, Clary.
I'm sorry, but I did enjoy that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I did enjoy that.
Yeah, I
was laughing.
You just didn't get him on anything. Right?
We
You
didn't
let
talk about
him
the
have a stupid fucking argument.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I know.
It's Jim.
He didn't want to talk about anything. He didn't want to look at the numbers or talk about
Jim
the
was
numbers.
Jim was just coming by to say hi, I miss you. Come back to my server, hang out with me some.
Paige is right, though.
You know, if it wasn't me, it would have just been a little bit later with somebody else. He was triggered when he came in. Like,
He's always triggered. He's a glopper.
Hello, Glory.
I don't really think
Sorry.
he's as angry as he seems. It's really
Tom
just
got
kind
a
of
hot
like
mic there, Tom.
just
Oops, I'm sorry. Huh?
I think he's just
see, the
kind of
problem is they say things like that, right? Like Jem will go off his head like that, and people like Sean will hear him say things like that and believe what he says about me, and it's like they just make
he's
shit
really
up.
just
And
yeah.
yeah, so I get other people in Brandon's server get Sean saying, "Oh, everybody says this about you." It's like, no, probably George and Jam and Rumpus maybe, but
They're huge
nobody else
fans,
says these
Paige.
things about me.
If
Yeah.
they're talking about you, if they're typing about you, they are thinking about you. You are on their mind.
Yeah.
24 hours a day.
I mean, they had to go and find a picture of me. Sean had to go and, go through my rubbish in my Facebook and try and find something to make a meme out of me. It's like, how pathetic can you get?
Yep.
They're just fans.
You know, talk about free rent.
Yeah, they only try and push out the people they're worried about as well.
That's right.
Yeah, good point, Bev.
We got like the
you were-
idea. What we've noticed is
Sorry for letting him trigger me.
it's all right.
Yeah.
That's what we should be here for, right? We should be able to stop each other from getting triggered, because their idea is they try and split us up. They want us to be on our own, whereas we know as a group we are much better off.
Oh, much stronger, yeah. When we can back each other up and, confirm what each other says and stuff like that. That's what they hate the most. Like if I say something, like when I pointed out that vertical thing to Rumpus that day and you said, oh, good one.
Yeah.
You know, whenever you give a compliment to one of us, it triggers them so badly.
Well, not all of us.
You don't get triggered,
No, I'm
do you
talking
not,
about
Tom?
the glarpers,
Tom,
the real
Tom, what do you,
ball huggers.
Tom, what do you think about your cohort there, Jim? His attitude.
Well,
as
he
a
was
fellow Glarper.
he was pretty triggered. If I could have gotten a word in edgewise, I would have suggested he tag out and let me take over for him for a bit,
because I'm sure I'd be saying things that he would agree with, but it really wasn't an opportunity. He was pretty upset.
Yeah. He's always
Did
like
I manage
that,
to have a conversation with you, Tom? Like, did you and I have a conversation?
We had a conversation. We just disagreed. That's all.
Yeah.
It's nothing. No big
Yeah.
deal.
Let's get one more question.
So
One more
Jem,
question.
Jem's
I'll let
saying
you have it.
that I can't have a conversation with anybody when I've just literally had a conversation with you half an hour ago.
Hey Tom, real quick, one last question, and I'll back off here. What do you think made him so angry?
I think he was just expecting conflict, and his expectation confirmed itself.
Ruhif numbers triggered him.
Do you think he really was angry,
Was
or
it
just
that?
acting?
I don't. Other than that, I don't know.
Yeah, because he
I was
knows
kind
you
of,
can't measure that
I
drop.
was off
He
audio
knows that.
for a good long while.
All right, cool. I'm just
I
listening
couldn't
now.
hear the beginning of it. So.
He didn't like the idea that you might have to talk about how to not conflate elevation with curvature. He's the main proponent of people conflating elevation with curvature. I mean, he's come to many people's defense in his server, his debate server, with that many times before. That's why I was asking him about that and the numbers. He didn't seem bothered about the numbers that anybody else would do. And Jem, to be honest, did you hear him? He wasn't really bothered about any tests or anything, was he? And I'm sure I've been in his room and he's asked me when I was going to do a test. Many times. That's really strange the way he flips.
Think so. Understand. Yeah.
So I don't know. He did get pretty triggered. I think he got triggered because it was Paige and he really doesn't like women, especially women who talk over him, or, you know. I think that's what it is, personally, with Jem. I'm sure he's not listening.
Yeah, he
or
doesn't.
anything.
He doesn't like it when a woman won't do as he says.
Yeah.
If he tells a woman to do something, he expects them to do it, and I'm like, no, you can ask me to be quiet. You can't tell me.
Yeah, he won't be. He won't. I don't think he'll be used to many women going in his server.
I might go
Or
over
in his
there.
life, probably, Bev. He probably hasn't had much like real life experience either.
Are you still going to go over there, Rob?
Well, yeah, I think I could win some arguments over there.
Be careful. It's a different place.
I know. But you know, on a Sunday afternoon when I'm bored and stuff, and I'm feeling, you know, froggy, sometimes I want a place to go to tell people what I know.
Feeling feisty.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're too nice for that place, Rob. I wouldn't like to see you changed by that server. Put it that way.
It does seem.
Yeah, it does. If you spend too long in there, ask Jeremy. He'll tell you. It even does things to some of the trolls that are in there. It gets a bit too much for quite a few of them. He even brought, I'm not so sure whether there was a Trish Blythe in the chat. Does she use that account? What, you know?
I don't think I've ever seen her name as an account. I've seen Queen and Agape.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you can't tell on YouTube now, can you? You can't even tell whether real accounts are real accounts or not. But is the head troll over at Gem Pandas, and it did used to be Troll Team 6. I'm not so sure it ever stopped being Troll Team 6, to be honest.
I think the only place that I have a different name is at the Potatoes server. Other than that, everywhere I go, my name is Rob Keen. Except on the Potatoes server.
Everywhere Bev goes, the same as Rob Keen.
Yeah, when I go out shopping,
That's okay.
I always go shopping as Rob Keen.
My profile, Bev as Rob Keen.
Did y'all put Rob Keen on the statue? That would have been cool.
Yeah, I did. I've been looking for the video.
Yeah.
My lad took a video and I uploaded it, but I can't.
I just want to see a screenshot of that.
Yeah, you gotta send it to me like private message or something. I don't want those. Just for myself. Maybe for my profile icons and stuff, you know.
I think we're having a GIF. You look like Venom, to be honest.
Alright, I gotta get some work done. Sorry.
Alright. I can't find where I put it.
Bro,
Who's 90 Degree Palm?
The irony of Gem telling people to behave. Like,
Hey!
could you imagine?
That'd be righty.
Imagine you go into a place, just chaos, right? Like there's plates flying, you're like gunshots, needles are on the floor, and the guy in charge goes, "Hey, could you guys watch what you say and do around here?"
Yeah, stop interrupting. Don't interrupt me.
Yeah, but when you get like Jim Panda in here, you want to just kind of softly get into a discussion, because you know where it's going to end up, but you don't want to get there.
Yeah, I should have known, Jim. I should have known better. I can't. I should know by now that I can't say anything to him, otherwise he will just leave, and then nobody else gets to talk to him.
Just use the Logos and just calm your way through it.
Calm my farm, calm my farm.
There you go, Rob. In the live chat.
Oh, I gotta see that.
Yeah, sorry for scaring him away, guys.
It's all right. There's no loss to us, is it? I mean, it's not as if we need it. Yeah.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, I'm
you
sure.
never know what they're going to say.
I'm sure more people.
We might have missed something good. You never know what.
Actually, you know what? You know what, Paige? Jim is just a big softie. And all that shouting, thousands of people for hundreds of years.
Oh, that's what I was hoping for, right?
It's just an act.
I get it. That's insecurity. It's insecurity that makes them react like that. Because that's
But you
that's
think-
the scaredness.
Do you really think he thinks he's on a ball? No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't think that.
I reckon
That's just what he does.
He's at least very confused.
Maybe he knows exactly what's going on, but he pretends to be a baller just
Well,
to get super chats.
maybe.
Hang out. Who knows?
Well, we can't know for sure about anybody, can we? That we don't know, like in real life. Like, how would I ever know who you guys actually are? Like,
By the conversation, right? Once you start talking and somebody doesn't want to have, like you saw how Jem, once it got to a certain thing, he got all pissed off and then he
Yeah,
turned
he
the
shut
conversation.
down.
He starts talking about you.
Yeah.
You want, you know?
about my personality, how everyone hates me. Yeah.
To avoid what he doesn't want to talk about.
Yeah, it's much easier to talk about the things you dislike in somebody else, isn't it, than something that makes you feel uncomfortable in your own set of
Tom,
beliefs
is there
and
anything
your
else?
own life.
Is there anything else you wanted to go over, Tom? Or
Oh, no, not necessarily. No.
okay,
Hanging out.
that's cool.
So how
What about you,
much have
Chad?
you looked into the flat Earth, Tom? Sorry, Larry.
No, I was just joking around with Chad. How about you, Chad? Is there anything you want to say?
Bueller. Bueller.
Bueller. That was a good movie. My dog's answering yours.
I took the day off to go see that movie.
Everyone's gone.
If Naps is in there, she's not in the chat, is she?
I was gonna ask because there was a message from her, and then it just disappeared.
Yeah, I deleted it.
Weird.
She's that Brandon.
What did it say?
It's like we don't want people posting in the live stream if they're not in the live stream. But she was talking about off-topic
Oh, that makes sense.
things.
Yeah, it's the live stream
Yeah.
chat, so you need it to be free for anything that people are talking about in here that they need to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I know that they're probably watching the live stream, so they know what's going on the live stream.
I ran into it. You know how they'll like, how does water move without the force? You know that one? So you can't get water to be level without the force. There's another one they got now. It's how do you know it's straight? Right? Like, well, maybe it's not actually straight. Maybe you're, because how accurate are you being? Right? How accurate? So I'm trying.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. How do you know it's straight? Like, you're fucking kidding
That's
me.
them conceding, right?
Yeah, so I'll be like, well, how do you know it's
Pretty
curved? then?
much.
Well, maybe what you think it's a curve is just an error in like deviation from straight, and it's actually straight. Like, how would you know?
It's like, geometrically. That's where proofs come from.
Yeah. That's where you go to get
Like
your
you
proof.
do,
Yep, just go
you
to the
do
geometry.
actually know that shit, right? And it's not just a no. It is you can prove it. So that to me that's them conceding that they know there's a proof there, but they just they want to say, well, how do you know that proof's a proof?
Is it a proof enough though? Is it proof enough?
Well, it was proof enough for the millions of flat earthers that we've got already, wasn't it?
Well, no, is a proof.
No,
Right.
I'm joking.
Yeah,
Because they're like, oh, it's
I know.
flat
I don't
out.
think. I don't think Paige was.
They'll say it's a perfect globe proof. A straight line, perfect globe proof. See, we told you.
Oh yeah, because if you zoom in, right? If you scale anything, right, straight can become curved on it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what you're gunning for.
Isn't that coastline paradox thing? Like where you know, depending on how small you want to make your units, you can make it look like anything. Like
Yeah, the difference
make
in
it
that.
bigger.
Well, the problem, I see with the paradox is like you can have 41 feet of coastland, and then you could be like, okay, what is it actually? Well, it's actually 39.8. Now, you'll never go over 42, right? So you can't make it. I can always measure more and be like, all right, well, yeah, I can't give you the exact number, but I know it's less than this.
Hey, Tom, did you ever see that thing I put in live chat for you?
Well, what was it? The view of the distance
right there.
where there was refraction making everything wiggle.
No, it's right there in live chat. Can you see it?
Let me turn on my screen again. Let's see. Okay, so I'm up over to...
The statement is actually from one of the most brilliant people in the modern era. But it's redundant, so I need to change it. Anyway, I just wondered what you thought about it.
I'm in live chat. What am I looking for in particular? What's it look like?
The very last message at the very bottom.
It's text in a green box.
The horizon is optical. It's geometrical. It can be physical, and it's always horizontal.
Okay, I mean, I see that there. The horizon is optical, it's geometrical, it can be physical, and it's always horizontal.
Thanks for the soundbite.
Yes, you're welcome. I'm sure
I'm just
that'll be
kidding with
used
you.
against me. But,
I'm just kidding with you, man. No,
Okay.
do you kind of agree with that? That's after all these years, that's what I've
Not
figured
against
out.
you, against the argument. Always remember that. We won't. It's not that we're going to ever say anything about you. So if he uses it, even though it's your voice, it's not about you. It's towards the argument.
No,
Yeah, well.
I probably wouldn't. I was just joking.
But,
Jim
yeah,
said something earlier. Go ahead.
I'd
Well,
say
it's a great idea. Get bowlers to read these quotes and then just fucking snip it.
Yeah. Hang on,
That's
Tom.
just
Go
rude.
ahead. Tom,
Okay,
what
so
were you going to
anyway,
say?
yeah, I would say that the horizon is pretty damn close to horizontal, and for as far as you can see, it is an illusion. I mean, it is something that you can see that you can't necessarily quantify, but that doesn't make it less. I mean, even illusions are real, so it's like it's a real thing. It's just that you can see from the same observation point at under different conditions, you can see a different horizon, which I'm not disagreeing. but
Wow,
sometimes-
man, you're a very honest person. Yeah, very, very cool. Yep.
Would you say the horizon is most accurately described as, if you don't have any like land or things, picture it's just you're at the ocean, right? It's the furthest
Yeah.
bit of water you can see.
I wouldn't describe it that way. That's the way everyone else describes it. I used to say it's the furthest you can see a continuous surface, but I've sort of switched because I think
What type of surface is
everybody
that?
else says that, and it's not very intuitive. It's no new intuition, anyways. I would say it's
How would
the point-
how would you describe that surface?
the circle of the horizon? You mean that circle?
Not
The
just looking
circle-
straight
the
out. Would you
surface.
call that a planar surface?
The which
you were
circle
honest.
are we talking?
No,
If I'm
looking
looking
out.
at the horizon,
What you
Just
can see.
being honest, being honest with yourself. Would you call that a planar surface?
I would surface or circle. Okay, so I would say the surface I'm seeing is essentially a very, very shallow dome.
Oh no, you're not being honest with yourself.
What?
No,
How can you have a horizon then? A horizontal?
because at some point that dome curves to the point where the light from the objects in the distance goes right over my head and I can no longer see them.
What's light got going over your head got to do with a horizontal being parallel to what you imagine as a dome? How does that happen, Tom? There's got to be a conflict somewhere.
What do you mean horizontal?
Remember the definition, the mathematical definition for
probably.
horizon? I mean, horizontal is it's parallel to the plane of the horizon. So if you're saying it's a dome shape in front of you, then the horizon is necessarily curved. Therefore, it can't be horizontal. Yet the mathematical definition is that it is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Okay.
To see where your
And that's
contradiction
fine.
is?
I can. No, because I say it
No.
is parallel. No,
And
it
how
is.
can
It
a
is
curve be
parallel.
parallel? How can a curve be parallel to a straight line, darling? How?
Oh, I'm not claiming that a curve is
Yeah,
parallel.
you're saying
to a line.
yeah, you are, because you're saying the plane of the horizon is a dome. Yet the
Then I
mathematical
haven't explained
definition
myself well.
is that it is parallel to the plane of the horizon, horizontal. So your horizontal is either a dome shape as well, or your dome shape is a horizontal, because it's parallel. You can't
Well,
have a dome and a straight line be parallel.
I wasn't. Yeah, I must not have stated myself clearly enough, because I wasn't saying that a dome is parallel to the horizon.
But the mathematical definition is that the horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So if the plane of the horizon is a dome for you, a curved shape, you are literally saying horizontal is the same as that because it's parallel to it. Or you're telling me you're
I'm
changing
saying
the
that the
definition
plane
of
of the
geometry.
horizon is No, I'm clarifying what I did say. What I meant. Hopefully, I'm clarifying it. I'm saying that the plane of the horizon, is parallel to my horizontal from wherever I'm standing. The fact that I'm standing on the top of a very shallow dome.
But sweetie,
doesn't really change
the
it.
actual mathematical definition is that horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. You can't then change that and say, oh, horizontal's only parallel to a little bit of the ground around me. Like, that's not what the definition is. The definition's very clear. So either your horizontal is curved so that it can be parallel to the plane of the horizon, which it can't even be because then it's not a plane, it's a curved surface. Or, you know, can you see the contradiction or not? Like, are you going to be honest and admit where the geometry on your side fails?
Well, I'm not seeing a failure yet, but maybe if
You're not seeing it yet.
over time, I'm saying that.
Yeah, maybe we have to go through it a couple more times.
Yeah, because what
I
I'm
think you
saying
really
is
need to see it. You need to see it drawn on the board.
you know what? I probably should draw it on the board myself, except that I'm lacking of the tools right now to get this done. I'm thinking that what I'm really saying is that the line that we see as the horizon is below our feet, and it cuts a plane. I mean, it describes a plane that is below our feet. Wherever we are standing, we're standing at the top, in the center of that, right in the center of a circle that goes around us, and that
in a plane,
our horizontal at that point, from any point on our body, for example, like our eyes, is.
Just a minute, Tom. You said a circle. Do you know how to describe a circle?
Yes.
Go on. How would you describe a circle?
A set of points equal distance from one particular point.
Okay.
From a center point.
Yeah. From at any distance from the center, right? So you need a distance in order to describe a circle. So you've got you.
Sure.
Then in order to describe a circle, you need to tell us the distance.
Okay. And
so how
that
would you
distance
describe
would be,
that
however,
circle that you were imagining?
The distance that, or the radius of that circle, will be however far you can see before you hit the horizon. I mean, at the point where you hit the horizon, whether that's due to perspective, as we talked about earlier.
So no distance.
Or whether
You
it's due to
can't
the Earth
describe a
getting in the way.
circle, Tom.
Hey, Bev, do you have that "Tell Me What You Love" clip where they're out on the cruise ship looking like around, and you can see how it's a horizontal straight line continuously?
It's part of
This
my
is why we
intro
call it
thing.
imaginometry, Tom, because they imagine the geometry that they're doing. They just literally just imagine it when it's not what the geometry says. You know, the geometry's already been made. All the axioms and all the postulates and everything have already been made. And they were made using the world we live in. So the world didn't change shape at some time, you know. It's always just measured. Yeah, so surveyors, all they've ever measured is a level plane with elevation changes. Parallel horizontal
altitude
planes.
changes or elevation changes?
Elevation changes, sorry. So horizontal planes that are all parallel to the plane of the horizon that you start with. So a whole load of horizontal planes. They don't tilt, they don't intersect, they just go on over the whole Earth.
3 coplanar.
Okay. All right.
I mean, if you had eyes that were super zoom eyes, where, you know, your apertures were heaps bigger so you could see way further, then the horizon wouldn't be like 3 miles away. You could be 300 miles away. And then, you know, you'd see everything to 300 miles
Well,
away.
yeah, you get atmospheric
things
light,
didn't get
light
too
extinction.
small.
and
Yeah.
The atmosphere will block a lot eventually.
I'm just saying the only reason the horizon's there is because of how we see. If our eyes weren't there, the horizon wouldn't be there, because those 2 points never actually meet. So if you look at it from outside of our own body, take away your eyes, then you're just looking at 2 flat surfaces parallel to each other. They never intersect anywhere.
If the horizon is a direct result of our limitations of our eyes, we can take our eyes out of the equation, put a camera in place. A camera's not the same
thing,
as our eyes.
though. It is. It's just an aperture, a lens and an aperture and a picture taken. It's the same, exactly the same as our eyes.
It all works on the same concept that there's a stretch of water, and you can only see so much of it. Like you can't see it everything. It's just, you know, you get higher, you can see more. But
Why can you see more from higher then? If there's something that obstructs your vision 3 miles
You
away,
increase
why can you
your-
see it 5 miles? Why can you see it at 5
increase
miles?
your angle. You increase your angle.
What angle?
Your angular resolution increases.
The angle, it was in the optics, the postulates of the optics earlier.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm looking at something and it looks, let's say, subtends an angle of 1/4 of a degree, and I go up higher, it still subtends an angle of 1/4 of a degree, but I can see now things behind it. Nothing has changed but my altitude. And everything is the same angular size that it was before I increased my altitude. But now I can see other things that weren't available.
What's that? A size of
The
an
size
angle?
of those, the size of those things didn't get any that were beyond my horizon. Didn't get any bigger because I went up.
So because things don't get bigger when you move, right? Because nothing ever actually changes by your position, right? That
well,
never
the
happens,
size I
right?
mean is angular
why
size.
why do you say that? The size
Well,
of the
angular
angle
size, okay.
doesn't change, does it? Or where's the angle being taken from? Right, which
Yeah.
angle are you talking about?
Angle is angle would be from the bottom of a distant object to my eye, and then back to the top of the object from my eye.
Oh, careful,
That's the
puppy.
angle.
Okay. So that angle doesn't change when you
You okay?
move. Are you sure?
I suspect it could change a little because
So it does change then. Yeah. So
good boy.
So the
Yeah,
angle
it's a bit.
changes in
Up to a tiny bit.
size.
The
Yeah.
point is, the point isn't the things to an object that I see sitting on the horizon. Rather, the objects.
Yeah,
behind it.
the object won't change in size because you're changing, right? That's a guaranteed, right? The geometrical the size of an object won't actually change because you move, right? You can't make things get smaller by moving further away from them, can you?
They don't actually get smaller; they just appear smaller.
Okay, so that's all we're talking about then, is an angle.
Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And this angle changing, which you've just said it does. So the angle changing in size as you move proves what? That the angle changes. It's a different sized angle when you move and take
It's
the
possible
readings
it
from a
changes
different
just
place.
a little bit because each leg of the angle could get longer.
What?
Or
No,
for that matter,
the
could get
length.
shorter.
No, the length of the sides of a straight, like two straight lines, won't alter the angle at all, ever.
Okay. In that case, then the angle won't change, will it?
Well, if you move, the angle to an object will change, won't it? Because you'll have to take another reading because you've changed
Yeah.
position. Or
Well, if I'm-
are you just going like, you're getting a triangle, cutting one of the angles off, which would probably end up with another triangle, but just smaller, right? So you're carrying around an angle, and you move up in the air, and you look at your angle and go, right, that angle's not changing either. What does that mean?
Yep.
Well, if the angle isn't changing, the angular size doesn't change.
The
If
angular,
object-
the angle, the size of the angle. Is that what you mean by when you say angular size? It's just the size of the
Yeah,
angle.
If the angle doesn't change, the angular size won't change.
What angle?
Where
What
I
do
would-
you mean? The size of the angle?
The size of the angle, the measure of the angle from.
Yeah. So you've
the
got an
bottom
angle.
of
Let's
the object
let's give
to-
this angle a number. Let's give it 33 degrees. Right. You've got an angle of 33 degrees. That is the size of the angle, 33 degrees. The angle's
That's a big
33,
angle.
and the size of the angle is also 33. It's the same thing. It's just an angle.
Well, okay, I'm standing right now in front of a van, and my angle, my angular size of that, the angle is probably just about 30 degrees. It's very close to me, though.
That's a
it's
good
like
angle. like
Maybe 12 feet in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
I'd need a much smaller angle for something that was all the way out to the horizon.
Okay.
And now-
You'd need a smaller angle, would you?
Yeah, that's why I was saying subtends an angle of, say, a quarter of a degree is still very large, but there's something. to
15
work
minutes.
from. Okay, and then if I were to
15
go
minutes.
to a higher altitude, the
Yep.
bottom leg of that angle may get longer because if the thing is close to the surface and I get
Bottom leg
higher
of
above
the angle doesn't matter. It's the angle.
the angle itself. See, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
The angle.
If the legs get longer, and not exactly evenly, then the angle itself might change somewhat.
Nah,
but
it
very,
wouldn't
very
matter.
little.
Wouldn't matter at all. The angle stays the same no matter how long the lines are.
But then-
Right? And it
Okay,
could
Draw
even
it on
be
a bit of
uneven.
paper, Tom. Draw an angle and then just extend the lines. Can you change the angle? by doing that? No.
That's the definition of an angle.
And
Without
and
that property, you don't
I'm
have
okay
an
with that. I don't need the angle to change size. In fact, my premise is based on the fact that it doesn't change significantly.
The angle.
So the angle doesn't change significantly. So I'm down.
Oh shit!
With my. What happened? I hope
My
everything's
cats are
okay.
fighting.
Oh, bloody cats. But
Yeah, there's
if
a
I've
cat.
got-
The cat next door has fallen in love with me and keeps wanting to come and visit. And my 2 girl cats don't like him very much, so they're not very happy.
his nickname is probably Jim.
His name's Jaffa.
It's pretty close to Jim,
Close.
isn't it?
Yeah, close.
Well, so as I'm saying, if I have my toes in the sand looking out over the ocean, at some point I can no longer see any further. We said that because that's as far as your eyes can see. After that, the resolution is so small you can't see anything more.
Okay, I like
Now,
this. I did
if I
this
go
one
up-
with McToons. Stood at the side of the beach,
Okay.
water lapping at your feet.
Yeah,
Right?
and then you go up
you
on the
look
bluff
out.
above.
No, wait a minute. Before we go,
Yeah.
because we've just
Okay.
got one line at the bottom there, right? All the way to the horizon, from your feet to the horizon. Yeah?
Yeah, I suppose it's not one you can see, but yeah.
Okay, and then where's the angle that we're dealing with? Because all we've
The
got
angle
there
would-
is one line from our feet straight out to the horizon, right?
So far, yeah, that's it. Okay.
Right, so where's the angle?
One line. Now, what I'm saying is at the horizon, I can see things if they are there, such as a ship that's, say, sitting right on the horizon. We all have a million videos of that.
The 0 angle.
Okay, so that's
The
just
horizon.
still on that straight line, right?
Yeah, well, the bottom of the object is on the surface of the water. Fair enough?
Well,
I agree.
It's on the horizon, right? Is that the
boat's
bit
on
that
the
you're
horizon.
taking? Is that where you are taking your bottom angle?
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
That's where the bottom line would be.
Okay, now,
the top
where's
line,
the vertex?
Okay, and the vertex is at my eye.
Okay.
So it's
Right, yeah,
not
I'm
at my
with you.
feet. Okay. Now I take the second line for the angle, starting from my eye to the top of the ship.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. And there, that subtends some sort of an angle, and we know this because we can bloody see it. You go a little further, and presumably everything
So
is
that-
too small to see.
Can I just check
Yes?
though, right? It's a vertical angle from the bottom of the object to the top of the object, right?
That's the vertical is the only one I'm bothering about.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's the same
Okay.
thing going left and right. But
Yeah, I'm
let's
just
keep
for
it
everybody else to keep up with us, right? So we're as clear as we can be, right? We are stood
Yeah, and-
at the side of
Clear as mud.
the ocean. We are looking out, and we are measuring a vertical
Clear
angle
as clear.
from the top of the horizon to the top of an object. Like it's not
Okay.
going to be
Can I-
much, is it?
Can I just ask which end which end is the pointy end at? Your eye
Yeah,
or
yeah. At the eye,
the
it's
object?
the vertex.
Right.
Yeah, the
okay,
vertex
cool.
is at your eye.
Why don't you do it the other way?
No.
Why don't you put the pointy end on the object, and then depending on
'Cause
how
you
far
can't,
apart
you
the
can't
lines
page.
are?
You need to measure
Oh,
the
okay.
angle.
But the horizon
Well,
is a
wouldn't
0
you-
angle. It's an impossible angle.
Wouldn't
That's
you-
where things disappear.
If you put the pointy bit in the middle of a house or something, and then measured the 2 lines, like drew the 2 lines until the top one got parallel with the top of the house, and the bottom one got parallel with the bottom of the house, and then you could measure how much that angle is, couldn't you?
Well, no, because like what you'd have to do is you've got like a protractor, haven't you? At the
Yeah.
your theodolite, right? Because you couldn't ever measure a vertical angle with an auto level. You'd have to be really stupid to do that, to think that you could do that.
A
But so
vertical angle,
Yeah, like a up and down.
like one straight up to the sky
Yeah,
and
yeah.
one out.
No, yeah, that's just
Yeah,
it,
no,
right?
not
right?
like
So
that.
all you're doing is you're looking through your scope of your theodolite, and you are putting that crosshair right on the horizon, right? And then you are
Yep.
lifting it up to the top of the object that you're looking at. Now, the measured angle from that movement
Right.
is the
Yep.
angle we're talking about, right? It's measured at the scope or from the eye, let's say, as he's talking. But it would be, if it's measured, it would have to be measured by a theodolite, lifting up that angle and measuring that angle. And it would be, I don't know, a gnat's chuff. You'd be lucky to get anything within the seconds or minutes, let's say.
You know, the way I look at it is like, I mean, it's opposite. The way I'm seeing the horizon is like staring down an alligator's mouth. Everything is collapsing, you know, due to
Yeah,
perspective
yeah.
at that distance.
That's the let's say the way you see it and the way it's measured, right? There's a difference, right? I think that's why a lot of this conversation goes on, because people are imagining they're seeing things the other way round than what they are actually seeing it or measuring it. There's the whole perspective thing as you're looking out and what happens, because the angle, like you say, the angle we're looking out at keeps getting bigger, but in the distance things get smaller. So the angle goes one way, and what you perceive in your mind goes the opposite direction because it gets further away, and there's a perspective compression over the distance that occurs. I think that's probably why they, you know, struggle with the stadia hair measuring method, right, over a certain distance. That's why the optics of auto levels only go up to 32 times. All of that things, because you can't look too far through whatever it is you're looking at, because there's some point where, I don't know, it changes, doesn't it? Okay, so Tom, so we've got an angle, right? We've measured an angle.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
yeah.
Go on. Can we?
Oh no, go ahead. We've measured an angle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Between the bottom of the object to our eye and from our eye back to the top of the object. Now, beyond that, we have decided, because of perspective, we can't see any further. And thus, we can't see any objects that are behind there, behind that ship, because they've all vanished into the vanishing point. Is that about accurate?
I don't know. We've just got an angle. I'm just talking like I do pure geometry, right?
Yeah, optically, yeah. You're right, Tom. That's correct, optically.
Okay, it seems to be the consensus in the group. But I'm saying then, if I go to a higher elevation, say 100 feet up on the bluff,
sweet,
and then I can see there's another boat behind the ship that I had been looking at, not directly behind it, maybe off to the side, so the boat's not the factor. I can suddenly see this boat that I couldn't see at all before, because I'm 100 feet higher. It's probably more than 100. It's probably more like 300 or something for me to, but just to give it a number, right?
Sweet, yeah.
My angular size of the original ship didn't change. My angular size of the little boat that I can see now, I could measure, isn't going to be any different than it was when I had my toes in the sand and the waves lapping at my toes. Everything stayed the same except for my elevation.
Okay, so
suddenly I can see the little boat.
Okay, so let's do the same as what we were doing before. Right, when you go up, we start at the top of a 300-foot stick. Right, just to imagine, right, you've gone up elevation wise from where we were before. So there's your eye would put your eye at the top of the stick, and you would start measuring this angle again. So where would you put the bottom? Would you put the starting angle at the bottom of the first boat that you could see?
No, if I'm looking at a boat that's beyond that first boat, perhaps a small fishing vessel, something small, just because it actually helps your point. And we might not have seen it due to distance. I would say that the angle I'm looking for there is from my eye to the bottom of the fishing boat, and then back again from the top of the fishing boat to my eye. Now
Right,
that
so-
angle should be the same angle at the seashore.
Is it a
right?
different boat that you're looking at though?
This is boat 2 I'm talking about.
Okay.
The
And
little fishing
yeah,
trawler,
is
for example.
boat 2 the same boat, or like can we say it's exactly the same size and at the same distance away, or is there some sort of other change when we start
Well-
measuring this angle on a stick?
You know, we can make the boats the same size, but they're not at the same distance. The distance is further for the second boat. The first boat can still be there and should probably
Let's bring
be.
it back. Let's bring the second boat back right next to the first boat because we raised our elevation. We don't want so many variables.
Yeah, but he did have it. You couldn't see it in the first time, so it must have been behind the other boat.
Or behind the horizon, beyond the horizon.
It wasn't in front of that other boat though, was it? It must have been.
It wasn't in front. It's further away than the first boat.
Yeah.
And it's tiny, so that maybe perspective's what caused it. But if I can see it from a higher elevation, I should, and the angles didn't change, I should have been able to see it from the seashore as well, shouldn't I?
I don't know. Would it have been bigger? Because it'd have to. If it was further away than the original boat, then in order for you to have seen it, it must have been a lot bigger. Because that's what happens, right? Things get smaller the further they get away, right? Perspective compression.
So I'm making concessions to your argument, saying that perhaps this fishing trawler is smaller than, I don't know, the shipping.
So it's a
container ship.
it's a smaller boat.
And yet it's smaller, so perhaps I can't see it because of perspective when I have my feet down in the sand.
Okay, perhaps you
And
can't
if
see it
that's
because there was a boat in the way. The boat
Well, no,
one.
they don't have to
in
be in a
front of
line.
it.
In fact, they suggested that they wouldn't be. One would be off to the side from the other, but at a different distance from me.
But you
Not-
could.
I don't
so,
care the distance between them.
right, is this
So it's just
like
perspective.
hypothetical? Like, are we?
Well, yeah, we're doing a thought experiment, so it's
Right.
somewhat
So-
hypothetical in this.
Okay, so we are just fantasizing about something that we don't know might have happened, but like you're going to fantasize that this boat is over the horizon.
Well, that's not the term I would use, because there isn't any over to.
But
the
you just said
horizon
you
for there to
couldn't
be.
see it.
Yeah, I'd say it's beyond the horizon. Yeah, I would say that.
Okay. But,
Okay.
Yeah,
but
it
you
is. It's
didn't
beyond
use the other
horizon
boat
on a
being in the
level
way.
plane.
You just
It
said
would be
you couldn't
beyond the
see it.
horizon in either case. The fact that you can't see it suggests it's beyond the horizon, whether the Earth is flat
Probably
or
can't
curved.
see it because it's a thought experiment that's never
Yeah,
happened.
but in your model, you need an actual physical geometric horizon to prove your model. And you don't have one. You only have the flat Earth moving apparent horizon. So to actually prove your model, you would need to measure your geometric horizon. Yet they admit the geometric horizon only exists in the math. You know, we wouldn't expect to see the geometric horizon. You know, these are the things your side says. Well, nobody says the geometric horizon is Earth curve. Oh, yeah, you do. Well, where the
Well, you
hell is
can
it?
see
You've
the
never
geometric-
measured it. You can't
you can
see
the
it.
geometric horizon.
No, you can't.
You can. Just not on
No,
Earth.
you can't. Dude,
Yeah.
your high priests even admit you can't see the geometric horizon.
I don't really have any high priests. I don't know.
Well, the high priests
what
of
they
the
say.
globe model, when they talk about the globe model, they say what should happen on the model, right? Whether it happens in reality or not, they say this should happen on our model. And on your model, you need a geometric horizon. to get your R value, to do your refraction mass, all that kind of stuff.
Paige, don't
but
tell him
you
what he
never
needs.
see it.
You're giving the game away. I mean, he
Horizon
might
is
not know what he
geometric.
needs.
Well,
Yeah, you never have measured a geometric horizon. All you've ever measured is the flat Earth apparent horizon that moves with height and weather and all that kind of stuff.
It is
perspective.
in other
geometric
words, we
based.
can only see
Yeah.
what we
Hang
can
on,
see.
hang on.
No,
Hang
they're
on.
ball model geometric
No,
one.
no.
I mean,
Yeah.
See, that's where
physical.
Nathan went wrong. We don't see
Yeah.
the geometric horizon, but we do because it's horizontal.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. It should be. We don't see the globe 3595, whatever it is, geometry of the geometric horizon. We see a flat Earth.
That's a mouthful, Paige.
We see
Okay.
horizontal
I'm
geometry.
trying.
Nathan's
We see
got
the
it
whole-
all
Everyone
wrong.
happy.
Yeah. We
We
don't
see the
need to keep
geometry.
everyone
I
happy.
know there is geometry in the horizon because it's horizontal and yeah, it's geometric, but it
We
apparent too,
see
it moves.
we see a
We don't see
Euclidean three
their one.
space.
He's when he
Yes.
says
Yes.
when he says globe your geometric horizon, he's conflating geometries, and like everything he says when he goes through that spiel is wrong.
Yeah, we see a parallel plane based on Euclidean three space, dependent upon optics. That horizontal horizon is there somewhere, unless there's something in the
Yeah.
way. Right?
Awesome. Yep.
Cool.
See, sometimes it just takes a few people to, you know, come up with the best way of saying something. And if you don't sort of talk to anybody else, then you know you're only ever seeing things from one point of view for a long time, you know. And I think that might
From
be what's
one
happening with
perspective.
Nathan. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
been with the same people for so long and he hasn't ventured
Well-
out to talk to anyone.
Like original
Well,
OG flat
not that I know
earthers
of.
are original OG flat earthers are like they've got this ball on their head and they're trying to fight it against it, but they never get rid of it. They never put it down. They never let it go. They never throw it away and replace it
Hmm.
with right line geometry. You know.
Yeah, if you're always talking to people about their model, then you're still telling them about their model. Right? You're
Yeah.
every time you mention radius, every time you mention 3959 or whatever, you're reaffirming their model for them. Isn't that right, Tom? You love hearing it, don't you? You'd let Paige talk to you about your model and what you should see in.
You talk about it all day.
Yeah. Yeah, tell me what I shouldn't see, Paige. And I'll just tell you I do. You know, like they
Or
it's
tell you
bad.
it's beyond a curve.
Yeah. What you're best off doing is telling what happens in reality. And letting them tell you that they don't. You know.
Yeah. Oh dear.
But yeah, that's one thing that we've been quiet on for
We're
a
giving
fair
away.
bit.
We're giving away all our trade secrets
Yeah.
here on this live stream. Oh well, deal with it, suckers.
Yeah. The horizon is horizontal. If there is one thing that's geometrically certain of, that we can be absolutely certain
yeah.
of, it's that. And that is
Yeah.
one of our best arguments. Don't throw it away. Don't let anybody else
Yeah,
throw
grab
it
a
away.
hold of it. Yeah.
It's
yeah,
a
fair
straight
enough.
line.
We do see a geometric horizon.
Yeah.
All right. Well, maybe we should be pushing our side to take that argument on board then.
We can't pay.
Oh, we have.
They will shut you out. They don't want geometry.
Mm.
Yeah, I think we pissed Nathan off with that. He
Mhm.
sent me a message and was like, "Now we have a
Oh,
geometric
really?
horizon."
Mhm.
I was like, "Yeah, we have a
Oh,
geometric horizon."
No.
Yeah.
It's horizontal.
Oh.
It's horizontal.
It is. Like,
Well, the rhetoric he's been spitting all this time about your globe mass and geometry, he's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The way he says it.
oh, geez, he can't. Yeah, and he wouldn't want
The
to
definitions
back down, would
within
he?
the definitions within the different geometries tells it all, and it's just, it is what it is.
Well, that caught a lot of us. Like, 99% of us going around saying that we don't
Yep.
see the geometric horizon, not realizing that, like I've been holding to beliefs and didn't realize it.
Well,
It's
it's a lot of
now
research.
that I've realized that I knew it was geometric, and I'm arguing for a geometric horizon, and then telling
not
them
trying
they
to,
don't
like-
see it. It's like, what?
Yeah.
What?
I'm not trying to beat up on you or
No,
anything.
it's
I'm just trying to
good.
tell you.
No,
Think about
it's
it.
good.
Think about it in a new way, right?
Yeah,
In a new way.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's the only way you grow, is to think about things differently and appreciate when you do have a contradiction. you
I know.
know?
Thanks.
Yeah.
I made a shocking
Yeah,
discovery.
so I won't be saying that anymore. I made a shocking discovery. Yes. Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you, Cleary. Thank you, Bev.
Yeah.
Cool.
We do appreciate what you guys do. I don't know if you guys know that.
Oh, shit, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You've helped me
I guess some
refine
of
my.
our,
Trust
some
me,
of our
my
strongest
boss-
arguments have come from these conversations.
All he can do now is look at his watch and spin his globe. Because he's on my side with most of my arguments. Like, he'll even say things to me like, words have meaning and definitions matter and stuff when we're talking. And then I'll say something like horizontal, and he just looks at his watch, starts spinning his globe.
Are y'all mad at me?
Definitions are meaningless. Why would we be
Really?
mad at you?
Well, Chad said Bueller earlier. You said you loved that movie. I said, yeah, I took the day off to see it. And no one commented.
I got your joke, but I was on mute.
Oh, I didn't hear you.
Doug Lies.
That's funny.
Doug Lies day off.
was laughing. I was laughing, Dave.
Sorry, I was in the middle of doing something when I heard you talking about that.
All right, I feel better now. All is good in Nugland.
It's like you took that long to get back in with that one. How long you been sat there? I'd have forgot.
It couldn't have upset him that much then.
Well, I was giving y'all time. I was like, maybe
they might redeem themselves on their own.
Gently wants to come and talk about his model. I don't think he does.
He wants to talk about his balls. Oh. They always want to talk about their balls.
Hey, Paige, I made you an
Well,
admin on the server if you want to continue a live stream like right now through the day. Just got a few people for coming in and
wonderful.
talking about. I mean, I don't know if Bev wants to keep going, but I could put it on my channel. Either way.
Yeah, it's
I
getting
wonder if
late now. Al, I'm
can
going to
you-
have to be going to get some kit, like if you want to take over.
Can it?
Yeah.
Can I do it from the phone? Like,
You can do it,
Do I
yeah.
have to? Do I have to feed it through to YouTube,
No, you just
or
be
can
on.
I just leave the server open?
Yeah, you just be on Discord if you want. You don't have to.
Yeah,
and you don't have
I
to
can
do
do that.
anything. I was just thinking,
no,
like,
if
if we
people want to
are,
hang around, I can. Yeah, for sure. It's only 10:30 here, so yeah. If there are people who want to hang around, I can leave it open, no problem.
I mean, I could wait till I get my virtual machine set up, but if you want to run a 24-hour day server, you got to have people, spread out everywhere.
Oh,
So,
yeah, for sure.
What he's,
I don't know. We can do
If
it.
you wanted, if you wanted, do you need somebody permanently to have a time during the day or for some days?
Yeah,
Just
Like,
plan
are
on
you
maybe
looking
in the
to do
next
this?
within the next week, 5 days a week.
Okay.
Maybe you can try it out a couple times.
Yeah, maybe there might be a 24-hour live stream going out, Paige.
Ooh.
I think he's sort of he's buttering you up for see whether you want to sit around.
I'm not sure if I can do if I can actually do a YouTube video as well, because I've only got my phone.
No, that'll already
Yeah,
be
you don't
done,
have to do
Paige.
anything.
Yeah.
It'll be broadcast
okay.
already. All you have to do is go in Discord and just hang out like you do every day.
Oh, cool. Well, if that's all I have to do, then yeah. Yeah, if you need someone for a few hours in the middle of the day like this time, then that's cool.
Yeah, you just don't want people coming in and talking about
Somebody
like
like
things that aren't supposed to be on YouTube.
Yeah.
Sorry. But yeah, you can try it out, and you can, if you get people in, like what we have here is a big group. If I'm not here, I know you guys are covering it, right? So
Yeah, for sure.
maybe you'd have the same situation there. I don't know.
So I just go into their name, like I've just opened up Busters and I can manage user, server mute. Oh, yep, I see. Move to, kick, ban, disconnect. Okay. So this is how I control them.
Yeah, do all that shit to Buster, all of it.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Buster. Okay.
Wait, John Bernard is back.
I don't think this. Is there anything else I need to know?
I'm on your side.
Like, do I have
muted
to,
you,
if
John.
somebody comes in, are they automatically muted or something?
I think you have to give them a horizontal roll. Everybody gets a horizontal roll, whether they like it or not.
Yeah. Until we get it sorted and
Oh,
fixed.
you're taking me on the mood. Who was the
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. I did that last one, John.
No,
Yeah, that was me.
I don't think that you like me. It was all the guys who took me on the mood.
Yeah, you were over talking.
I like you, John.
John.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not,
we
it's
do
not that
like
we
you. I
don't
I think
John.
you're great, John.
Yeah. It's just sometimes you just talk a little bit too much over people, that's all.
No, you do it all.
No, you always
That's
say
why you
no.
should go to Jose's every day. Go to Jose's every day, John.
Because I'm saying,
Yeah, you should be in there fighting the good
I'm
fight.
saying too much. Saying too much. Okay, and you don't understand what I'm saying. And you're sick of tired of it. Okay, I understand.
See, do you like that meme that DP's done? He did it a bit ago. I just found it for you there, Tom. It's shows the plane parallel model and how contour lines show elevation changes.
I'm sick of tired of talking about it. I don't understand how you can say the same thing again and again.
That's the only way. It's the only way some people understand this, John.
But it's crazy.
Because the other stuff has been drilled into them, well, most people for 30, 40, 50 years. You can't just say something to them once and expect it to sink in, right? There's a lot of deprogramming.
A hell of a lot of deprogramming.
But it sounds like
and then
crazy.
reprogramming.
If you say the same thing over and over and over and over, it sounds like you're crazy.
But you
know.
have said that, what you've just said, John, 3 times since you've just come back in here.
You have to use all the net.
I'm kind of not really here, so if y'all have a problem, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna shut off the live stream and then.
Therefore, I was saying against.
It's probably a good time to shut it off.
Oh shit!
I can leave the Discord going if you
Yeah,
want.
the Discord will still be going. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop my live stream. I'll
Your end of the live stream, yeah.
If
Sure.
anybody wants to jump in, it will be keeping going on the Discord. I'll just drop the chatting.
Actually,
there.
you know, anybody
Hey,
could
Brad, get to sleep.
stream this too. If they
Yeah.
wanted.
Yeah, it's an open server for streaming.
I love you so much.
John.
Yeah, I love you all.
That
but-
sounded exhausted.
Yeah.
It was like he's climbed Mount Everest or something. Oh, finally.
Good night, everybody.
Night, Al.
Good night, Rob.
Night.
Good night, Jim Bob. Good night, John Boy.
Oh, yeah.